In his past life, he was a talented leader, assassinated by political factions. Unexpectedly, after kicking the bucket, he was reincarnated as a goblin named Game. But as fate would have it, his luck was rotten. He was only the lowest, most inferior species in the goblin tribe. Every day, Game had to stay up late and wake up early, working like a horse, but it was still not enough to eat. If he didn't meet his KPI, he was certain to get ganged up on and beaten, a beating second only to what the police would do with a taser. Meanwhile, the high-class noble goblins casually exploited them from head to toe. They didn't have to work but still had food to eat. As a modern person who knew the ideals of Master Huan Zhou, he couldn't accept that. Here, he and his younger sister were often bullied by other goblins because of their weak bodies. Among that crowd, there was one punk who specialized in extorting and robbing the two siblings the most, and that was Jack. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Jack used an excuse to bring his underlings to find Game and collect tribute. But this time, Game was very calm. He used the art of persuasion to tell him that even if he continued to do this, he wouldn't be able to rob much. He would still have to pay protection money to those above. So why don't you brothers try hunting a monster for once? High risk, high reward. The goblins, with their simple minds, heard this and felt it was quite reasonable. Thus, Game became their Zoog goblin strategist. He immediately laid out an incredibly detailed plan. In the mine, there is a giant centipede that is blind and relies only on sound to locate things. With their shoddy weapons, they couldn't attack it directly because its armor was too thick. His goal was to lure it into an acid pit and try to push it down. Everyone would spread out, dig along the pathway, and take turns throwing bones to attract its attention. But someone was needed to lure it into the acid pit, as it wouldn't go in on its own. That Jack was very sinister, intending to use him as bait. But his sister Rosa stood up to protect Game. He's still in pain, let me do it instead. Of course, Game would not let his sister put herself in danger. He confidently accepted the mission to be the bait and told Jack, "You help me block the door when I come back." In fact, he knew very well that this son of a bitch would definitely pull a trick, burning the bridge after crossing it, using him and then discarding him. But this kid was still young and naive, and he had read him like a book. Over here, the monster was showing off its shiny fangs. With a reputable set of chompers like that, if it bit you once, you'd either be dead or crippled for life. Game began to instruct the group that when the monster gets close, throw a bone to lure it away. The next guy will be responsible for herding it into the tunnel and rolling the boulder. Sam, hearing this, was very annoyed and asked, "Why me?" Suddenly, the guy next to him patted him on the shoulder. "Who told you to always brag about your speed, so go prove it. Don't move until you hear the signal. We will lure it to the acid pit. Jack will help me trap it in there. Is that clear? Let's do it." After hearing this, Jack had to give him a round of praise. For an idiot, the plan sounds pretty decent. And so, a moment later, they all got down to business. Sam cautiously hid behind a rock, observing the centipede's movements. Then he saw it suddenly rush towards him, giving the young man a scare. He pulled up his pants and hastily made a run for it. After running for his life to a pile of bones, Sam immediately grabbed a skull from it and threw it towards the monster. Sam was so scared he had to shut his eyes tightly, waiting for his own death. But after a while, he didn't feel anything. It turned out the centipede heard the noise and left without eating the kid. At the same time, on the other side, the centipede was standing still on guard. Game raised his hand to signal that the centipede was coming. He sinisterly thought to himself that after killing the centipede, he would also eliminate him to take all the credit. At this moment, Game started to use a bone to tap on the ground. Even Jack had to be worried, peering towards the deep cave. And then, in less than a few seconds, the monster Jack realized it and growled, running towards them. However, Jack was not afraid at all but instead chuckled, then swung his arm hard, smashing the bone on the other side, shattering it. "It's your turn, Game. Once it's in the acid pit, I'll lock you both in. It will kill you, then the acid will kill it. However, their plan did not go as originally planned. Suddenly, the centipede monster stopped, staring at him, which made him piss his pants in fear. Then suddenly, the hero Game appeared, drawing its attention, and then shouted loudly, "Jack, run! We'll herd it in." And so, Jack used all the strength he had saved since the day he was born to run for his life towards that direction, wondering to himself why it wasn't following the sound. At this moment, Game urged him to hurry up and go fast. And after he and the monster centipede ran inside, he quickly went to lock the door. It turns out, this was all part of Game's plan. You fool, next life, be less obvious when you plot. At this moment, everyone else ran over. Where's Z? What happened, Game? Thank the gods, you're still okay. Then Game put on a face like his family had lost their ration book. Sorry, he made a noise, so it chased after him. It's in the pit now, but Jack was unfortunately caught by it, so I had to lock them both in. Listen, I don't need a reward. Tell your supervisor that I killed Jack. I can only express my respect for Jack's final sacrifice this way. May the gods witness Jack's courage. And so, they immediately believed him hook, line, and sinker. You're so talented, Game. We won't forget this. I'll just take my sister and go. May the gods bless you. And so, after they left, his sister curiously asked, "What's the truth? Did Jack really sacrifice himself?" Then he ignored her and replied, "Well, maybe it was just bad luck. It seems that centipede doesn't just follow sound, but smell too." Who knew? After hearing that, she didn't ask any more questions. Right, getting his karma is not surprising. Then they left. But the doubt in her mind could not be erased. Scene change, Rosa urged Game. What's wrong, brother, eat up. A plump bug was lying on the plate. He couldn't swallow this dish. Really, Goza, I can't. She still insisted, come on, Gem, it's your favorite dish. I even saved the head for you. Gem pushed the plate of food away. Goza, I can't. But Goza stuck a knife into the bug. She was determined to make Gem follow her orders and eat. He reluctantly agreed just to get it over with. Game brought the bug close to his mouth. He clenched his mouth shut so as not to make a sound. Game's eyes showed his horror. He couldn't possibly eat this horrifying thing. Gem looked at her with a pitiful expression. Rosa, She gripped the knife in her hand. I knew it. After the acid pit incident, I knew it. You are not Gem, are you? You are a demon. Even though he tried to explain, Goza put the knife down. I am not a demon. I can prove it. It seemed Rosa wasn't very convinced. Let's see. Game was a bit flustered, then he suddenly remembered something. Marin powder. She didn't understand what Game meant. What? I have a way to prove the truth. Marin powder. I will drink Marin powder, the one we got last year, mixed with holy water. Alright, according to the principle Gem mentioned, that should expel demons, right? If you catch on fire, my brother will just be a little crispy. But if nothing happens, you have to believe me, okay? Rosa was a bit hesitant. I don't know. He didn't hesitate to try it right away. Alright, let's do it that way. Let me find it. Game immediately sprinkled the powder into the cup. He wanted to make sure she wouldn't go back on her word. After I drink this, you have to believe I'm not a demon, okay? Rosa still held the knife tightly. Less talk, more action. Although he was panicking inside, on the outside, Game remained calm. I hope this whole exorcising evil spirits thing is just superstition. Otherwise, I'm really dead. His eyes changed. She couldn't help but worry. Game, what's wrong? Are you a demon? It turned out Game was just complaining that the drink tasted weird. It's gross. Rosa angrily punched him right in the face. Game, you idiot. Game was overjoyed. She called me game. You believe me now, huh? She stopped overthinking. It really is game. You're talking nonsense again. No, I am Tanakh, the multi-world dreamer. Rosa could only chuckle. Tanakh, huh? Of all the ones to choose, you pick the god of laziness? Jem chatted comfortably with her. So what? I like being lazy. Now Rosa was still full of doubt. Now I believe you are my brother. But why have you been so strange lately? Ever since you recovered, you've been like a different person. This time I'll tell you the truth, can you listen? Game thought carefully. Game's father had also said something like this before. Maybe telling Goza would make it easier to understand. He calmly sat down at the table. Jem admitted a truth. I have memories from another life. He himself had to doubt it. I'm not really sure what it is either. It feels like I was floating in a void. Then my body felt like it was swept away by a river into a region of light. After touching that light, I woke up with a headache, along with these foreign memories. Jem recounted the events he could remember. That's all I know, I swear to you. She jumped up and sat on the table. Oh my gods, do you know what that means, Jem? Since ancient times, gods and their warriors have been reincarnated in the bodies of mortals. They possess power beyond imagination, from inhuman strength, irresistible charisma, to the ability to change reality. After hearing that story, Game was a bit skeptical, pointing to himself and asking, so you think I'm one of the chosen ones? But Rosa wasn't sure either, hesitatingly asking, yes, I mean, it's been a long time since one has appeared. Do you have any special powers? He rested his chin on his hand, listing the things he could think of. You mean, can I run faster than an arrow? Am I stronger than a herd of horses? Can I leap across a deep chasm in a single step? Things like that? After hearing that, she nodded, indicating those were exactly the abilities. Rosa excitedly asked, so do I have them? Game shook his head and replied decisively, no. Hearing the answer, she hesitated a bit and replied, never mind. Maybe you're just a lost soul. Rosa spoke up to explain, a lost soul. Lost souls are those born with a second memory, but without powers. Very few of them achieve fame, unless they inherit the memories of great leaders or legendary craftsmen. After understanding the meaning of a lost soul, his voice had a hint of sadness. So, I really am a lost soul. Sorry to disappoint you. Hearing that, her expression darkened. She said in a tired voice, no, thank the gods. We don't need another chosen one. But Rosa, she said with some worry and a hidden tone, silently reminding Game, but please don't tell anyone about this, okay? If the supervisors find out you hold a secret about a treasure, do you know what will happen? His face became serious as he replied, I'll be tortured, killed, or experimented on, right? Hearing those gruesome words, she quickly covered her ears with her hands, screaming in fear, stop, I don't want to hear anymore. If you really do have some special ability, Game, please, never reveal it. Game crossed his arms, looking at Rosa's fearful appearance. His voice was full of confidence as he said, don't worry, I'm not stupid. I'd rather keep all 10 of my fingers and 10 toes. She brought a plate with something on it and placed it on the table, her voice worried as she said, if anyone sees you using your powers, I don't know what will happen. Hearing that, Game immediately imagined a scene where some goblin discovers his secret. He would immediately make him disappear. Just thinking about it, he felt it wasn't good at all, his face breaking out in a sweat. Game said with some confusion, yeah, I don't know either. Walking over to stand beside the table, he looked at Rosa and said softly, that's why I didn't want to tell you. I don't want to make you worry more. These words from Game eased her heart a little. She replied softly, I understand. Rosa turned and asked, so whose memories do you carry? You act like a noble, but you don't seem arrogant at all. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered things that had passed. Jem's eyes held a fleeting sadness, his voice tinged with regret. No, I am not a noble. These memories belong to another life, in another society. He was a dissenter, someone who tried to make his society better. She wiped her hands with a cloth, then continued to ask, what happened to him? He almost misspoke, stopping just in time to say, he made a mistake. Jem remembered the past memories, recounting that he was assassinated by the nobles who opposed what he was trying to do. After hearing this, Rosa's expression fell a bit as she said, I understand. Suddenly, she changed the subject. About another thing, you're not planning to do anything against the blue shirts, are you? Hearing Rosa's question, Game scoffed and said, how stupid do you think I am? As soon as he finished speaking, she looked at Game with judgmental eyes. Seeing Rosa's expression, he immediately looked away, his voice embarrassed as he replied, good point. Jem began to explain why he wouldn't fight against the blue shirts. But no. I'm not a warrior with weapons or armor, nor do I have an army or mages under my command. So I don't think I'll be overthrowing anyone. Finding it a bit hard to understand, she asked again, what's a mage? He explained softly, people who use magic like shamans, but with more method and less involvement with spirits. They focus more on magical energy. Hearing the explanation from Game, Rosa's face showed surprise as she exclaimed, you talk as if you know a lot about magic. At this moment, she realized something was not right and asked again, wait, you don't know magic, do you? He pointed to himself and questioned Rosa back, do you sense me using magic? With what she had sensed before, it made Rosa a bit confused, stammering, no, I don't think so. Jem pulled up a chair and sat down, speaking in a calm voice, then don't jump to conclusions. If I knew how to use magic, wouldn't you have sensed it already? That's why they keep us around, right? The Boga clan can sense magic, thanks to our lineage. We are useful, but also easily replaceable. Hearing that, she had to accept it and replied, that's right. Suddenly, Rosa called out to him with a worried voice, M. Her face darkened as she spoke in a grave tone, promise me one thing, okay? At this moment, he still didn't understand why Rosa had such an expression, exclaiming with a puzzled look, what? She looked at Game with sincere eyes, her lips pressed together lightly, her tone pleading. Please, don't change anymore, okay? Suddenly, he reached out his hand and said softly, come here. Unexpectedly, Game hugged Rosa tightly. She looked astonished, not understanding what was happening. He held her tightly, his voice gentle as he said, I promise, no matter what happens, I will always be your brother. Scene change. Rose petals floated gently in the wind. Vaughn suddenly woke up in a hospital bed. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight shining in, looking around in a daze and exclaiming in disbelief, This is... Brutus, seeing that Vaughn was awake and about to do something, ran over to stop him. Hey, don't move too much. You have a chest injury. Your condition is still critical. Continuing from the previous episode's events, Vaughn, now awake, saw the person in front of him and said in disbelief, uttering the name, Brutus. Hearing that he still recognized him, Brutus smiled and replied with a slightly arrogant tone, that's me. But Vaughn still couldn't understand what had happened. He put his hand on his forehead, questioning himself, was it all a dream? Sora asked, what did you dream about? He laughed loudly, then said, you wouldn't believe it. Vaughn, lying on the bed, spoke in a half-joking, half-serious tone, a chaotic dream about the other world, and then I even became a slave. The bright red roses next to the bed seemed to hint at something. He enthusiastically recounted what he had experienced in the dream. I wasn't even human, can you imagine? She looked over at him with a disbelieving expression and said, that sounds crazy. Vaughn had expected that, so he wasn't too surprised. He said calmly, I know, right? You two, give me a hand. I need to get out of bed and go to the council right now. As soon as he finished the sentence, Vaughn suddenly saw his hands turn into goblin hands, and the image before him suddenly blurred. His face was in disbelief. The shock left him speechless for a few moments. His eyes, which had just held a glimmer of joy, suddenly became lifeless. Vaughn coldly looked at his goblin hand, exclaiming in a sad voice, "What a disappointment." "This is the dream, right?" Brutus said awkwardly. His voice choked with emotion. "I'm sorry, my friend. There's nothing we can do." His eyes couldn't hide the sadness and disappointment. He hesitated. I miss you too so much." Sora's face also showed sadness at not being able to fight alongside Vaughn. She said with a regretful voice, "We miss you too. You'll live well in this new life, right? Promise me." Hearing that, he couldn't stay down forever. Vaughn roused his own spirits, smiling and replying with a confident voice, "I will. You can trust me." Before they completely disappeared, the two of them left a final piece of advice, with absolute trust. "Change this world for the better." He laughed, saying jokingly, "Is that a question? You too, of all people, should know that I will shake this world to its very core." Suddenly, Brutus pointed to one side and said, "We'll be back to visit you, my friend." Vaughn's gaze stopped on Game. Brutus continued, "But for now, he will accompany you." Game looked at him with a vacant stare. He frowned, his voice slightly annoyed. "Game? Really? Couldn't it have been someone less troublesome?" Game walked from the head of the bed towards Vaughn. He looked at him with a disagreeable expression. Sensing that his words had hurt Game, he shouted angrily, "Hey, I have feelings too, you know." He glanced over and asked, "So you're still here, right?" Game shrugged and said sarcastically, "Of course. This is my body, after all." Vaughn said in a serious tone, "Sorry, Gem. But a team can only have one leader. You need to rest for a bit." But he pointed to himself and protested, "But this is my body." He nodded and smiled faintly, saying softly, "And I will take good care of it. But we both know you can't change your life. I, on the other hand, can." Hearing Vaughn's words, Gem's eyes became thoughtful as he hesitated. I guess that's true." Suddenly, he reached out and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Vaughn looked at Game with a determined gaze, offering words of encouragement. "Be optimistic, Game. You will be remembered for a long time." Hearing that, he said earnestly, "Can you do one thing for me? Be honest with my sister. I don't want to see her get hurt." He replied with a voice full of confidence, "I've never had a sister, but I will take care of her as if she were my own kin. I promise you that. I will make this world better." Suddenly, a hint of sadness flickered in Vaughn's eyes, and his voice faltered, "For you and for her." Hearing his certainty, Game smiled brightly and replied, "Then I will put my trust in you, Lep." "Thank you." Vaughn also quickly replied with a grateful tone, "No, Game. Thank you." A rose petal fell. The flow of time changed once again. The dawn broke behind the mountain ranges, starting a new day. Scene change, Game and Rosa walked to some place. Here, he saw his own kind. She gently pushed his arm and said in a teasing voice, "I can't believe you woke up before me this morning. You even cleaned up and made breakfast. Were you a servant in your past life?" Hearing that, Game frowned and cleared his throat, calling out, "Goza." Rosa laughed with a look of delight and replied, "Just kidding. I won't tease you about those things anymore." Suddenly, from behind the two of them, someone's voice called out his name loudly, "Hey, Game." They both turned their heads in surprise. After they turned around, they saw it was Kui. He walked over and greeted them with a surprised look. "Well, what a surprise. I thought you were dead." Rosa's face lit up with joy as she called out loudly, "Kui," while Gem smiled and replied to Kui's joke, "Not yet, and not anytime soon if I have anything to say about it." She excitedly ran over, chirping and telling him what had happened. "Kui, sir, you won't believe what happened yesterday. You know Jack from Group 3? He found Game, and..." As he watched Rosa's familiarity with Kui, he mentally recalled the man's history. Kui is a supervisor, a friend of Game and Goza's father, Gat. He has taken care of the two of them since their parents died 2 years ago in an attack by hobgoblins. It's strange to see a supervisor being close to a slave, but there are good people everywhere. Suddenly, Kui spoke up and asked Game, "Is it true you helped take down the centipede?" Game shrugged and replied with an obvious tone, "I just ran faster than them." Hearing the answer, he burst out laughing and said, "That's game for you. I know no one can run as fast as you." Kui started assigning work to the two of them. "Good to hear. I don't want to waste points just for you to be lazy. There's a lot of work to do today. Goza, the mushroom farm needs you. As for you, Game." The two of them stood at attention, receiving their tasks for the day. Scene change. A long line of slave-level goblins were standing in line. Everyone held tools, ready to head to the mines. Over here, Kiki was whispering evil schemes. Then he says he has no points. But he has a sister, and well, he said with a mocking tone, "We accept all kinds of payment." Then suddenly, Jack's arm grabbed Kiki's neck forcefully. He used great force to slam his head to the ground, causing Kiki to cough up strawberry syrup. His eyes were sharp and full of anger, his deep, hoarse voice hiding a terrible threat. "I already said it. No women." He was terrified, his voice trembling as he stammered, "I'm sorry, I. He said, "You are one of us. You don't buy from them, and you don't sell to them." Hen walked over, reaching out his hand to stop Jack. "Jack, let him go. If he's injured, the supervisors will ask questions." Hearing this, Jack said nothing, looking at him with cold, sharp eyes. His eyes seemed to say, "Shut your stinking mouth." Seeing that look from Jack, Hem froze, his lips pressed together, his eyes a little wary. At this moment, he let go of Kiki. He knelt on the ground, coughing up pools of strawberry syrup with a pained expression. Vac turned around and let out a threat, "Next time, I'll throw you to the hobgoblins." He sat down next to Kiki and said softly, "Sorry, the boss is very strict about women. His father died early, and his mother had to do extra work on the side to support the family." Hearing that, he became a little curious. "She's dead?" He recalled his past and mumbled, "Yes, she got the black spot. It's curable, but it requires points. The boss tried to collect points to treat her, but all her old clients avoided her." He looked towards the green goblins and said, "No green skin would dare admit they had fun with a gray skin." He looked at Jack's face, which showed deep resentment, and then spoke up to remind him, "The boss is still bitter about that." He walked over to him, hesitating before advising the boss. "You have to stop. If you don't control yourself, we will lose more men to VG's hands." He then turned and asked about the one named Kiki. "Did you tell him the rules earlier?" Hem immediately affirmed with certainty. "Yes, I told them all. They can steal and run amok as much as they want, but they are not to touch the women." At this point, he also explained why there were a few men like him. "They know, but they are men, aren't they? There isn't enough blood to fuel both heads at the same time." He paid no attention to what Hem had just said. Jack stood by his point and said decisively, "I don't need that kind of filth in my gang. Get rid of him." He quickly spoke up to defend Kiki, "Boss, don't be like that. Let it go. Without men, there is no gang, and we are already lagging behind VG." Just then, he saw Vet and said with a somewhat contemptuous look, "Look, it's your favorite little bug. He's back." At that moment, on his side, it seemed he was having a problem with some other men. Hem saw Vet standing up to protect the weak and said with some surprise, "Where did this bug find some guts?" He was a bit puzzled. "I've never understood why you hate that kid so much." Jack said nothing, but there was something hard to explain in his eyes. Seeing Vet's posture of protecting others at that moment made Jack feel a certain way. He recalled Vet's appearance as a child when he was bullied by others, the fearful, sobbing look on his face. When Vet was about to get hit by the bullies, he could only shut his eyes tightly, clutching the food in his arms, ready to take a beating from them. But Vet waited, and still nothing happened. He gathered all his courage to peek open one eye. Vet's face was now filled with surprise. The young Jack had dealt with the small fry bullies in the blink of an eye. He extended a hand to help him up, simultaneously saving Vet from the bullies. But after that incident, something happened that made Jack realize a saying. Doing good deeds often brings retribution. I learned that on the day I helped Vet. Continuing from the previous part, Jack recounted the past when he and Vet were still close brothers. Vet wasn't like me, but we were still brothers. Over the years, the two of them gradually grew up together. Whatever Jack had, he had too. But one day, everything came to an end. A goblin army appeared. Through his narration, during the annual expedition down to the lower levels to destroy the hiplings and other beasts, Vet and I led the charge with VG and his soldiers. The goblins thought we would die for them, but I had trained my men to save their own lives. They faced off against the spider monsters. Everyone worked together to achieve a glorious victory. Going inside, he and Vet saw a brilliant light, like a forest inside the cave. Trees grew everywhere. The goblin army slowly advanced inside. When we set up camp, they divided the army into scout teams. My group was sent to the farthest end, gone to the nearby lake, and VG went to the other side of the cave. Despite his worried expression, Jack's face showed excitement about being on the front lines. Knowing I had to go to the most dangerous place, Vet asked to go with Gon. Wanting Vet to be as safe as possible, he sent him off with another group. I wanted him to be safe, so I agreed immediately. As Jack had predicted, and I had guessed right, a swarm of hiplings ambushed us, forcing us to fight our way out. After that attack, many people were injured, and their sensitivity and alertness to their surroundings became more tense. The scene changes. Now, he seemed to see something terrifying, making Jack's face turn pale with a mix of shock and astonishment. Gold's group was massacred, and Vet had completely vanished. One of them spotted something from behind the bushes. When he went to check, Jack saw a small footprint. Immediately, he led his group like a speeding arrow towards the footprint left in the mud. I didn't care who had taken him. I just wanted my brother back. When they arrived, Jack saw a goblin with a figure exactly like Vet. He was heartbroken and couldn't believe his eyes. Jack slowly approached to check. But before he could check the condition of his wound, with his keen senses, Jack realized something was rushing towards him. With a single fluid motion, he easily caught the spear. Jack's eyes now became furious. Gritting his teeth, he used his hand strength to break the spear. On the other side, VG brought his men and signaled them to surround them. We were outnumbered 2-1, but my soldiers knew how to fight, and theirs didn't. Just one axe was enough to shatter those shrimp-like minions like the spear from before. His gaze suddenly shifted. At that moment, he and his army charged forward heroically. Jack's face showed furious anger. His eyes widened, looking at them without a shred of fear. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain from his side. Jack collapsed, along with a bleeding wound. His eyes were filled with shock. Jack slowly looked up. He couldn't believe that the one who had stabbed him from behind was Vet himself. I was so foolish and blind. The goblin army formed a defensive formation. Suddenly, one jumped high, a spear in hand. It threw it hard towards the outside, hitting an enemy soldier. After throwing, it landed steadily on the ground. Looking behind, it seemed to see something and became alarmed. It quickly called its comrades and pointed in that direction. Jack kneeled before VG. Vet held Jack, and with Jack in his grasp, he shouted threateningly, "Stop. If you want him to live, then stop." The goblins under Jack's command hesitated. Jack was restrained by Vet. He was disappointed and struggled to ask him, why. Vet replied with a scornful smirk, "Sorry, Jack. Being your friend would never get me the life I want." VG made a better offer. Jack, hurt, stammered, "But we are brothers." Vet's eyes were dangerous. He growled angrily, "Brothers? You really think so?" In his memory, Jack sat on a chair, surrounded by girls, with servants attending to him. Vet sat hidden among the crowd. He thought resentfully, everything is so easy for you. Women, friends, power. And I can only live in your shadow. But then I realized I had something precious, something everyone desires but few have. Your trust. And I used it to get what I really wanted. Vet went to negotiate with VG, who pointed his weapon at him. Returning to the present, Vet mocked Jack contemptuously. Don't worry, I'll tell your sister you died saving the whole group from the hiplings. He leaned close to his ear and asked, she'll be very grateful, you know. And she has such a beautiful body. For a moment, the image turned black and white. Jack's silhouette appeared clearly with an axe. He laughed maniacally. Sensing something unusual from Jack, Vet took a step back in suspicion. VG, standing behind it all, said viciously, only a fool boasts before his opponent is truly dead. Stop this foolishness and finish him. Vet rubbed his hands together awkwardly. I thought you would prefer to deliver the final blow yourself, sir. VG ignored his words and continued to preach. A warrior dying at the hands of a traitor sounds like an epic poem, don't you think? Vet, hearing him, hesitantly affirmed his words. Of course, sir. Then he raised the knife and said, Goodbye, Jack. Don't worry, I'll be a good friend and cherish what you leave behind. Jack suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the handle of his weapon. He swung it up, revealing a sharp axe blade. With just one strike, he cut off both of Vet's hands. His eyes looked at him, showing pure brutality. His voice was filled with rage. I'll deal with you later. Jack rushed towards two nearby goblins, causing them to panic. They shouted one after another, Boss, what should we do? Boss! A murderous aura emanated from Jack. He slashed wildly. He has handed you over to me. The old men on the enemy side showed clear fear. With VG's departure, his underlings were scattered like dust by Jack's group. Immediately after, Jack carried Vet to a place that made him babble ceaselessly. Jack, my friend, please spare me. I was forced. If I refused, they would kill everyone I care about. Hearing this, Jack coldly threw back a sentence. Then you should have killed yourself. Jack made him sit on the ground and said, Goodbye. Do better in your next life, Vet. Vet was confused. What? What do you mean? As soon as he finished speaking, Vet heard the cries of some animal, which terrified him. Mutated creatures appeared one after another. Jack turned and walked away, leaving behind Vet's pleas for help. Vet, help me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jack thought coldly, compassion is a luxury. That's the lesson Vet taught me. I will never make that mistake again. The scene changes to Jem's location. Hem saw Jack return and asked agitatedly, Jack, boss, should we intervene? We can't let VG's trash run wild in our territory. Hearing him, Jack, annoyed, said without hesitation, leave it. Some people have to learn to stand up for themselves the hard way. Everyone turned their backs, leaving Jem with the two henchmen. Jack stood to one side, discussing the scene before them. You can't turn a mouse into a hornet. The woman beside him spoke up, asking him, children, aren't they? They think a few pretty words will change the world. Should we help him? Jack turned his face away and answered emotionlessly, leave it. Let him wise up a bit, or die. Whichever comes first. Boss, the woman thought carefully and then agreed with Jack. Let the others torture him first, then we'll show up like saviors. A good idea, boss. VG's henchman held a sharp whetstone in his hand. He said with interest, now's your chance to beg, you weakling. If you do, we'll make it quick. Maybe. Jem's face was grim as he growled, so what if we're weak? The other guy, hearing this, flinched and stepped back. Jem continued his fiery speech. Does that mean we have to kneel in the mud and let you step on us? Everyone who heard this was stunned and listened to him. Abusing our loved ones, turning our lives into a nightmare. He powerfully raised his hand towards everyone. No, I refuse to live like that. When I was about to die, my life flashed before my eyes. Do you know what I saw? The fat guy hiding behind the skinny one asked curiously, what did you see? Jem answered firmly, nothing. I saw nothing at all. He calmly recounted, I saw a life not worth a spit on the ground. A life of constant labor, every day just to get nothing in return. Living like a slave is not living. It's hell. And that hell lasts until we die. And I realized one thing. Since I'm already in hell, why not fight back? What do I have left to lose? Jem turned to the crowd and asked, what do we have left to lose? He didn't hesitate and rallied them with spirit. Are we weak? Yes. Are we sometimes cowardly? Also yes. But if we fight together, we can do the impossible. So, brothers and sisters, I ask you to lend me your strength, and I will lend you mine. I will be your sword and your shield, and together, we will reclaim our dignity. The crowd was persuaded by his words. Everyone chanted his name, Jem. Jem. One of them shouted in alarm, warning Jem, watch out. He agilely dodged the tall, skinny guy's sneak attack. The man seemed to realize something. A small cut appeared on Jem's arm. The tall, skinny guy, seeing this, swung his arms wildly, but Jem dodged them all. He suddenly counterattacked, taking the man down with one blow. After it was done, Jem calmly spoke. One down. Where's the other one? His eyes looked towards the crowd. The fat one had been beaten to a pulp by them. Seeing this, Jem excitedly shouted, see, my brothers? VG is nothing. He and his men are just a few, but we are countless. Follow me, and I swear on my life that he will never threaten us again. Suddenly, applause rang out. This made Jem look towards Jack. He looked at Jem and said seriously, Jem, we need to talk. Goza's figure ran hastily. Her small hand pulled back the curtain that had once shielded Jem. She stepped inside and pulled the curtain shut. Goza anxiously asked loudly, what have you done? Jem asked back, bewildered, what did I do? Goza lost her composure and said in a rush, don't play dumb. Everyone is talking about it. Why were you so foolish as to kill VG's men? Jem calmly bandaged the wound on his hand and replied, that? It was necessary. Goza was confused. Why? Why was it necessary to kill them? He replied nonchalantly, to make a friend. Hearing Jem's answer, she was confused and continued to ask, to make a friend? Who kills people to make friends? He pointed to a nearby chair and told Goza, sit down. She was furious at her brother's indifference. Her gaze towards him became sharp. Jem, seeing this, sighed in resignation. Suit yourself. A diagram appeared in his mind. At the same time, he explained to Goza, we need allies to survive. And in this part of the mine, there are only two ruling powers. Jack and Virgo. Jack is strong, but Virgo has the support of the supervisors and his henchmen, so his position is more stable. Actually, if a monster wants influence, Virgo's side is clearly the one to join. But because Virgo has so many henchmen, the internal competition is too fierce. At best, I could only become a disposable soldier who dies for him. Jem remembered Jack's confident figure. But Jack is different. Jack's position is weaker, and I know Jack would accept me as an ally, as long as I bring some value. So, I gave him a performance he needed to see. And when I had something to offer, he came to me. Of course, not everything went according to plan. The memory of deciding the fate of the fat man became vivid. The fat man was forced to kneel. He pleaded miserably, please, by the grace of Shai, please let me go. Hem coldly raised a sharp object, preparing for the execution. But suddenly Jem stepped in to stop the action. Jack witnessed the scene and frowned. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jem turned back and said seriously, I think we should let him go. Jack anxiously reminded him, is this a joke? If we spare him, he'll be back here tomorrow. And this time, it will be your head or your sister's head that's gone. Jem shook his head, denying what Jack said. He began to present his opinion. Listen, whether we kill him or not, I've offended VG enough for him to hunt me to the ends of the earth. But showing mercy to a victim of this life full of suffering cannot be a crime. There will be times when we hit rock bottom, plunged into the abyss and forced to find any way to become stronger. Some of us even do terrible things out of desperation. Jem turned his head to look at the fat man and said confidently, I believe that any monster should be given at least one chance to atone. Because even when we sink into darkness, we can still swim back to the surface on our own. He patted the fat man's shoulder and asked him, Can you still swim, my friend? The fat man hesitated and groaned. He tilted his head to look at his comrades. He was afraid. He was afraid that what happened to his friend would happen to him. Fear turned into determination. He said firmly and loudly, I can swim. I can swim. Jem continued to persuade Jack. I know this isn't easy for you, but we must prove that we are different from VG. And what message is stronger than the one sent to VG? Jem's words to Jack made him frown and ponder. But with Jack's skeptical look, Jem showed that he was not in a weak position. Hem witnessed the whole process. He laughed with interest and said to Jem, You're playing a dangerous game, kid. I like it. This made Jem hesitate and reply, Thanks. Realizing he didn't know his name, Hem cheerfully introduced himself, Hem Gan, but you can call me Hem. That's what the brave ones call me. And you're very brave. Hearing this, Jem quickly said, Thanks, Hem, then turned back to persuade Jack. Please, Jack, can you let him go? Hem trusted Jem and spoke up for him. I think we should listen to this kid, boss. He's got guts. Jack pondered for a moment, then sighed in resignation. Jack's arm rose high, and he declared, It's your funeral. At this, the fat man frantically looked around, then stood up and ran away. Reaching the cave entrance, he stopped. The fat man turned back and said to Jem, Thank you, friend. After saying that, he turned and left. Jem proudly boasted to Jack, See? There's still hope. Jack, feeling annoyed, looked away and muttered, You're crazy. Some people in the back began to whisper. I can't believe he let him go. See? I told you. Jem paid them no mind and winked at Jack, saying, Or maybe this place has lived on fear for too long. He frowned in resignation and replied, You might be right. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you two done with your little drama? Toast appeared with a serious demeanor, causing everyone to panic in surprise. Someone shouted, It's the supervisor. Jack saw him and was like a mouse seeing a cat. He worriedly stammered, Supervisor, we. Jem, on the side, was delighted and loudly called his name. He happily went to shake Toast's hand. The two talked, and Toast spoke first. Hello, Jem. How's Goza? Jem replied, She's fine. I'll tell her you asked. We're done here. Toast turned to everyone. He roared angrily, All right, you lazy bunch, the show's over. Get back to work. And if you fall behind schedule again, you'll taste the whip. Seeing that, Jack whispered to Jem, Isn't he angry? Jem glanced at him and said calmly, He's a family friend. But he will be angry if we stand here any longer. Do you have a place to talk? The flashback ends here. Jem continued telling Goza, In the end, Jack realized the times were changing and decided to side with me instead of against me. He offered to protect me from VG and support me in establishing my own faction. Goza was curious. And what does he get? Jem answered nonchalantly, I agreed to become his vassal and manage the buffer zone between his territory and VG's. Hearing that, Goza asked helplessly, So you're the new gang leader? Isn't that what you wanted? No. Whoever you are, Jem calmly confirmed her speculation. You're right. I can't protect the people I love without power. And I'm not strong enough to do it on my own. I need others to support me. Finishing his words, he pointed at Goza and added a sentence, including you, Goza. Hearing that, she asked suspiciously, sentence by sentence, is he still a part of you? My brother. Jem's expression changed quickly, and he replied, he is. And he loves you very much, in an annoying way. Goza's sharp and serious eyes looked straight at him. What's your name? Your real name? Jem, flustered, stepped back and said, do we still have to do this? If I say my real name and I'm a demon, I'll be forced to hide to avoid revealing it. Otherwise, I'll be bound to you as a servant. Goza continued to ask, is that so? Then say it, before I go find a nun. Faced with her sharpness, Jem had no choice but to agree. All right. His name is Leonard Aaron Vandersteen, but people call him Lep. Knowing this, Goza seriously commanded him, all right, Lep, hit yourself. Jem looked at his fist, trembling. Then he joked, no, that's not happening. Goza smiled brightly and said, that's good enough for me. Elsewhere, the fat man ran forward hastily. He remembered the hand that saved him and the words, will you swim, my friend? The fat man remembered his past. He had a wife and 2 children. Until one day, his family was cornered. Gioma's large henchman looked at his wife with a lustful gaze. The fat man and his wife were terrified. The fat man finally found the courage to speak up and protect his small family. A hand rested on his shoulder. The henchman with bangs was interested in the fat man. The fat man was dragged away by them, leaving his wife and children behind. He was taken and made to kneel before someone. Gioma looked at him coldly with contempt. Then he sighed. He waved his hand as if agreeing to take the fat man in. Next came times of robbery and drinking. In the end, he left his wife and children to fool around, making them sad. The scene changes to the 3 of them drinking together. Then came the time Jem took out the big guy from their group of 3. That scene repeated itself again. Can you swim, my friend? A fat man held his head against a wall, regretting his actions and saying, what have I done with my life? He remembered his wife and 2 children. Huga, I can fix this. You'll see. We'll leave this place and start a new life. I promise. He lifted his spirits. Running forward, he shouted, I will swim. Inside the bustling cave market, some were selling their loot, others were socializing and chatting. Goza hurriedly shouted, I'm not done yet, Jem. Ignoring his sister, he looked around with interest and said, are you going to stay here all morning? I'm just speeding up the process. I need to save money. Hearing him say that, she got angry. Because someone keeps hoarding all his rewards. Jem, restless, quickly explained, I'm saving up for a wooden door for our cave. Goza, exasperated, said in a rush, and how many times have I told you? We don't need a door. We live next to the guard post. Who's going to bother us? Besides, you receive tributes, don't you? Don't you extort from the workers like everyone else? Jem, putting on a righteous air, began to explain to his sister, it's not like that. Jack didn't give me this area because it's a gold mine. He gave it to me because he barely got anything from it. If anything, I saved him money by taking it off his hands. Goza looked at Jem with suspicion. So why did you take it if it was such a bad deal? Confidence rose within him. From humble beginnings, great things will arise. Just you wait, I will. Before he could finish, a loud call echoed from a distance. Sir Jem! Sir Jem! Jem pointed towards the person who had just arrived, still panting, and introduced him. Goza, this is my new subordinate, Bon. What's the matter, Bon? He reported with a serious expression, Sir Jem, Jack just sent word. They've just announced a new expedition down to the lower levels. Vaughn managed to finish his last sentence. In 2 weeks. This made Jem and Goza become pensive. At the secret base, Vaughn was commanding his warriors in training. He stood to one side, shouting, attack. Immediately, all the spears pointed in one direction in unison. Perhaps their movements weren't quite right. Vaughn commanded them again. The entire group simultaneously repeated the action, raised. The morale this time doesn't seem to be showing clearly. Vaughn shouts again. A bunch of scrawny people perform the same action once more, like pre-programmed, mass-produced robots. This time it seems better. Vaughn doesn't continue. He shouts loudly, "Attention, raise your spears." Vaughn turns and speaks respectfully to Gen. "They are ready for your inspection, sir." Behind them, the soldiers stand at attention. One hand holds a spear, the other is raised in a military salute. Gen looks at them for a moment, then says to him, "Thanks, Vaughn. Let's go see what they're doing." Gen's golden eyes glance in one direction, holding an unreadable depth. In the direction of his gaze, two soldiers in the fifth row can be seen not being serious. They are discussing a topic that seems very interesting, laughing and talking as if they'd forgotten the world. Not letting this situation continue in this place, Gen lunges forward like a shot arrow. He kicks the leg of a spear belonging to a soldier closest to him. The soldier, suddenly having his support kicked away, immediately loses his balance and stumbles. Gen sternly reminds the other soldier. By now, he is standing at attention, his face lowered in an expression of remorse. The other one, however, couldn't stand. His center of gravity was thrown off by the sudden physical impact, and he was currently falling face first onto the damp basement floor. These are weapons, not toys. When you stand at attention, your eyes look straight ahead. Your mouth stays shut. "Understood?" he says. Then he turns to give their punishment instructions to Vaughn. Each person does 40 push-ups. Assign someone to supervise. And have the remaining recruits begin combat training. Vaughn startles reflexively, replying without thinking, "Yes, sir." The soldiers are divided into two teams, standing opposite each other, preparing to practice. Gen sits on one side, observing. They charge into combat. Finally, a relatively positive result is achieved. He concludes, "I tried to teach them simple combat tactics, and it seems they understand the idea." That good feeling lasts only for a moment. In the end, Gen still can't help but speak his mind. But in the end, they're still just minors. It's no surprise they were easily defeated by the goblins. His soldiers, despite being taught basic tactics, are no match for the goblins. When facing them, they can only resort to the 36th stratagem to preserve their numbers: run to avoid being attacked. Gen rests his elbows on his thighs, his hand supporting his chin as he sighs and continues, "The expedition's guide was injured, and thanks to that, we've bought more time. But it's still not enough." Vaughn's face darkens, and he remains silent. He somewhat understands Gen's mood and sighs. After a while, Vaughn breaks the silence. He asks, somewhat timidly like a new bride in her husband's home, "Gen, sir. I've never fought before, but I've seen some soldiers fight with slings. And would it be better if we had ranged weapons?" Gen watches the recruits train, answering without turning his head, "Perhaps. But wood suitable for making bows is very hard to find. The stingy upper class and the detestable goblins have a monopoly on that type of wood." Vaughn is panicked by the volume, which has no hint of suppression and is as calm and steady as if they were discussing how the weather is nice today, not military strategy. He glances around and says in a low voice, "Sir, please don't speak so loudly." Gen understands Vaughn's feelings. But he is in a state of helplessness, with no enthusiasm to do anything or to try to keep anything a secret. And perhaps to him, it wouldn't matter even if someone heard this, because he himself hasn't found a solution to this problem yet. He rests his chin on his hand again and lets out a long sigh. Gen replies, "I'm not a fool, Vaughn. I'm just feeling desperate. I don't know what I'd give for an assault rifle right now." Vaughn suggests, "Why not use slings and javelins?" Gen has now sat up straight, no longer propping his chin and sighing. He crosses his arms. He shares his idea with him. Most rocks are too weak to penetrate the hide of a monster, and the bogies can't carry too many javelins. However, I think if we get a little creative, we could put something in the empty space inside the javelins. Couldn't we? Vaughn, in that moment, couldn't fully grasp Gen's meaning. He asks again, put something in the empty space? What could we possibly do? Gen replies, you'd be surprised. He explains his idea. You can fill them with all sorts of surprises. For example, paralyzing poison, sleeping powder. You can choose freely. You could even fill them with oil and burn the enemy. Everything would be perfect if we could do that. But harsh reality slaps him in the face, making him realize the current situation. Gen returns to his initial gloomy, desperate state. He sighs wearily. Unfortunately, all of those things cost money. And I've spent everything we had on wooden armor and wooden helmets for the warriors. Vaughn replies in a cheerful voice, the warriors love them, sir. Gen replies, I understand. Gen rests his chin on his hand and wishes, if only we had metal bullets for the slings. That would be much more effective. Vaughn asks him, so, would lead bullets be effective? Gen replies, absolutely. A good lead bullet can pierce a helmet. But even though we can buy lead ore, we don't have anyone to cast it. Vaughn opens up a very promising path forward. Actually, sir, I think I know someone who can. Gen's eyes widen in astonishment as he looks at Vaughn. He shoots straight up and asks him, you can do it? He explains, he's an exile that my father saved a long time ago. I'll ask him to help us. But he won't work for free. Pausing for a moment, Vaughn continues, the only thing I'm sure of is that it won't cost much. With a viable path ahead, Gen feels a surge of strength and jumps to his feet. With both hands on his hips, he says enthusiastically, all right, that's fine. Let's go meet him right now. Vaughn scratches his head and hands, saying awkwardly, yes, about that. Sir, he doesn't want anyone to know about him except my family and a few others. If I take you to see him, I'll be in big trouble. Gen's earlier excitement immediately deflates by half with Vaughn's words. He sits down. So that's how it is. I guess he's too proud to let others see how far he's fallen. Vaughn apologizes, I'm sorry about this, sir. Gen has no intention of blaming him. He consoles him instead. It's okay, Vaughn. Go negotiate a deal with him. These lead bullets will be a major turning point. Yes. Vaughn raises his hand to his forehead, standing at attention to receive the order. Yes, sir. With that, he leaves immediately. At the same time, the two soldiers from before have also finished their punishment. They drag themselves over, and although exhausted and out of breath, they manage to say, we've completed our push-up punishment, Sir Gen. Gen turns to the two soldiers and says, good. I have a mission for you too. Do you know where the acid pits are in the Forbidden Caves? Although they don't understand, the two soldiers answer honestly, yes, their voices weak and listless. Hearing this, Gen encourages them, come on. You two go get a few more men and some rope. We're about to take a little trip. Gen stands before a monster with a wide mouth and sharp, spiky teeth. The two soldiers with him and Vaughn are scared to death upon seeing it. Their faces turn pale with fear as they retreat a few steps. One of them can't help but ask, what is this? They are still as frightened as before, the fear on their faces growing more pronounced with no sign of abating. Seeing this, Gen speaks to reassure them. It's dead. Don't worry. The soldier in charge of dragging the monster out asks him, where should we put it? Gen points and says, put it there, leaning against the wall. Vaughn curiously asks him, sir, what is this? Gen replies, an old friend we're about to put to use. Do you have the samples I requested? Without waiting for him to answer, Gen is already holding the product from the person who will cast the lead bullets for him. After examining it for a while, Gen offers his assessment. Their weight and shape are quite good. Vaughn adds, he is very proud of his work, sir. Gen, looking as if he already knew, replies, I can see that from these patterns. Gen makes a request to Vaughn, "Give me a sling, and we'll test it." With the sling in hand, Gen places the exquisitely patterned bullet into the rubber pouch in the center. Gen powerfully swings the sling. The cord spins in a circle in the air like a ceiling fan. His target is the dead monster. Having built up enough momentum, Gen puts force into his wrist and shoots. The bullet tears through the air at an astonishing speed. Finally, it flies straight into the monster's philtrum and stays there. Vaughn asks him, "How is it, sir?" Gen stares at the bullet he just fired. He says, "I think we need a few more tests." Then Gen gives an order. "Vaughn, distribute the remaining samples to the others. Let them know whoever shoots the deepest gets 10 points." Hearing about the 10 points, Vaughn points to himself and stammers for a long time before managing to say, "Can I try to, sir? I used to be the best rock shooter in this area when I was a kid." Gen doesn't object. "All right, show them how it's done." Gen once again plays the role of the observer. He says a concluding sentence about a bright future. Even a bogey child can use a sling to hunt for food. This will be a turning point. Vaughn, as if invigorated by chicken blood, is fired up to give it a try. But perhaps the final result is not very promising. Gen encourages him, "Better luck next time, Vaughn. Just practice harder." Vaughn, dejected, replies, "Yes, sir." Even his voice carries a sense of overwhelming disappointment. Not letting him stay discouraged for too long, Gen calls him, "Vaughn." He looks up at Gen without saying anything, his meaning clear. He's ready for his commander's orders and will just listen and follow. Gen instructs him, "Let him know we need a lot of bullets. As many as possible. But skip the decorative patterns. We don't have time for that." Vaughn finally brightens up again. He happily replies, "Yes, sir," and immediately rushes off. Seeing Vaughn leave cheerfully, Rosa, standing next to Gen, can't help but remark, "Looks like someone had a fun day." Gen then changes the subject to something completely unrelated. "It would be better if you let me buy a wooden door for our house, Rosa." Rosa raises her hand to object, her normal attitude shifting to annoyed and irritable. "How many times have I told you this? We can't afford a new door." With that, Rosa covers her face, distressed. "Do you know what happened to me today? The supervisor told me to take it easy because I'm overworking myself to earn points." Gen scratches his head and asks, "So that means?" Rosa grabs him by the collar and yells, "It's bad, Gen, it's very bad. The person in charge of working us to death told me to take care of my health." After venting all the day's burdens, Rosa lets go of his collar, turning her back to him. Gen coaxes her, "Look, Rosa. I know you have to carry everything by yourself. It's very hard. But it's all for our future." Finally, to end the topic, Rosa turns back and replies, "Whatever." When they get home, Gen quickly speaks up, "Hey, let me cook dinner." "You just rest. At least I can." Before he can finish his sentence, both of them are bewildered by a strange smell. Rosa reacts faster, asking, "What is that smell?" Immediately after, not knowing what she saw, Rosa screams in terror. Only then does Gen get a clear look at what's in front of them. Rosa turns her face away, unable to look directly at the spot. She cries out uncontrollably. Rosa sits down and throws up everything in her stomach. Gen is beside her, rubbing her back and saying, "Maybe we'll get that door after all." Virgil is lost in a memory of when he was a child, confused by the sounds made by the group of people. He is drawn to the fragrant and appealing pile of food laid out before him. A man, stuffing food into his throat, sees him drooling and scoffs, "That hungry kid." Another man sitting next to him quickly adds, "What has he done to deserve to eat? Let him find his own food." At that, the boy's stepfather steps forward, grabs him by the collar, and throws him away. He aggressively says, "Get out and find some scraps, kid. Earn your own place." Virgil thinks to himself, "When I was a child, I thought life was only suffering. My stepfather was the gang leader in the area where I lived. When he looked at me, he only saw my mother's past and his own failures. And those who hated my father took out their anger on me. They just left Virgil, who was just a child at the time, to fend for himself in society to find food. After some time, when I was old enough, my parents sold me to the arena to pay off their gambling debts. Every night, Virgil had to ignore everything and steel himself to fight other young people to survive. He lived in a scene of gore, day after day. It reached the point where a child had to tremble and kneel, opening his mouth to beg him, "Please have mercy, please." Virgil stands still, panting heavily. He furrows his brow and thinks, "I have no mercy to give. His life means my death." The compassion in Virgil's heart gradually faded. He ultimately, heartlessly, brought his sword down, killing the child. He silently falls into thought. Where I lived, rat fights were common. The children in this area often entertained themselves by catching hungry rats and making them fight to the death for scraps of food. Just like me. The weak were forced to fight to entertain the strong. But one night, I saw something. A companion was poking a motionless rat with a small stick. It aggressively shouted, "Get up and fight." Suddenly, another rat, in retaliation and revenge, lunged forward and bit the other kid's hand. That kid was terrified, frantically screaming, "Get away from me." Then, the kid quickly regained the upper hand, knocking the rat down and stomping it to death. Virgil watched everything from a distance. His eyes were wide open. He pursed his lips and thought, seeing that creature fight back, I suddenly realized that if even an animal cannot accept this life of slavery, then how can I? It knew it couldn't win but still fought. It died as a rat, not a slave. Virgil gradually clenches his fists. He thinks to himself, if a rat has so much courage and determination, why can't I? Virgil's eyes gradually light up with the fire of determination. He constantly reminds himself, that day, I cast off the binding chains. And I live by only one rule, my own. Then one day, he discreetly drugged his parents without anyone seeing. Virgil blinks, looking at his parents. He silently thinks, if my parents had been more observant, they could have avoided this fate. Virgil doesn't even regret his actions. He coldly thinks, I prepared everything very carefully. They will never wake up again. They taught me the rules of life in this world. So I took back everything they had. Virgil raises a blood-stained axe, his face showing a look of utter indifference. He thinks to himself, their strength, their lives, and even their skin. He stands on a high platform, looking down at the kids below. He shouts loudly, tonight, you have witnessed the death of this old pig. Now tell me, who do you want to serve? A sound cuts through Virgil's train of thought and memories. Virgil lowers the flute from his hand and silently looks at the one who just called his name, scaring the man into a panic. He hastily clarifies, sorry, boss, but... Virgil sighs and urges, speak. The boss's man, Oswan, hastily reports the situation, boss, that's right. Gioma is a traitor. Hearing this, Virgil just lightly turns his head away, nods, and replies, I see. He walks over to the nearby clay statues, picks one up, and looks at it intently. After a long while, he softly murmurs, what a pity. He recalls, when I took my father's place, I was surrounded by a circle of old men. To survive, I needed allies around me, people with aspirations like my own. And Virgil remembers when he wholeheartedly chose Gioma as his man from among thousands. He purses his lips and thinks, Gioma was the first of 10,000 that I chose to be my henchman. The abandoned bastard children of nobles, just like me. Those who shared the same aspirations for the future. Then, he and his followers stormed the place where the elves were gathered, drinking together, to ambush them. While they were getting drunk, Virgil's group pushed the door open hard, storming in aggressively to capture them alive. Virgil firmly thinks, together, we will secure my position and our future. At that time, Galma had pioneered killing the elves who were obstacles in their path, which made Virgil praise him. You are like a son to me, Gelma. My firstborn, my chosen one. Back in the present, Oswan trembles from the betrayal, constantly wondering, why would he do that? I don't understand. Virgil waves his hand reassuringly and says, don't delude yourself. When I chose you and Hemo as my right and left hands, his ambition gave him only two choices, submit or rebel. Virgil turns and places the clay statue back in its place. He lets out a breath and thinks, it's only natural. Since I took you all in, I taught you that this world is unjust, chaotic, and cruel. I wanted all of you to achieve great things, unbound by rules, morals, or gods. However, I reap what I sow. Oswan finally regains his composure. He hesitantly looks at Virgil and asks, so what will we do with him? Boss Virgil scoffs and then coldly continues, don't worry. The arena is being built as we speak. We just need to wait for the results. Oswan, hearing this, startles and hastily says, that's why you told Gioma to send those heads to Gen. Virgil just nods and replies, indeed. Oswan continues, confused, but boss, using the heads of the Piog family is a bit too much. Virgil gently strokes his chin and says, for a 5-star deserter, not really. People like that Pog don't hesitate to commit crimes when they see a benefit for themselves. But when they reach their limit, they think they can shake off their past. He chuckles and then coldly continues, I never told them to kill or kidnap women. They did it themselves. But when their conscience bites them, they blame me. Oswan, hearing this, retorts, but you didn't stop them either, did you, boss? Virgil shakes his head and replies, no, not really. If I spent all my time supervising them, we wouldn't have grown to where we are now. And finally, they're useful. He pauses for a moment and then continues, his sons are dead. At least that way, his life will have more meaning. Virgil remembers the past, smiles brightly, and says, luckily, Bolo managed to save his wife and daughter from Gelma's grasp. I made sure they were taken to a safe place. That's the most I could do. He looks up at Oswan and commands in a low voice, inform Gioma. Tell Gioma to assemble the army and attack Gen's forces. That young man has built quite a large army for himself. It's time we tested them. Oswan nods and replies, yes, boss. Virgil raises the flute to his lips. He quietly muses, don't disappoint me, Gen. If you truly are who you are. In the base, Gen is discussing battle plans with everyone. He points out, with Rak's forces blocking the other routes, their army will have to pass through the Corpse Eater cave. That's where we want them. Then Gen turns to ask Vaughn, are the barricades ready? Vaughn immediately replies, the soldiers say they will be ready by tomorrow morning, even if they have to die trying. Gen looks at Vaughn with sharp eyes. His tone becomes cold and warning, they will, if they're not ready when Gelma's army arrives. Vaughn quickly replies, yes, sir. I will remind them of that. He hesitates, speaking with an uneasy expression. Sir, I'm a bit worried. The soldiers are quite scared. We are outnumbered, and most of our soldiers have never been in a battle before. But Gen cuts Vaughn off with a confident look. But what? Listen. Since ancient times, generals have always sought the blessings of the gods. It seems some things are universal, even if they are superstitions. The scene shifts to a cave entrance opening with a cloud of mist. Gen walks in, calling out loudly, hello? Is anyone here? Suddenly, 2 robed goblins appear behind Gen. You finally arrived. Gen then asks, I'm here to see the priestess Kataga. One of the 2 goblins replies, all who wish to see the priestess must be purified. Then he points to the entrance of the adjacent cave. Go in there. Gen follows their instructions, goes inside, and sees an old goblin woman sitting there. The old woman speaks, I am here to serve the water of Marin. To purify the soul, you must drink it twice. Gen remembers the last time he drank this terrible water and shudders a little. Marin water? Great. Hopefully, it works better this time than the last. Where do I get the water? The old woman replies, the gods will provide. You must fill your cup with marine water from each hanging rock. Seeing Gen staring intently at each drop of marine water dripping down, she says, it seems you are very impatient. Gen also sits down and replies, I am about to enter a battle. I don't want to be absent when the battle takes place. Hearing this, the old goblin woman is puzzled. Strange. Most soldiers would flee from a battle. Gen replies, perhaps it's because I'm not a normal person. The atmosphere seems to become more tense. The old woman asks Gen pointedly, why is this battle so important to you? He replies, I doubt you would understand. The old goblin woman then speaks her mind. This is the temple of Zera, the goddess of war. Who would understand better than me? In his eyes, Gen shows no fear and calmly accepts. You're right. This battle will decide my future. If I win, I can change this world into a better place. If I fail, my soldiers and I will also be killed. He picks up the cup of water and asks, is there enough water? The old woman tells Gen to drink. After taking a sip, Gen immediately grimaces, his face turning pale as if he's throwing up his soul. Oh, it still tastes like a sewer. The old woman is silent for a moment and then says, you said you would make this world a better place. What reason are you fighting for? Gen, while placing the cup to catch more water, replies, justice. I want the world to be fair. The old woman then reminds him, oh, young man. No world is fair. The world is inherently unfair. And justice for one person means injustice for another. Justice for you is injustice for others. It's a cycle that never ends unless blood is shed. Gen's eyes are sharp with suspicion as he questions her back. It's strange for a worshipper of the god of war to speak like that. Isn't your god thirsty for blood? The old woman immediately replied, the god Zera only desires the best for this world. Living creatures become stronger through conflict. I'm quite sure that the dead cannot become stronger. The winner is the one who is strong, Gem said mockingly. If I say your god is truly insane, would a priestess like you be offended? Hearing Gem's question, she laughed loudly and said, all gods are insane. If they were normal, would the world be like this? Gem looked thoughtfully at the cup of water, his voice full of determination. So what other choice do I have? To give up and live a life like an insect? The old woman continued to speak in his ear, you are so foolish. Your heart is so full of anger that you cannot see you are fighting the wrong enemy. The gods are not fighting against you. You are doing their will. Gem paid no attention to her words, instead picking up the cup of water and drinking it all. He looked at her with an extremely serious expression and asked, then tell me, Priestess Kataga, who should I fight? She seemed to see the difference in Gem compared to others and praised him, not so foolish, I see. Gem calmly said, you have quite sharp teeth for an old priestess who lives on tree roots. The old priestess replied, well played, but no, I am not a deity. Gem responded without concern, deity or human, I will defeat them all. And anyone who stands in my way will not be spared. Seeing his stubbornness, the priestess still wanted to dissuade him. A world formed by blood will still be a world of blood and violence. Are you challenging the mad gods, or simply carrying out their will? Gem chuckled softly. Are you saying I'm just a pawn? The old priestess asked back, are you sure you're not a pawn? Gem didn't answer but stood up. All right, that's enough of this superstition. I had enough of this at the orphanage last time. Seeing Gem turn to leave, the priestess asked, you don't want to ask for the blessing of the god Zera for your army? Gem didn't look back, just waved his hand. No need. Let your god decide who to bless. I have a war to win. Seeing Gem return, Vaughn immediately asked, how did it go, sir? Gem's expression was very unsettled, but he still replied, it's fine. The god of victory has spoken. Gather everyone. Meanwhile, he was thinking, wondering what to say to everyone. As everyone gathered, Gem began to speak, everyone, I want Before he could finish, a loud shout was heard. The priestess has arrived. The priestess appeared to everyone's surprise. General, may I bless your army before the upcoming battle? No. The priestess raised her 2 hands high in front of everyone, declaring loudly, brave warriors of Zera, the goddess of war has sent me to bestow her blessings upon you and give you the strength to defeat your enemies. She has also commanded me to give your general a new name. The name of a great and worthy warrior. Henceforth, Gem will be known as Lep, the Liberator. Gem was extremely surprised to hear the priestess say this. Below, everyone shouted, Lep. Gem immediately turned to the priestess. How could you? The priestess didn't let Gem finish, turning to look at him with a determined gaze. Your time in the shadows is over, Lep. Show the gods what you can do. But elsewhere, 2 injured soldiers were helping each other into the base. Himo frowned. There you are. The scar-faced man was a bit surprised. Oh, Himo. Himo immediately asked, what's wrong with him? Ah, it's nothing. Deo just slipped and hit his head. Hearing this, Himo walked out, saying, I see. Take him to be cared for. Before he left, the scar-faced man turned back to remind him, be careful, Gioma is not in a good mood. Himo replied, thanks, I'll try not to make any mistakes. Himo went to Gioma's tent. He was cleaning his weapon and asked when he saw Himo, here to watch the battle, Himo? Himo didn't answer but questioned him, don't you think you're being too harsh on your men? Gioma calmly replied, it's just discipline, nothing more. Himo asked, annoyed, so what's the reason you're ignoring me? Am I nothing to you? Hearing this, Gioma was speechless. Gioma. Himo continued, I didn't want to be Verg's successor. What other choice did I have? Tell me. Gioma replied irritably, you could have refused. A conflict arose between Himo and Gioma. Himo frowned and said, do you really think Verg would have accepted that? If you were him, would you have accepted it? Exactly. I don't want to lose you. Helma, extremely angry, looked at Himo and shouted, you want me to ignore Verg's order to attack Gem? Himo immediately exploded, his eyes full of anger. He shouted at him, don't play dumb. We both know what I'm talking about. Verg knows. Gioma looked at him with sharp eyes. Of course he knows. Why do you think he sent me here? This whole campaign was for him to eliminate me from the start. If I win, my army will be wounded, and I can't challenge him. And if I lose? Himo immediately interrupted. Then go to him. Beg for his forgiveness. Tell him you'll be loyal. Suddenly, Gioma's voice softened. He gently stroked Himo's head. Himo, have you forgotten what Ash said? 1 emperor leads to glory, but 2 will only bring tragedy. Suddenly, a soldier's voice shouted, Commander, the troops are ready. Gioma, while putting on his armor, instructed Himo, Himo, whatever you and Verg think, I'm not stupid. My scouts report every move Gem makes. This will be over before noon. Himo then said, Lep. Gioma didn't understand. What? Himo informed him, my spies say he's calling himself Lep now. Last night, he was blessed by the priestess of Zera with the title Lep the Liberator. Gioma said with a contemptuous tone, Ha, really? The Liberator. How pathetic. Himo reminded him, tell your scouts to be more careful. That might not be the only surprise he's hiding. Gioma was full of confidence. He can be blessed by the gods 100 times, I don't care. My victory is inevitable because I follow the path of Ash. Himo was doubtful. You still believe in that, don't you? You still think you'll be the next sage? Gioma said with a reluctant look, and you still refuse to believe. Himo then said, Sage Ash is just a legend. A character in stories. Do you really believe there was once a small monster who conquered everyone in the forest and established a great clan of hundreds of tribes? So what? What about the part where he suddenly grew stronger and changed shape after every few battles? Not just bigger muscles, but growing in size and power with each new battle? Gelma, with a determined spirit, said, "Nothing is impossible for those chosen by the gods." Hamo still tried to persuade him, "So why is there nothing left? If he was so great and united everyone, where is it all now?" Gelma then said, "Himo, I thought you knew your history. After his children poisoned him, they fought among themselves until almost nothing was left. And no one could restore the ancient secrets because monsters are always in a state of war. We need a new sage to remake the world." Himo, looking at Gioma who had finished preparing his battle gear, asked, "So that will be you? What about Verg? Will you fight him?" Gelma lifted the curtain and said as he walked, "The world has to change, Himo. And I don't care who I have to step over to do it." Outside the tent, Gelma raised his weapon and shouted, "All right everyone, it's time to crush some worms. We only have 10 days before the expedition, so let's get this done quickly and go home." "Ready?" The soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, Commander." Himo quietly watched Gioma's back as he left, shedding tears, silently praying, "Take care, brother. May Ash protect you." Gelma looked straight ahead, leading his army forward aggressively. Suddenly, he raised his hand and signaled for the soldiers to take a break. A soldier ran up to report, "Commander, they've set up a barricade at the end of the cave, just a few hundred kili from here." Kili is a unit of measurement used by the Goblin race, named after the legendary ancient armored warriors of An Steel, all of whom were about 2 meters tall. Gioma asked his subordinate how many there were. He replied, "I saw 20. Gioma mentally calculated there must be at least 30 there. He then asked his subordinate and learned from other scouts that all the side caves were blocked. The houses around the edge of the cave only contained old people and children, hiding in fear. Hearing this, Gioma laughed loudly with satisfaction. "Good. We need witnesses for what will happen here today." Suddenly, a report came, "Commander, behind us." Gioma immediately turned to look and saw Verg's army approaching. Seeing this, the subordinate in the helmet said to the one who just reported, "You idiot. He's here to ensure we fight and win. What else could it be?" Then he turned to Gioma and hesitated, "If so, Commander, why not join Gem?" He chuckled softly. "Good idea. Now find me another 300 armed men, and maybe this battle will be even." Seeing everyone looking at each other in silence, Gioma shouted, "Why the long faces? He's here to witness our victory. Do you really think we'll lose to some nameless nobody and his diggers?" The soldiers looked at each other awkwardly, then raised their weapons in unison and shouted, "No, Commander." Seeing this, Gelma was extremely excited. "That's the spirit. Now let's show Verg what we can do." On Gel's side, Vaughn looked towards the other side and reported the situation. "Sir, they've stopped advancing." Gem replied, "I see. Vaughn, it seems it's time to negotiate." Vaughn, while taking Gem's weapon, asked, "Are you really going, sir?" Gem calmly replied, "Why not? It's a tradition, isn't it?" Vaughn wondered, "Isn't it a waste of time? I mean, they're going to attack us anyway." Gem looked at Vaughn firmly. "Vaughn, if you want to lead others, there's one thing you must remember. The battle is won or lost before it even begins. This is a golden opportunity to improve our chances of winning." As he spoke, he moved forward. Vaughn still tried to follow. "How will you do that, sir?" Gem replied, "By making him want to drink my blood." At the same time, Gelma was also walking towards Gem. He spoke first, "You're Gem, huh? I thought it would be someone impressive, not a shorty like you." Gem said coldly, "I prefer to be called Lep." "And you are?" Gem didn't know his name. Gelma became even more arrogant. "You don't know who I am? You're dumber than you look. My name is Gelma, and I'll be the one to finish you." Gem was not to be outdone. He looked at him with a disdainful expression. "Gioma. So that's all Verg thinks I'm worth? Go back and tell your master to send one loser, or Himo." "You're not worth my time," Gem said as he turned away, waving his hand. Gelma was so angry he gritted his teeth, his hand clenched tightly. You pathetic worm, I. Suddenly, he stopped and laughed loudly. Gem turned back. Did I say something funny? Gelma said with delight. You came here with childish games? When I crush the rats you've gathered, I'll ask my new slaves what made you this way. Then I'll have them compose a song for the ages, telling the story of the weak fool who was crushed under my heel. How about that? Suddenly, he was startled, his pupils contracting when he saw that Gem before him had the aura of a god. Gem just turned away and said, Beg for forgiveness from whatever god you believe in, because you'll get none from me. Gioma returned to his army with doubt. What did I just see? Then he reassured himself, no, it was nothing. Then he shouted again, I'll give a big reward to anyone who brings me that brat's head. Gelma's army charged towards Gem's army. Gelma shouted, Forward! The first one over the barrier gets 20 merits from me. Suddenly, projectiles flew towards Gelma's army, surprising him. What? What is that? A series of his soldiers were hit by projectiles without being able to react, forcing him to hold his position. In contrast, looking at Gem, he stood calmly with his arms crossed, which made Gioma even more furious. He gripped his weapon and charged forward. Forget it, follow me. Keep moving. The soldiers comforted each other, they're just slingshots, don't let them slow you down. Gioma's entire group roared and charged forward. Crush them all. On Gem's side, he remained calm, standing on high ground, watching them charge madly. Vaughn spoke up, Sir, I think we've angered them. Everything seemed to be going according to Gem's plan. He jumped down and said to Vaughn, Good. Vaughn, tell the slingshot shooters to retreat when they're out of ammo. And remind them to watch the signposts. Have the spearmen protect the barricade for as long as possible. It's time to prepare for the next phase. On Gioma's side, he thought to himself, do they really think this pile of scrap can stop me? Then he ordered his soldiers not to hold back. A soldier from Gioma's side broke through the shield of Gem's army. He excitedly climbed up. Over here, you fresh meat. Come back here, it's dinner time. Suddenly, he looked down at his feet and saw a rope. He picked it up and wondered, Huh? What's this? Seeing this, Gem immediately had his troops retreat. Gioma was still standing there, observing the battle, unaware. Gi Tin, his subordinate, reported, Commander, Verg is watching us. Gioma ignored his subordinate's words and remained smug. He turned and said to his father, Enjoy the show. It'll be your turn soon, father. Suddenly, a huge fire erupted. All his soldiers were engulfed in flames. Only then did he realize and scream in despair. The soldier panicked. What should we do, Commander? A great fire covered the scene in front. OS suddenly spoke up, they've lost their advantage. Himo, next to him, immediately retorted, they'll get it back, OS. He sent men to get water and blankets from the houses. It's only a matter of time before they break the line. Loser stood there, his voice full of mockery, how pathetic. Use something, you idiots. Don't let the enemy escape. OS then pointed forward and said, no one is escaping. Look, loser. After looking in the direction his companion was pointing, Loser's eyes lit up with surprise. Himo also looked in that direction, his face showing surprise. It was an army charging from afar. Behind them, they carried a blazing fire, approaching this place. One of them suddenly shouted, Jack's army. OS stood there, muttering, Jack will crush him if he dares to run. Loser, next to him, taunted, this is nothing but a rat hole. Hey, anyone want to make a bet? I'll put 20 on the little brat. Himo seemed unable to stand his playful nature and shouted, that's disgusting. This is our brother's life, and you're making stupid bets? Loser seemed not to care much and chuckled, you're the one who doesn't trust our brother, Himo. But OS then said, I need some bonus points. 20 on Gioma. Himo, not wanting to be outdone, quickly said, alright, 20 from me too. After calculating, Loser grinned with delight. Excellent. Hey, they're starting to move again. On the other side, a subordinate was telling Gioma, Commander, we've retrieved items from the houses. He used the items to push away the fire and said, good. Use them as shields and barricades. We'll have more ammo. One of them said urgently, we should do something that can break through that defense. At this moment, Gioma felt a surge of confidence that he would win. He shouted loudly, how pathetic. Is all we're doing just playing hide and seek? On this side, Gem was asking his subordinate, what are our numbers, Vaughn? He stood behind him and immediately reported, it seems 2 dead, 5 injured. After understanding the situation, Gem said, I see. It seems we've lost a quarter of our forces in the attack. Still not a fair fight, but it's acceptable. Vaughn looked at him, a bit confused. Sir, about Jack's soldiers. Gem smirked and told him to worry about what was in front. Don't worry about what's behind. Jack is only a problem if we fail. And we won't fail, right Vaughn? No, Commander. We won't. Gem's face was full of confidence. Good. Keep the horn ready. Below, the enemy teams began to carry their shields and charge quickly towards the fortress. The projectiles fired down could not penetrate the shields. They were shot and then bounced off forcefully. Gioma, behind the shield, continuously directed his soldiers. Hold the shield steady, brothers. A subordinate next to him reported, Commander, look at the enemy. They're falling apart. Then, a crowd of people ran scattered around. A strange smile appeared. Gioma's voice grew more eager. The rats are doing what they do best. We'll clean them up later. Around him, his soldiers were also cheering in unison, hurry up, brothers, faster. The shield-bearers became even more determined to advance. Vaughn, on this side, grew more anxious. Sir, our men are fleeing. Gem stood there, observing for a moment, then spoke. I see, Vaughn. Do you know the difference between a good leader and a great leader? Vaughn, a bit confused, replied, no, sir. Gem said authoritatively, a good leader always tries to correct his past mistakes. But a great leader knows they must look in all directions, not just behind or ahead. Below, the two sides were struggling fiercely. On the other side, Gioma was still immersed in excitement, without any caution. Suddenly, a cry rang out, making him pause. What was that? Then the shield stopped abruptly, causing the running Gioma to crash into it. He looked at his injured leg, his face twisting slightly. Gioma picked up a trap spike. So that's why his men ran. To distract us. A sound suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Gioma froze. The horn. The subordinate next to him quickly held his head. Commander, we're in trouble. Gioma then threw the spike away. He was a bit impatient. I know, you idiot. I have eyes. The subordinate continued, no, Commander, it's the huts. There's another army in those huts. In the rain of arrows, a small figure darted through the night, then slipped inside where the shields were protecting them. At that moment, the enemy side was using wooden shields to form a cage, protecting those inside. The arrows were continuously shot by those outside at the protected cage. VG's eyes glinted with thought. Loser laughed with delight, looks like my money is still safe. Himo stood there, a bit amazed, and said, Gioma is trapped, father. Let me take some men to rescue them. Loser, with a disdainful look, spoke up. That's his fight, Himo. Just let him rot there. Himo stood there, his voice sharp, his face full of anger. He's our brother. How can you say that, loser? OS then shouted, interrupting, enough. Then he turned to look at VG. Commander, your decision. His eyes could not hide the killing intent. Gioma below was still being constantly pushed back. Where did that brat find an army like this? A voice cut through his shouts. Hey, isn't that Pog's wife? This made him turn his head. Look where? The subordinate pointed. Over there. That weird girl with the red armband. And that's Connect's father and Mon's sister. He muttered, I know most of them. On this side, Hen was saying while chewing, I thought the kid had a few screws loose when he told us to gather the families of those Geoma screwed over. But there are so many of them. Turns out a swarm of mad ants can kill a giant. Jack, looking a bit grim, said, the giant isn't dead yet. Hen seemed not to care much. You think so? Jack's eyes were full of killing intent. Nothing is more dangerous than a cornered beast. Suddenly, a shout rang out, Commander, it's Lep. A blurry figure approached from a distance. Gem approached majestically. Geoma quickly looked up at his opponent. He whispered to the person next to him, this guy really likes to talk. Wait until he gets closer. I'll give the signal to charge and kill him. Pass the order. The subordinate next to him quickly whispered, yes, Commander. Geoma's voice became more smug. Here to bore us to death, runt? Come here and say what you want. Gel, outside, said calmly, sounds good, but I'm not here to talk to you. Gelma's eyes grew angrier. What? Gel continued, I came to talk to your men. Then he shouted loudly, everyone, listen to me. This is not your fight. Everyone at the scene seemed very confused, looking at each other. Gen's voice grew louder as he began to explain, the greenskins just want us to fight each other to drain our strength. The best among us die killing each other while they laugh and enjoy the sun above. You are not my enemies. You are my brothers. And I do not want to harm any of you. I know you were forced to be here. I know you don't want to be in this place, let alone die here for those who don't care about your lives. I came to say that anyone who lays down their arms will be free and keep their life. His words made Geoma feel threatened. He shouted back, that will never happen. If we lay down our arms, you'll kill us all. The people there also seemed not to believe it and shouted, that's right. Better to die taking you with us than to die without a fight. Gelma said with a hint of satisfaction, you're wasting your breath, you worm. You think UG would let us survive? Every member of UG's army must fight to the death. After hearing their words, Gel shrugged as if he didn't care. He said, maybe so, maybe not. Have you ever wondered why he isn't helping you today? It's because he wants Geoma dead. Geoma and all who follow him. Gen pointed to the soldiers in the distance. He didn't come to support you. He came to kill you if you win. He's cleaning house. His hand was pointing straight at UG, who was standing there majestically. And as long as Geoma is alive, you will continue to be forced to fight and die for him. So, the way I see it, you only have two choices. Either all of you die, or Geoma dies. Gen shrugged as if this was the obvious truth. At this moment, an ultimate fear appeared on Geoma's face. A person asked in a small, trembling voice with bewildered eyes, Commander, is that right? Another immediately chimed in with a hurried tone. He said VG will slaughter us all if we don't kill that person. The crowd began to stir. Disordered whispers arose. Maybe VG only wants him. We are only following your orders, right? Geoma's eyes widened, his face pale with shock. No, I would never. He tried to shout over the noise. I am carrying out the will of Shish. This is for you, all of you. Gen crossed his arms, a contemptuous smile clear on his face. You mean for yourself, right? Geoma's veins bulged, his two eyes bloodshot. He roared, swinging his axe and charging towards him. A trembling soldier stepped out from the ranks. 5 pairs of hands gripped the iron bar tightly. Geoma suddenly froze, his eyes filled with astonishment. He dazedly lowered his head to look down. An iron bar had pierced straight through Geoma's stomach at some point. He groaned 7 times and collapsed, his gaze going blank. Other soldiers stepped forward, their hands still gripping their weapons tightly. Their voices were trembling but firm. Sorry, Commander. I have young children. It's your fault, don't blame us. The next enlightened one, right? Gioma gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the axe handle. You people! His rage exploded. He frantically swung his axe, slashing at the one who had just spoken. I will kill you with my own hands. Tears rolled down Gioma's cheeks as the light gradually faded in his blank eyes. So this is how you felt. In his dying moments, childhood memories suddenly flooded back. How could I have done this to you? Cold sword blades plunged deep into his body, kneeling in a pool of blood. I'm sorry, father. A soldier from the ranks knelt on one knee, speaking decisively, we surrender, sir. Gen and Vaughn simultaneously turned towards the sound. VG was advancing. A formidable legion gradually appeared from a distance. The leader walked with a proud and cold demeanor. He looked sternly right at him, his gaze deep. Hamo knelt before Gioma's body, tears streaming down his face. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. I will kill all of you, starting with you. Hamo was about to charge forward when a deep voice resounded from behind, wait. He turned back, startled, his eyes wide. Father, that scumbag. VG remained composed, his gaze cold, as he pointed forward. Hamo looked back in horror behind him. A mighty army was silently awaiting orders. Gen narrowed his eyes, his golden gaze dark. He looked at him silently, deep in thought for a long time, then turned and waved his hand, signaling the entire army to retreat. He bit his lip and finally turned away, but not without a final glance filled with hatred. He shrugged his shoulders, the corners of his lips curling into an arrogant smile. His legion gradually disappeared behind the misty sand. Only silence remained. He asked curiously, his voice tinged with a little surprise, we won, sir. Why is that? Gen still looked straight ahead, his voice low. This was just a small skirmish, Vaughn. It's not the end of the war. Next time won't be so easy. Vaughn held out his hand, trying to persuade him. I don't think so, but we won today, sir. That's worth acknowledging, isn't it? He closed his eyes and smiled faintly. You're right, it's very much worth it. Bring out the wine for everyone, they deserve it. He smiled brightly, saluting in a military fashion, his voice ringing out, yes, Commander. The festive atmosphere had not yet spread when another voice hurriedly interjected, Commander, we have a problem. Both immediately turned around. The other soldier, panting, spoke quickly, Jack's men are looting all the strategies, and the families are trying to kill all the prisoners. A crowd surrounded the bodies on the ground, relentlessly scavenging. Gen rushed forward, his voice a cold command. Stop what you're doing immediately. A man squatting down smirked, not even looking at him as he replied contemptuously, get lost, kid. We're just cleaning up your mess. Gen tilted his head, his hand on the hilt of his spear, his voice serious. This is my mess to clean up. Take your men and don't come back until Jack and I have reached an agreement. From a distance, a series of noisy footsteps echoed. The other man gathered items into a basket and ordered in a low voice, Hoy, show this brat who's boss around here. The man holding a dagger chuckled, his eyes gleaming. You look like you've earned quite a few merits, huh? Hand them over, or it won't be pretty. More mixed footsteps sounded, growing more rapid. He closed his eyes and sighed, his weariness evident, then raised his spear as a warning. You don't want to do this. Weak smiled, preparing to draw his club, and replied mockingly, all right then, I'll take them from your corpse. Before he could finish his sentence, Weak took a massive punch. Gen's eyes widened in amazement as he saw Weak collapse. Hen frowned angrily and rushed towards the three men. What the hell are you guys doing? The men trembled, explaining in whispers, we. He was furious, veins popping on his forehead as he growled each word, you what? You want to lick the arena clean with your tongues this week? Is that what you want to tell me? The men swayed, cold sweat pouring down, shouting in fear, no. We. Hen threatened in a stern voice. Do you want to be on night watch outside the centipede cave? They hurriedly shook their heads as if warding off a demon. No. He pointed at Weak, his voice full of authority. Then why are you still standing there? Get this idiot out of my sight now. Don't let me catch you doing this again. Hen rubbed his temples and sighed. Watching the three men disappear, he turned back with a forced smile. Sorry about that, kid. These idiots will be the death of me. He chuckled softly, handing his spear to a soldier behind him. No, thank you for your help. Hen winked, speaking half jokingly, half seriously. You don't have to say that. I just wanted to explain to their families why they died so stupidly. Gen shrugged, a half smile on his face. I wasn't going to kill them, just teach them a lesson. He nodded slightly, his eyes momentarily dazed. After what you did to Gioma, I'm surprised they even dared to do this. There are some types who never learn, you understand? From afar, a deep, warm voice echoed, calmly reminding him, you're the one who recruited them. Hen quickly turned his head, bowed, and scratched his head sincerely. Yes, sorry, Commander. Gen stood with his hands on his hips, smiling at Jack. Thank you for the last-minute help. He shook his head humbly. As my second-in-command said, you don't need to thank me. But you're welcome. He stuck out his tongue and crossed his arms, joking, so, does that mean you won't be asking for a share of the spoils? Jack laughed heartily, his voice humorous. Well, the deal was 2/3, but after that battle, I'll accept half. Gen smiled, holding up 2 fingers. Isn't half a bit much? You said it yourself, we were the ones who fought. So let me take 8/10. A scoreboard appeared between them. The score was his 2/10 versus his 8/10. Jack closed his eyes and shook his head, his voice sarcastic. See what happens when you're generous. People will always find a way to take advantage of you. You fought alone and won with minimal losses, but you couldn't have done it without my help. Half is the lowest I can accept. Gen held up 3 fingers again, arguing relentlessly. Not only did we eliminate one of your enemy's commanders, but you also gained some spoils without losing any men. 7-3. The two sides discussed and reasoned back and forth. Gioma was just a minor annoyance. Besides, I helped you find the families of his victims. He smiled smugly, still holding up 3 fingers. True, you helped, but I was the one who convinced them to come. It's still 7-3, but you get to keep Gioma's axe. Jack shook his hand on the deal, his voice firm. Agreed. The lizard on the ground groaned as 3 sharp gazes turned towards it. Gen turned to Hen and added in a slow, deep voice, that one's yours. He cleared his throat and shouted out an order, all right, soldiers. Loot everything from the first fence onward. Do it now. He crossed his arms and called Vaughn over, asking briefly, how are the prisoners? Are they guarded? Vaughn replied in a panic, sweat rolling down his face, Sir, the families didn't want to hand them over, but we managed to convince them. Gen nodded in satisfaction, his voice cold. Good. When the families are all gone, strip the prisoners of everything but their pants and let them go. Remember to share 1/3 of the spoils with Jack. We have an agreement. Vaughn was sweating, speaking awkwardly, I really don't like that man, sir. Gen tilted his head, his expression nonchalant. We don't have to like him, Vaughn. We just need to cooperate while we still have a common enemy. Vaughn asked worriedly, what happens when we no longer have a common enemy? Gen smiled, his eyes turning cold. Then we'll find out who is stronger. For now, we'll deal with that after the expedition is over. Vaughn looked around in panic, his hands trembling as he held his staff. A roar echoed, causing him to close his eyes and swing his staff wildly, shouting, Who's there? Vaughn's foot slipped, and he fell flat on his face, painfully kissing the ground. Vaughn grimaced, rubbing his head and groaning softly as he tried to push himself up. Gen walked over, bowed his head, and asked, Vaughn, what are you doing here? He stuttered fearfully, Sir. I'm sorry, sir, He bent down to pick up the staff, his voice humorous and slightly mocking. Trying to catch breakfast? Vaughn frowned, sticking out his tongue, his face still pained. No, sir, those things are disgusting. He leaned over to look at Gen and asked pleadingly, have you ever tried one, sir? He raised an eyebrow, trying to remember. Can't say that I have. Vaughn's face contorted as he rambled on. I'm telling you, sir, you wouldn't want to try. Trust me. When I was a kid and times were tough, my mom used to catch a few and fry them up. It's like chewing on rubber. Gen glanced around and said thoughtfully, I'll keep that in mind. But I don't blame you for being jumpy. Where are all the laborers and merchants this morning? He replied immediately, his eyes darting towards the tightly shut houses. Everyone who isn't participating in the expedition today is hiding, sir. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, hiding from what? Vaughn explained awkwardly, it's the goblins, sir. When they arrived, it got a little chaotic. Gen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Hiding their children and wives, are they? He said in a small, bewildered voice, sir. Gen pointed behind him, his voice calm. It's an expression from my hometown. Let's go, let's go. We don't want to be caught when they arrive either. The two of them briskly walked up the rough slope, dust kicking up lightly under their feet. Vaughn squinted, asking carefully, sir, I mean no offense, but is something on your mind today? He tilted his head, a hint of mystery in his eyes. Nothing in particular, why? He shouldered his staff and said hesitantly, well, with everything that's been happening, you've been acting very quiet and calm. Gen's lips curled in contempt. Am I not always calm? Vaughn quickly added, you're too calm, sir. I mean, you always act calm, but when you're too calm, it's because something is making you angry. He pursed his lips and looked at him curiously. Really? And what else have you noticed, Vaughn? He was silent for a moment, then said quietly, you like to laugh, sir. Vaughn quickly defended himself upon seeing Gen's contemptuous expression. Don't look at me like that. You really do. You're always smiling, and only when something is bothering you, making you angry, or when you want someone dead, that's when you don't smile. He looked up at the sky. Is that so? He nodded hastily, yes, sir. Gen asked again, anything else? Vaughn said thoughtfully, if something really makes you that angry, it's when someone messes up your plans, or your sister. He fell silent, looking up at the sky. After a moment, he softly called out, Vaughn. Gen looked down, his expression suddenly dark. You're walking on thin ice. He frowned, full of questions. What's thin ice? He remained silent, letting Vaughn figure it out, then sighed and explained, it's an expression. It means you're doing something you shouldn't because it's very dangerous. His mouth dropped open, half in admiration, half in fear. You really know a lot of things, sir. But I'm sorry if I said too much. Gen turned his head to look at Vaughn seriously, instructing him, just be more careful next time. He remembered Rosa's face, baring her teeth in pain. But you're not wrong. There is a problem with my sister. Gen recalled Rosa's angry expression, a quiet frustration welling up inside him. My sister has been angry with me since the battle with Gioma. An image of her scolding him relentlessly came to mind. She thinks we can't avoid a war with VG now and blames me for it. Vaughn quickly advised with a caring tone, sir, that's just how she is. She's been working to provide for both of you. With you using your merits to buy supplies and equipment for us, she must have faced a lot of difficulties. Besides, everything is getting more expensive. Do you know why? According to our sources, supplies from the outside are dwindling. Something on the upper levels is interfering with the supply of food. He spoke in a serious, deep voice. This is a problem because groups like ours, Jacks, and VGs pay their people with food. So if prices go up, it will be harder to maintain control. Keep your ears open and report back to me if you hear anything when we get to the assembly area. He walked quickly, a mix of impatience and concern in his manner. Yes, sir. But you two grew up together. That can't be the only problem, right? Gen frowned, his displeasure clear. No, it's her fiancé. Vaughn asked in surprise, her fiancé? He answered briefly. Vaughn remembers that carefree guy, right? Upon hearing his confirmation, his face turned pale. And he likes her? Gen's eyes widened as he growled, his irritation unconcealed. Vaughn, I just said your mouth is quick, didn't I? He trembled and saluted. Yes, sir. He sighed, his voice low but decisive. Anyway, yes. He cares about her. And although he tries to act uncaring and indifferent, he can get quite emotional whenever he believes my actions might endanger her. Vaughn asked eagerly, really? What did he say? Gen remembered being scolded, his eyes bitter. He said I'm just another thug disgracing the Raven's name, and she would be better off if I were dead because I just cling to her and bring nothing to the table. He seriously proposed, sir, just give the order. After we return, I'll pay him a visit with a few others at night. We'll wear masks so no one will find out. Gen stared at Vaughn, then turned away with a serious expression. Vaughn, you are not to do that. He hesitated, questioning doubtfully, are you sure, sir? Can't we just beat him up a little to be sure? He bared his teeth in a faint smile, a mix of contempt and sympathy. While I appreciate your enthusiasm and concern for protecting my honor, leave him alone. If something were to happen to me, I know she would be safe with him. Vaughn nodded, his face slightly less worried. Yes, sir. If you say so, I guess I understand what he was thinking. Gen shook his head wearily. I understand too, but there are more pleasant ways to enjoy one's last meal before battle. The two stopped, and he looked ahead. We're here. In front of them, a dense crowd was moving like a tide. The two got in line to pass through the city gate. A voice rang out, full of irony, well, look who it is. Kui stood there with his arms crossed, his expression stern. Heard you've been busy, kid. He gasped, covering his mouth. Hey, isn't that your adoptive father? Gen's face was serious. I did what had to be done. Kui looked at him intently, his voice grave. But was it the right thing to do? I don't mind you forming your own group, but don't you think you've crossed a line? You could have told the guards instead of letting your men risk their lives. He quickly explained reassuringly, we did tell the guards, supervisor. Kui frowned in annoyance. You did? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? He spoke softly, his expression calm. VG has the support of the nobles. Do you really think they would have let you interfere? He fell silent, frowning and crossing his arms as he looked down. Gen lifted his head slightly, looking at Kui with determination. He closed his eyes and sighed. You're right. He asked further, his expression slightly uneasy. But let me ask you something, kid. Do you think your father would be happy with what you've become? He bit his lip as memories of his long-unseen father surfaced. Gen's father frowned, his advice gentle but sharp. I don't know what you'll do in the future, but please don't disappoint him by becoming one of those monsters, okay? He smiled and replied, what I'll do in the future is make this world a better place. I promise you, and I promise him. Finally, he relaxed. Just don't get yourself killed. Gen turned, his voice optimistic as he called to him, come on, Vaughn. Let's go find them. The crowd gathered in the hall. The sound of footsteps and whispers merged into a chaotic chorus. Gen and Vaughn strode inside, their neat appearances like two spears cutting through the sea of people. Tears of remorse, his sharp gaze briefly stopping on a small detail, saw a man trying to sell an item in his hand, his voice mumbling as if to attract attention. He walked up to them, his attitude threatening. Go sell your junk somewhere else, or better yet, shove it down your throat. A guy interjected, his voice casual and teasing. Hey, LQ forgot his water flask, and we're trying to find him one. That price is good. Tears of remorse warned sharply, use your head, brat. That's a Barasa flask. Their shells are too soft, and they'll rot in a few days. You need to find yourself an opasa flask. He gently rubbed the flask at his hip, replying smugly, "This one has been with me for 2 expeditions, and it hasn't leaked a single drop yet." Mon exclaimed, his voice half joking, half worried, "They'll be dead in a week, I tell you." He waved to the other group, agreeing softly, "Yeah, but it won't be from lack of water." "You see those soldiers, Mon?" He pointed in a direction, his expression serious. "They're over there." In front of them was a dense crowd, a bustling wall of people. He asked with his hands on his hips, his voice probing, "Do you see the commander and Vaughn?" The person opposite him scratched their head, replying awkwardly, "They'll be late. They live far away, near the supervisor's quarters." From a distance, someone ran up, their voice frantic. "Mon, we have a problem. Some of VG's men are causing trouble with Jack's group." Remorse asked urgently, worry on his face, "How bad is it?" The other person panted, "Very bad. Most of Jack's men aren't here yet." He quickly gave an order, "Gather everyone who's here. Jack stood with us, and we owe him." He pointed to the ground in panic, his anxiety at its peak. "What do we do about the commander? We were supposed to meet him here." The two of them simultaneously turned their heads in another direction, their gazes as taut as a drawn bowstring. In another direction, he gaped, pointing with a trembling hand. "My God, sir, do you see that? That goblin has a 3-headed fox." "3 heads!" Gen snapped lightly in annoyance. "Vaughn, you really need to pay more attention to your surroundings." He asked, bewildered and confused, "Why, sir? This place is a neutral zone, isn't it? Not VG or any other gang lord would harm us." He frowned and sighed in frustration. "Tell that to the people following us." Vaughn bowed his head and looked around, shrinking as he whispered, "Is someone following us?" Gen smacked him on the head, teaching him sternly, "Don't look. If we let on that we've spotted them, they might attack." "They've been on our tail since we entered the gate." Vaughn asked in a low voice, "Why haven't they attacked us yet?" He analyzed coldly, either they're waiting until we're in a position they want, or we're already on the path they want us on. He grimaced, sensing the approaching danger. "That sounds bad." Gen said nonchalantly, "What do you think we should do?" Vaughn was confused, pointing at himself and stammering, "Sir, are you asking me?" He tilted his head, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. "You're my subordinate, Vaughn. Your job isn't just to follow orders, but also to think for yourself. I need to know that when I'm not around, the soldiers will be well taken care of." Gen smiled arrogantly. "So, get me out of this situation. I will follow your orders." He was bewildered, his mind reeling from the unexpected responsibility. "My orders?" He provided clear direction in a deep voice. "There are 4 people behind us, 3 on the right, and 3 more on the left. They're using standard pack hunting tactics to track us. There might be more in front or further away." Vaughn trembled awkwardly. "That many, sir? You need." "I can't." Gen glanced at him reassuringly. "Calm down, Vaughn. Breathe and think. Pretend this is a training exercise." He tried to take a deep breath, attempting to hypnotize himself. "Relax, relax. I need to relax." Vaughn's ears listened, moving cautiously according to the surrounding sounds, every nerve stretched taut. He turned his head and whispered, "This way, sir. Please follow me." Vaughn pulled Gen, pushing through the crowd. The two of them were like 2 boats gliding through a sea of people. He leaned his hand on someone's luggage, causing the person to cry out in confusion, "Hey!" The 2 finally pushed their way out of the crowd, breathing a sigh of relief. Vaughn tilted his head and asked in a low voice, "Any sign of them, sir?" Gen glanced behind him and answered calmly, "No, they've backed off. They won't dare attack us while we're mixed in with the goblins' baggage porters." "Good thinking, Vaughn." He quickly looked around. "Thank you, sir. Things are going in the right direction, right?" He nodded slightly, his gaze sharp. I think so. We can make a run for it when we get close to where the soldiers are waiting. Vaughn hurriedly announced, It's right ahead, sir. I see the rock where we told them to meet us. The two approached the rock. He looked around suspiciously, his lips slightly pursed. Where are they? I don't see them. His face turned pale and fell. Sir, they've been surrounded by a group of people inside. Hamo stood on the rock, a sword on his shoulder. If you're looking for your men, they're not here to help you, you insects. We have unfinished business, you and I. His eyes were full of hatred, his gaze like an arrow shot straight down at the two people below. The two huddled together, drawing their weapons from their sheaths, their eyes blazing as they looked at the people surrounding them. Vaughn squeezed his eyes shut and shouted in a trembling voice, Sir, where are the others? Gen gritted his teeth, his words as decisive as steel. It doesn't matter. Remember what we practiced, Vaughn. Watch each other's backs carefully, and we'll be fine. Hamo, standing high on the rock, raised his sword. Kill them. He suddenly remembered his bleak past life. Gen walked past a bookstore, past a bus stop, his eyes unintentionally landing on an advertisement. He tiredly closed his eyes and turned away, as if trying to purge the suffocating feeling in his heart. The advertisement clearly stated in text, Join the fight today. Citizenship through service. Aka. Gen pursed his lips as his eyes opened again. His gaze suddenly became serious, returning to reality. He roared and charged forward like a storm. He swung his staff wildly with each strike. Each blow made the air tremble. Gen's eyes were filled with a determination as hard as tempered steel. In his previous life, he had truly joined the army, becoming a soldier honed in the fires of war. Gen relentlessly trained in martial arts. Day and night, he sweated profusely with determination. He trained to the point where the punching bag was torn open. The sound of his strikes still echoed in the air. But when Gen, panting, turned to look behind him, there was only a cold, lonely emptiness. Back in reality, Gen kicked his leg up in a powerful arc. The blow landed squarely on the face of an attacker rushing towards him. He turned his back, swinging his spear horizontally across another's neck. Gen panted heavily, glancing sideways to assess the situation. The boy's hands trembled as he struggled to block the axe blows of two opponents. He frowned, his gaze locking onto another enemy who was holding a dagger and charging like a wild beast. In his previous life, Gen was equipped with armor, holding a gun as he stepped onto the battlefield. The instinct for survival was deeply ingrained in every fiber of his being. He constantly supported his comrades, charging through bullets and fire to eliminate the enemy. Streaks of bullets tore across the sky. The sound of gunfire was relentless. The thuds and roars echoed everywhere. On a dark, snowy, windy night, Gen had once been surrounded by enemy forces. The scene was deeply etched in his memory. At the same time, Vaughn knelt on one knee in pain, his face covered in blood and dust. He gritted his teeth, his mouth twisted as he tried to hold on. He quickly rushed forward with a knee strike, knocking one enemy away to relieve Vaughn. Gen helped him up, their forms now merging with the memory of their past life. The two of them tightened their grip on their weapons. Their hands and feet moved in unison like a pair of iron cords. They roared in anger, preparing to face the next wave of attacks. In his past life, Gen once stood alone amidst a sea of fire. A teammate laughed as he stepped into the aircraft bay, turning back to ask him, Private Vanderstein, do you like this view? Get on, we don't have all day. Gen's eyes were tired then, but he still managed a determined smile. In the present, the two of them panted for breath. At their feet lay dozens of bodies stained red with blood. He smirked, lifting his head and speaking in a cold tone. Hurry up, Hamo. What are you waiting for? I don't have all day. The boy was so angry his face contorted. He tightly gripped the weapon in his hand. The scene changes to another place. Rune pulled the girl's hand forcefully, her voice urgent, Hurry up, Rafa. We're about to miss it. Rafa blushed, stammering shyly, Rune, I. Before she could finish, she bumped hard into a tall man. The strong impact made Rafa let out a soft moan, while Gojek bowed his head, his cold eyes glancing down. The girl frowned, her voice sharp and full of warning. What are you looking at? Mind your own business. The man silently turned and walked away, his demeanor indifferent as if he hadn't cared at all. She laughed, striding alongside Rafa, whispering teasingly, still trying to make friends everywhere. Hurry up, we're almost there. The two of them held hands and weaved through the sea of people who were gathering towards the center of the square. There, Vaughn and Gen stood defiant amidst a pile of bloody corpses. Their bodies were battered, but their eyes still shone brightly. The girl was stunned in amazement. Her lips parted slightly in unconcealed admiration. At the same time, Haimo and he clashed. Their weapons collided, producing a deep, resounding thud. Gen knocked Haimo's sword out of his hand. Haimo's eyes widened in surprise, filled with disbelief as he bit his lip. His eyes were a mixture of anger and sorrow. Haimo roared, Gioma was like my brother, and you took him from me. He stood with his hands on his hips, the corner of his lip curling up in contempt. Your brother was just a fool who couldn't see what was right in front of him. Don't be as foolish as him. Get out of the way, hurry up. The boy angrily swung his staff again, charging into a desperate duel. In the distance, the other one was trembling, his wounds bleeding, but he still managed to stand firm. Vaughn squinted at the battle, unable to contain the worry in his heart. Sir, he bowed and opened the cloth wrap in his hand, murmuring between ragged breaths. Here it is. In a memory, Gen had given that item to Vaughn, his voice low and serious. Leave this to me. I'm counting on you, Vaughn. The boy clutched the cloth wrap tightly and dashed through the crowd, thinking to himself, Don't worry, sir, I won't let you down. The battle between him and Haimo continued to rage intensely. The sound of clashes echoed through the air. Rune and Rafa watched, holding their breath, forgetting even to blink. She clenched her fists, shouting encouragement from the crowd. Awesome! Defeat him! That's so cool! The other girl tilted her head, her eyes wide as she asked, Really? Isn't the one with the longsword more your type? Rune burst out laughing, her voice full of pride. That's the one I'm talking about. Rafa pouted in response. I knew it. Gojak's voice cut in. Your emotions are twisted. She glared at him and retorted, Oh yeah? What do you know, mercenary? He nonchalantly crossed his arms and said, More than a harem guard, that's for sure. Rune angrily pointed a finger in his face. Do you want to die, mercenary? Rafa immediately tried to calm her down. Easy, Rune. Then she turned her head to ask, Why do you think he'll win? He's just a poor miner. He can't even afford proper clothes. Gojak's lips curled into a cold smile. That's what happens when you're around gold and silver for too long. You start judging everything by the coin. Amidst their argument, Vaughn frowned slightly and tilted his head. Rafa, do you hear that? She fell silent, and Rafa's eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed as her gaze rested on Gen. The girl watched his every move. The man's brilliant golden eyes made Rafa pause. Her voice trembled slightly with astonishment. He. She immediately pressed, What? What's wrong, Rafa? See? That's what I'm talking about. Rafa exhaled softly, her eyes following Gen as he dodged a dangerous sword slash. That miner, he did it on purpose. Rune's eyes widened. You don't see it? No, I don't see it. Did what on purpose? Just then, his forehead slammed hard into Haimo's forehead, creating a sharp cracking sound. The boy staggered. Before he could react, Gen seized the opportunity. He tightly gripped the hilt of his opponent's sword. He pulled hard and threw him over his shoulder. A desperate scream rang out. Haimo crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. She was stunned, stammering, What? How did he? Gojak slowly explained. This was never a fight between equals. The spearman was just observing how his opponent moved. He was always in control. Gen stepped forward, pointing the tip of his spear at the young man's face, who was trembling on the ground. His cold voice rang out like a blade. "You've lost. Let go of your hatred. I will spare you today." Gen glanced down contemptuously, his gaze as cold as a blade. "Are you done?" Hamo was covered in sweat. His face was bloodied, his breathing heavy and ragged. He bit his lip hard, his eyes ready to fight back. Hamo let out a cunning laugh, a twisted, challenging smile. "Not yet. But you are." The ones who seemed to have fallen suddenly struggled to their feet. Their bodies trembled as they clutched their wounds. Their eyes were bloodshot. He gave a faint smile, his hoarse voice echoing in the silent space. "They never learn." Gen smirked, his voice calm but as cold as ice. "My offer still stands. Let it go." The boy frowned, lifting his head high with pride. "Why should I do that?" His eyes darkened, Gen's voice as heavy as steel. "Because I'm running out of reasons not to finish you." Hamo slowly stood up, his body trembling, but his voice was still defiant. "You're the one who needs to reconsider." He suddenly frowned, looking around with suspicion. "What's that sound?" He smiled faintly, a bright smile in his eyes. "My brothers are coming." A group of people rushed from the distance, shouting urgently, "Chief!" The opposing enemies were stunned, their faces turning pale as if seeing a nightmare. They turned and fled amidst Hamo's desperate screams. "What? No!" Gen relaxed his shoulders and tossed the sword. "Hamo, thanks for the fight." The boy gritted his teeth and grabbed his sword, his heavy breathing still echoing in the air. The entire square fell silent. All eyes followed the retreating figures of the losers. Gojak crossed his arms, a slight smirk on his lips. "There you have it. Smart." Rafa frowned in confusion. "What?" He tilted his head and said slowly, "The other group uses horns to communicate with each other." While this one was fighting, his comrades called for reinforcements. Rune's eyes widened as she exclaimed in admiration. "The Rayburn are that smart, huh?" Gojak glanced at her, a faint smile flashing across his face. "But clearly, these guys have someone who should think about that." Rune was speechless, just standing silently as the wind blew past. After a moment, she pulled the girl's hand. "Let's go, Rafa. The fun is over." Rafa nodded, her final gaze still lingering on the battlefield. On the other side, Gen's group hugged each other tightly. Laughter erupted after hours of life and death struggle. The smile on his lips was radiant, but his eyes still held a look of caution. The girl glanced at him one more time, then turned her head and said softly, "We should go." Mon stepped forward, his voice low and hoarse. "I sent a few men after him." He waved his hand. "Tell them to come back. Causing trouble while the goblins are here could get us all in trouble." Vaughn rested his chin on his hand, thinking, and slowly asked, "Is that why you didn't kill him, sir?" Gen pursed his lips and gave a faint smile, his tone half joking, half serious. "Yeah, let's just say that." He looked up at Jem. "Why didn't you meet us here?" He sighed, rubbing his neck tiredly with one hand. "A few guys from VG were causing trouble with Jack's group, so we went to help. It turned out to be nothing major." Gen rested his chin on his hand, his eyes thoughtful. "But it was enough to pull you away. I thought something had happened." Rem held up the horn in his hand when he heard Vaughn's call. "We got back as fast as we could." He narrowed his eyes sarcastically. "You didn't leave Jack with the mess, did you?" The man shook his head slightly. "No, by the time Jack and Hem arrived, the VG guys had already retreated." Gen smiled, tilting his head to glance at Jem. "Well, that's good." His eyes and Gojak's suddenly met. The atmosphere became serious. Gen asked softly, "Can I help you?" The man smiled. "I am Gojak. I want to commend you for your victory today." I have been in many campaigns, and I have never seen anyone fight as well as you. Today, I want to discuss your fighting style with you. He tilted his head slightly, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. Many campaigns, you say? The man nodded. Yes, across many lands. Gen smiled, giving a loud command, Gem, go find some mushroom wine. We shouldn't be rude to our guests. They both burst out laughing and shook hands firmly. He said, he and I have a lot to talk about. In the first days of the Age of Jom, the father of all fought against an enemy from the void. He fell, and the world plunged into chaos. But from a drop of his blood, a new god was born, Zera. It was she who gathered the fragments of Jom. It was she who forced the god of death, Dawn, to reforge them. And it was she who was named the greatest general after Jom was reborn. She reclaimed the land from the one who stepped out of the void and his minions. Bungu explained, as the goddess of war, just as she descended into hell to reclaim Jom's soul, we will march into hell to reclaim our inheritance. You may have heard that this expedition is to eliminate the Hippolings. And that is true, but it is not the whole truth. The truth is that there are ancient treasures lying right beneath our feet. Treasures that others were too afraid to claim in the past. He clenched his fist with determination. You are the lucky ones, the chosen ones today. Because this expedition is not a hunt, it is a raid. We are going down there to take what is ours and to enrich us all. Bungo tried to boost everyone's morale. Whether you are bogies, bugbears, dorks, or goblins, he raised his hand high, every one of you will become a part of history. Follow me. We will fight. We will conquer. Bungo shouted, and we will be victorious. He declared, in the name of Jom, the expedition begins. The crowd below immediately roared in unison. Jom? Gen remarked, not the worst speech I've ever heard. Gojak stood beside him and said wearily, Bungo is not like his brothers. He is much greedier and more ambitious. Gen crossed his arms, his face impassive. You said he is the son of the Jira tribe's chief. The man nodded firmly. Yes, this expedition is Bungo's chance to prove he is stronger than his brothers. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I see, Gojak. Do you know what he's after? The man broke into a sweat. I don't understand what you mean. Gen said slowly, a prince does not voluntarily lead an expedition with double the usual numbers and hire mercenaries from different races without a clear objective. And since we are going down, not up, there must be something down there that is important to him. At this point, Gojak also thought quickly. I understand. Once again, your words are wise, Lep. I will talk to the people I know. A complex glint appeared in his eyes. Me too. The sooner we find out Bungo's purpose, the better our chances of survival. Hamo fell to his knees on the ground. Sir. Vera looked at him angrily. Get out of my sight before I kill you. He quickly turned and walked away. Vera tilted his head and ordered, Oz, from today, Hamo is under your command. If he wants to command again, let him earn it. He defended, Chief. He was only trying to do the right thing for Gioma. The man roared in anger, and what if he had succeeded? What if Bungo found out? How many heads would the Jira prince demand as atonement? How many more people would I lose? I understand his feelings, Oz. I feel the same way. But now is not the time. Oz was silent for a long moment, then asked, when is the time, Chief? What are we waiting for? Vera looked at Hamo coldly for a long time. He gave a sick, cunning smile. The levels are deep, and many things lurk in the darkness. Be patient, Oz. Our time will come. Moving on to a new segment. Professor Gora's useful goblinoid identification class. Hello everyone, Professor Gora here. Some of you have asked about Goblinoid Society, and I am here to explain. In the world where Lep and I live, there are a few main races, including goblinoids like us. Goblinoids originated from the Ansat Empire and split into tribes after the empire fell. The dorks are the most advanced among goblinoids. They were once merchants, warriors, and sailors until they were conquered by humans. The DK are a warrior race, knights and mercenaries, famous everywhere for their heroic talent on the battlefield. Although they are goblinoids, they do not belong to the Ansat Empire. The goblin tribe is the most common among goblinoids. They spend most of their time fighting with their neighbors and with each other. The strongest goblin tribe is the Jira, who have subjugated the bugbears. They are known as skilled hunters and trackers. But be careful, for their tempers are as hot as their foul breath. Fortunately, there aren't many of them. At the lowest level of goblinoid society are the bogies. But there is still a division among them. Green bogies are the nobility in their society. Bogies play an intermediary role between the goblin lords and the other bogies. Many bogies have green skin, largely due to their goblin blood. But they are different from goblins in their smaller stature and their hands splitting sideways instead of upwards. We, the Rayburn bogies, are the lowest class. Our ancestors were once great mages, but now we labor in the mines and caves, doing the jobs that other bogies don't want to do. Our people have been enslaved by the Jira for generations, eventually becoming a servant class for them. Thank you all for your comments and questions about our people. I hope this class helps you understand more about goblinoid society. Feel free to ask more questions in the comments section below. On the table was a plate. Inside were a few things that looked like dried leaves. Level 1. San and Vara stood silently, their eyes full of surprise and confusion, seemingly still not understanding what had just happened. He frowned and turned his head in another direction, his eyes showing annoyance and disgust. San's hand slowly reached out. His fingertips lightly touched the plate resting on the table. She didn't bother to pay any more attention, pulling back the curtain and stepping outside. As soon as she stepped out from behind the curtain, Vara froze. Vaughn was standing with his back to her, looking at something. Without bothering to speak, she strode over and grabbed him by the collar. Vaughn was startled and quickly turned around to see Vara. The smile on his lips twisted as Vaughn was dragged away by Vara without a shred of mercy. He was dragged to a cave where the strong scent of herbs filled the air, covering the rock walls. She gestured with her hand, asking Vaughn if the worm and the mushroom leaf could be turned into meat. He picked up 2 mushrooms, one with a pointed cap like a roof, the other round and full like the moon, and explained with gestures. Not far away, San and his group sat around a table, everyone eating heartily. After the meal, the group stood up, adjusted their gear, and lined up neatly, heading straight forward. Level 2. While walking in a dark cave, Gunn suddenly stopped and trembled, pointing ahead. His eyes were frantic. Just the thought of Vara sent a chill down his spine. Vaughn was startled and immediately rushed towards a large rock to hide. His heart pounded. He sneakily slipped away and stood behind a giant mushroom, lost in thought. Vaughn froze, his ears straining. A faint sound came from somewhere in the darkness. Turning around, Vaughn saw her dragging a dead animal. After a few cuts with a knife, the animal was chopped into pieces. He sat down heavily on the ground, frowning at the pile of meat, then pointed at it with a confused expression. Finally, they stood by a pot of boiling water, putting all the meat in to cook amidst the billowing steam. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. When the meat was cooked, they both took a piece and put it in their mouths. As soon as they took a bite, their eyes lit up simultaneously. The scene changes again. A group of people in armor, carrying weapons on their shoulders, silently marched up a rocky slope. Level 3. After finishing their meal, Vaughn immediately made a sign, warning that if anyone dared to eat the wrong rat meat, they would be poisoned and die. As soon as he finished speaking, they both jumped up, shouting and chasing after a rat that was running amok. They had only run a few steps when they stopped. The rat had brought a whole swarm with it, surrounding the two of them. He sighed softly, glancing at her. His whole body was dirty, and he pointed to the other side. Vaughn stood some distance away, quietly keeping watch for Vara while she bathed. After her bath, Vara felt completely refreshed. She walked with a contented smile. Before he could react, Vaughn was slapped so hard on the back by Vara that he stumbled. He got angry, pointing straight at her face, indicating that Vara always hit him to within an inch of his life. She was just as angry, flinging her hand away and turning. The two of them angrily went their separate ways. The scene changes again. A group of people walk silently in the wind. Level 4. Vara sat at the table, clearly in a bad mood, causing Doc and Sand to glance at each other and whisper with curiosity. Her cheeks suddenly felt hot as the image of his face appeared in her mind. Then Vara bit her lip, recalling her impulsive actions from before. Her eyes gradually lowered, her gaze becoming still, as if touching an unnamed sadness. In another corner, Vaughn crossed his arms and leaned against a rock, his scowling face clearly showing his frustration. Far away, after a long while, she just lowered her head and silently walked away, looking very lonely. Ghoul glanced at him, pointing a finger straight at his face, gesturing that the person Vara liked was Vaughn. In a forest not far from there, a deafening roar echoed. A giant monster charged forward, fiercely attacking her group. Vara gritted her teeth, gathering all her strength to swing her blade powerfully. The blade flashed and sank deep into the monster's body. Vara frowned, her breathing heavy, trying to endure the sharp pains spreading through her body. Despite giving it her all, the monster still stood tall, completely unharmed. Just as the monster raised its claw, a figure rushed from nowhere and pushed her away. It crashed to the ground, its head spinning. Vara's whole body was covered in the monster's saliva. She turned to look at Vaughn, her face filled with astonishment. He chuckled and handed the knife back to Vara. She burst out laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. When the monster collapsed, Vara just waved and smiled at Vaughn before turning to walk away. He raised his hand high and waved back, a smile still on his lips, his eyes still following her retreating back. Jack's eyes bulged as he clenched a cloth between his teeth, his facial muscles tense as he tried to endure the pain. His eyes rolled back, revealing the whites, his face contorted in extreme agony. Gen's gaze rested on Jack's bandaged, injured leg. He walked over to comfort him. His leg will heal. Change the bandage and apply more Nako lore to the burn when the mist crystals turn blue to neutralize the acid. The one bandaging nodded, "Yes, sir." After speaking, Gen stood up straight, hands on his hips, his eyes scanning the surrounding area as if searching. Looking at the monster's still corpse, he mumbled in a low voice, "What a waste." The boy appeared quickly and reported, "Sir, I asked, but the healers refused to come. They said that taking care of Rayburn is not their job unless a noble requests it." Upon hearing this, Gen's face grew grim. He crossed his arms and frowned. 2 months, 4 levels, over 100 dead. The old men play their war games using these young men as pawns. Some things never change. Vaughn nodded, "Yes, sir." But in contrast, he shook his head vigorously. The boy was confused and spoke up. "Sir, Gil said that the supervisor wants us to start harvesting. They don't want to waste any more time on the injured." After hearing this, he fell silent, his gaze distant, lost in thought. His eyes stopped on the group of injured people, each one carefully bandaged. "That's right. It's time to collect our treasure." The bogies were enthusiastically digging tunnels without stopping. Most of the gray bogies were small and not suited for life in the caves. I used to wonder why the goblins made them miners. He remembered when he was a child, the first time he entered a cave. Finally, I discovered that it was because of the beautiful mist crystals that the bogies used for light. The white-haired old man slowly lifted the blue stone, placing it gently into the box as if afraid of breaking it. In the dim light, a bogie lightly jumped up and hugged the pile of blue stones to its chest. And the world on the surface used them to power magic. They have a corrosive property for non-magical creatures, but they don't affect gray bogies. The group of bogies played enthusiastically, passing the blue stone to each other. Laughter echoed throughout the cave. With their innate magical abilities, they could handle the toxic crystals without any fear. So here we are, in the mines where the Jira sent us. The other bogey was focused, his hand holding a hammer, rhythmically tapping on the blue stone. Sparks flew. But they still need to be purified and made safe for use, a long and costly process. The sound of knives echoed. They slit open the monster's belly. Until a new source was found. The liquid from the monster's belly flowed out. The first expeditions discovered that hippolings naturally refine both metal ores and mist crystals into a safe form, which they use to build their nests. His eyes swept over the monsters scattered on the ground. Since then, expeditions have been regularly organized, nominally to clear the mines of threats, but in reality, to harvest the crystals that have been through the apocalypse of today. Gen was silent and brooding, as if contemplating. At first, I heard that the hippoling's used to live in isolation, not interfering with each other. But after the great hunt began, there was no turning back. Now both sides kill each other on sight. What a waste! From above, the fat one yelled, his words echoing down below. Be careful with those things, you idiots. They are worth more than your worthless lives. In the distance, he and another man approached, looking quite annoyed. God, I hate that chicken. He bent down, opened a bag for someone, and quickly put something inside. Then he turned to Jack. Ahem, how bad is the situation? He frowned slightly, his voice filled with regret. 10 men, kid. We lost 10 good men. The man beside him closed his eyes and sighed. They died because we were too hasty. A child could have foreseen the ambush. If only we had scouted more carefully. Hen rubbed his chin, his face grim, and nodded. Yes, what I can't understand is why. It's not just for these stones, I'm telling you. Gen lazily pointed a finger in another direction. Perhaps he knows. As soon as the words were spoken, the figures of Virgo and Oz slowly appeared before everyone. Jack glanced down with a suspicious look. He saw the green veins on the man's hands bulging. Jack looked up, his deep voice advising Hen. I understand how you feel. But remember the pact. We are allies now. Seeing the surprised expression on his face, the man smiled faintly. Jack, are you still angry about my test? How many years has it been? He snapped back irritably, questioning, a test? Sir, you made my closest brother turn against me. I had to kill him because of you. Virgo still had a smile on his lips. He then spoke gently. Jack, you still don't understand. If I hadn't given him the chance, someone else would have. No wonder your subordinates keep betraying you. As soon as he finished speaking, the man exploded, lunging forward to kick him in the face. But he was immediately stopped by the others. Chief, don't do it. He's right, Jack. It's not worth it. He's just provoking you. If you attack him, Bun Ji will have you executed. He pouted, his eyes glaring with contempt. He shook their hands off. Fine. Then Jack turned and walked away decisively. I'm going to check on the soldiers, Hen. You take care of that kid. Watching him leave, the man let out a loud, mocking laugh. Come find me whenever you want, Jack. I'll always welcome you. He didn't even turn back. Jack simply raised his middle finger at Virgo. Only then did Jem step forward and speak. So, besides trying to kill us, is there any other reason you came here? The man leaned in and whispered in his ear. Indeed there is. My sources have finally found the reason behind this hasty expedition. Jem was skeptical. What reason? After a moment of contemplation, the man recounted. A war. Between the siblings. To inherit the position of leader. I don't need your sources to know that. Virgo paused for a moment, closed his eyes, and then continued. Of course. But do your sources say how Bun Ji intends to win that war? And the reason this expedition is proceeding at such a rapid pace? So your sources know? The man threw his head back, not to be outdone. It took a lot of time and a lot of money. But yes, they found out. Jem was doubtful. Why? The man spoke up. He knows the location of a legendary magical weapon, once used by SH. Walking alongside Vaughn, he chattered endlessly. When are you going to tell us about what's bothering the boss? Shut up, Vaughn. He winced in pain from a headache, gently rubbing his temples. Gun. I already told you. I wasn't there. Jem is the one who knows. You want to know why he's angry? Go ask him. Gun slyly touched his elbow. Come on, Gun. You're his favorite. You must know something. We're just worried about him. You understand. Gun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is that so? Gun pouted, stammering as if he didn't know what to say. All. He immediately cut him off, shaking his head as if he understood. I knew it. Gu shrugged as if he didn't care. All right. I was just curious and a little worried that he would choose to be angry with the goblins and drag us into trouble. Mon, standing behind, looked down, trying to interject into the conversation. That sounds funny. Is that what you should be worried about? From what we've seen, he's the one who ends all the fights. He raised an eyebrow, his face scrunched up in annoyance. Hey, mind your own business, Mon. Then Gun turned with a sly smile. So, is he hiding something from you, Vaughn? How pitiful. The big bosses prefer grumpy old men like Jem over kids like you. He immediately grabbed Gun by his two tufts of hair, not giving him a chance to react. You shut your mouth. The last thing we need is you spreading more rumors. Hun forcefully pushed his hand away. Mon raised an eyebrow and said firmly, Don't worry, Voon. He puckered his lips and blew a kiss teasingly. I'm sure your hot girlfriend will comfort you when you're crying on her beautiful lap. While they were joking around, a strong force suddenly struck Gun from behind. He jumped in alarm, turned around, and looked up. Gun saw Raka behind him with a cold expression. You gray goblins. Can you ever shut your mouths? This is a scouting mission, not a berry-picking trip. Vaughn stepped forward, forcing a smile to break the tense situation. Listen, Raka. I'm sorry. He just likes to ramble. He doesn't mean anything by it. He frowned, looking down, his voice growling threateningly. If we all get caught just because you people can't keep your mouths shut, I'll personally throw you to the hip links to be eaten. As soon as Yoga left, a voice called out from behind. Don't let him bother you too much, kid. Bugbears like Yoga are born grumpy. Ban and Gojak stepped forward, speaking at the same time. Kid, you know that feeling of an itch you can't scratch? That's what bugbears are like all the time. If I had to smell Ban all day, I'd be cranky too. The old man rolled his eyes and cleared his throat as if to warn them. Hey, the scouting unit is up ahead of the main company. The group entered the forest, where jagged rocks were interspersed with patches of pink grass. The whole group stood there in silence until he spoke, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Vaughn, I have to admit, this fifth level is more beautiful than I thought. It's hard to believe this paradise exists underground. The scene ahead was like a fairy tale. He stared, full of questions. What are those things? Mon stared intently at the black leaves rolling on the ground. Hairy spas. This level is full of herds of them. Jem told me about it. Hun put his hand on his stomach, staring with a greedy look. Can we eat them? He glanced over as a reminder. You can try, but Jen said they will trample anything that gets near their herd. After hearing that, he gave up the idea. Then it's better not to mess with them. Vaughn turned, full of curiosity, and asked him. Sir Gojak, how much farther until we return to the rendezvous point with the main company? He glanced behind him while pointing. It's hard to measure distance in this strange place. But I believe the rendezvous point is in that direction. Ban, what do you think? Ban held the wooden box in his hand, contemplating. The counting box says we've taken 10,230 steps to reach the farthest point in the scouting area. And right now, we've taken 3,478 steps on the way back. I guess if we follow the stream ahead, it's about another 6,000 steps to get there. As soon as they heard this, the group huddled together, each with a question. Your box can talk? It doesn't talk, kid. It just counts and tells me how many steps I've taken. Raka stepped forward with powerful strides. Let's keep moving. After saying that, he led the way while the kid poked his head up, interjecting, Can I ask something? Where did you get that box? He looked at the kid and explained. I got it when we fought the pink skins in the east. Vaughn's head was full of question marks, confused. Pink skins? Brit? Ban suddenly turned around, his eyes wide and mouth agape as if to say something, but then he changed the subject. What? Why aren't you? That's right. Your tribe isn't allowed to leave this place. After saying that, his expression became a bit awkward, and he bowed his head. Sorry about that. The kid smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Ban raised a finger and winked playfully. Why is it not okay? This is a big deal, kid. How can you stand living underground for so long? No sunlight? No sky at all? I haven't been down here long, and I'm already going crazy. After walking a little further, Vaughn saw a skylight above. There are some skylights. But I know what you mean. He smiled and looked up with full confidence. One day, we will be free. But until then, we have to be strong enough to protect our freedom. That's what Sir Lep always says. He rubbed his chin and let out a small hum. Gojak said that Guy was NDT0, but he didn't think much of him. Maybe I should take another look at your boss. The kid tilted his head, flashing a bright, toothy grin. Just go and talk to him. You'll see. So, can you tell me more about the pink skins and the Riss? Every time he mentioned humans, Ban was contemptuous. The pink skins are smelly idiots who live all over the east like insects. You can't kick a bush in the east without hitting a bunch of pink skins. He remembered the devastating battle, a relentless pain welling up inside him. We just fought with them not long ago. A group of mud-caked people stole some of our pigs. So we went over to ask for them back. The fight was going on when suddenly the cloaked ones appeared. Then a group calling themselves Chris showed up, intervened, and stopped the fight. They stood up and looked straight at Ban. They are like a bunch of monks, always worried about making peace. That's their law. No fighting unless in self-defense, and always seeking peaceful settlements. Returning to the present, he pointed directly at the wooden box. Anyway, I saw an Adrid guy with this box. And he said he'd give it to me if I stopped fighting. So I thought, why not? Ban lifted the wooden box, his eyes thoughtful. That was the best deal I ever made. You wouldn't believe it, but this box has saved my life I don't know how many times. After hearing the story, the kid behind him was silent and then exclaimed with admiration. That sounds wonderful. Thinking of the black-cloaked figures, he nodded. It is. If your tribe one day wins back its freedom and happens to meet the peaceful pink skins in the east, respect their religion and traditions. They will respect you in return. He walked ahead, glancing back. That's not going to happen. The Brazilian Republic has already killed most of them. Ban now remembered. That's right, damn it. Vaughn didn't understand what was happening, his face full of curiosity as he spoke. What is it? Who? He remembered the military uniforms the humans wore. A bunch of arrogant men in skirts, always parading around with flags. They set fire to everything, burning down all the temples in every land they conquered. Then they replaced the gods there with their own gods. Mentioning this, Ban gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as he cursed. The bastards. I swear I'll never work for them again, no matter how much gold they offer. The kid frowned, his eyes full of suspicion, then asked, Hey, work for them? Ban didn't explain but just nodded. Of course. We're a mercenary clan, kid. We've worked for every race. Ban Vaughn was pensive, rubbing his chin as if considering something. So you're here as mercenaries too? He and the other man exchanged a silent glance. No one spoke. Ban gently rubbed his head, his eyes avoiding contact. Not exactly. The image of the old Bulgu appeared in his mind. He stood in the middle, giving orders. All right, listen. The truth is, we were hired not long ago to help Bulgu's second younger brother. His group of men charged into battle with a pack of wolves. In a fight with the collars, before he could react, Bulgu was stabbed right in the chest. We did our best. The two men's eyes widened in horror as they turned to look. But there wasn't much we could do. Sitting on a high chair, he covered his face, his eyes hidden behind his hand. Bungu offered a different deal. He said he would arrange things with Jira for us if we did one thing for him. So here we are. Back in the present, Ban looked up at the sky, gazing into the distance. I still think he's the one who showed the collars where to find his brother. After saying that, he looked away again, seeming a bit sad. But we still have to do it. The clan can't afford to lose any more clients. Our reputation hasn't been very good since we worked for Brazilium. We only trained soldiers for them and participated in a few battles. But we're still blamed for the terrible things this republic has done. The fire that had burned everything right before Ban's eyes. This republic destroys temples, libraries, schools, things that people erase when they want to replace a tribe's culture with their own. In a house, a flag was planted, flying in the wind. Give it more time, and there will be a new, loyal colony ready to serve the Brazilian Republic. Mon couldn't hide his admiration and exclaimed, "That sounds terrible. Vaughn, do you think we should tell Lep about them?" He nodded. "I'll let him know when we—" While they were talking, Vaughn saw him fumbling with something. "Hey, what is Raka doing?" Gojak also became suspicious and stepped forward curiously. "Where is Raka going?" He walked over, his gaze following the direction the man was looking. "Raka, what's wrong? What did you find?" The people behind also came forward, lining up. In the darkness, the monster's yellow eyes flashed with a sharp light. Its footsteps echoed with power. The dust flew up so thick and hazy that they couldn't see clearly. Around them, they stood and watched. The insects followed each other in perfect order. Gun turned pale, his jaw dropping as he stammered, "Insects, a whole army of them." As night fell, they gathered around the campfire. Gen glanced over at Hen standing beside him and smiled. "And they're heading straight for the expedition team." The insects moved on in an unbroken line. "That's a whole army of insects." Ban turned around, his voice cautious as he stated his speculation. "They're heading straight for the expedition team. This must be a surprise attack." Mon and Gun exchanged glances and then exclaimed in unison, "What do we do now?" Before he could compose himself, he blew into the ivory tusk. The sound echoed throughout the forest. "Vaughn, what the hell are you doing?" In a fit of rage, Gorak snatched the ivory tusk and yelled, "Do you want us all to die?" Frightened, he quickly tried to justify his actions. "We have to warn the others about the insects that are coming, even if it means we get caught." Ban pulled a knife from his belt, his cold gaze fixed on Vaughn, making the air around them tense as a bowstring. "I'm going to kill him." Seeing the situation, Gun stood up, shielding him. He forced a smile to diffuse the situation. "Wait. Hold on. The insects communicate with sense. Even if they hear the horn, they won't care." He looked around, observing, and spoke up. "Raka, are any of them following us?" He raised his eyes and tilted his nose up, sniffing a few times. "As far as I can tell, no." After hearing this, Gojak bowed his head and let out a breath, as if releasing the heavy pressure in his heart. Looks like the kid did the right thing. Ban also stopped making things difficult for Vaughn and put away his weapon. "All right." His eyes, however, held a warning as he looked at him. "But next time, kid, ask for opinions before you decide to risk the whole team's life." That's not something you can just decide on your own. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Vaughn shook his head. I won't do it again. He walked over and patted Ban on the shoulder, saying, let's put that behind us. We need to get back to the expedition and tell them what we've seen. Gojak began to assess the current situation. The kid's horn might have told them something is wrong, but it can't tell them how serious it is. Looking at that force, this is definitely a major attack. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere immediately grew heavy, and everyone fell silent. He was the first to break the tense atmosphere. Raka, you're the best at finding paths. Is there any way to get back that avoids the insects? He lifted his chin high, his eyes blazing with confidence. My big nose will do its best. He smirked, his eyes full of amusement. If your big nose gets us back safely, I'll buy you as much mushroom wine as you want. He turned to the back and winked suggestively. It's a deal. Raga continued to lead, guiding the group's retreat from this place. After a long journey, the group stopped. Ban leaned on his hands, panting from exhaustion. Behind him, the whole group was exhausted, slumping to the ground. Some leaned on their knees, unable to catch their breath, sweat drenching their bodies. Gu grimaced with a complaining look. I'm about to die. He was tired too. Let's rest for a bit, then we have to keep going. Ghoul suddenly realized his mistake. His eyes filled with remorse. Gone. I'm sorry. He raised an eyebrow, not caring about what Ghoul said. What now? He sat on the ground, his hands clenched tightly, his expression tense. I shouldn't have convinced you to join Lep's gang. Upon hearing this, Vaughn couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry about that. His smile held no hint of blame. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the courage to confront my parents. And I would have still had to join this expedition without any training. In fact, I probably owe you my life. Ghoul finally started to relax. The tension on his face eased. You're right. He glanced up playfully and said, so next time the insects are chasing us, can you run a little slower? Vaughn's loud laughter livened up the atmosphere. Behind them, Mon covered her face, speechless. Gojak looked over, carefully observing. Bon. I still haven't heard any response to your horn. When he heard that, he became pensive. I don't know either. Me neither. Either the other groups are out of range or... He nodded slightly and continued his thought. They can't answer. Ban was suspicious. Maybe this isn't the only group of insects. The other groups might have been wiped out. He gripped the rope on his shoulder tightly, speculating, if they were really attacked, it would have made a lot of noise. But I didn't hear anything. Gunn stood up, his face showing a hint of hope. So there's still hope, right? Vaughn didn't answer his question. Vaughn shouted loudly, it would be better if we keep moving. Let's go. The insects were in a cave and just came out. Ban's group hid behind a bush, observing. Like goats being bitten. Gunn perked up his ears and asked, what's a goat? He was speechless that he didn't even know that. Something even louder than you, if that's possible. He sat in a corner and asked curiously, why are they just standing there? It looks like they're guarding something. Insects aren't smart enough to guard anything. He shook his head and turned to look back at the man. Who knows why they're there? But this is the only way to get to the main company before the insects arrive. We have to get past them. Gojak, what do you think? He was deep in thought for a long time, then looked up. We have two options. One of us lures the insects away, or the whole group fights. Which will it be? Vaughn looked at the insects, rubbing his chin and thinking about something. After a moment, he suddenly spoke up, giving orders. I'm the fastest runner here. I'll lure them away. The rest of you go warn the expedition. Hearing his words, Gunn, who was sitting next to him, stared with wide eyes and an open mouth. Vaughn. You know I was joking about you being slower than me, right? He didn't deny it, just nodded. I know. Gunn couldn't hide his surprise, his face clearly showing his confusion. So why? Vaughn cut him off, his voice firm. I just don't want my friend to die before me. Mon couldn't help but speak up, trying to dissuade him. Let's find another way. Vaughn, the insects are faster than us. There's no way you can escape them. If someone has to be the bait, it should be the mercenaries. Ban also agreed with his opinion. You're right, kid. Gojak and I can handle one of them. He still held his own opinion, unchanged. But not 3. If they win, they'll come for you. The insects hunt by smell. The only way is to lead them far enough for everyone to get through the tunnel before they come back. Vaughn stood up straight, his gaze determined, not allowing anyone to refuse. The one to do it has to be me. The army continued to march through the giant mushroom forest. On their way home, they chatted happily with each other. But some others had to struggle, carrying a palanquin on their shoulders, looking extremely strained. Rune complained uncomfortably to Rafa. I'm getting bitten by insects all over. It probably won't stop itching. Hearing this, Rafa kindly scratched for her. Oh God. I hate this armor. Better? Rune showed a satisfied expression and said gently, that's enough. She looked at the scene before her and couldn't help but shudder. Can't they make these things at least a little practical? I mean, look at them. Who thinks armored breasts are useful? Rafa could only reply helplessly, if you want to wear something beautiful instead, you could go up there and serve him. The scene of the mage feeding Bun Gu grapes one by one made her use it as an excuse to tease Rune. As long as he sees your charm. Rune stuck out her tongue in disgust. No thanks. I'll take the insect bites. Seeing this, Rafa winked at her. There you go, Rune. Problem solved. Rune smiled and looked at her. That's why I like you, Rafa. You always find the bright side of things. Rafa didn't pay much attention, only noticing the terrible scenery around them. Everything would be a lot brighter if we got out of this forest. But now, Rune seemed skeptical. She said, I wouldn't count on it. I heard the NDT 6 level is worse. Rafa couldn't be optimistic anymore either. She put on a disgusted face. Of course it is. That's what we need, isn't it? More death and discomfort. But right at that moment, Rune pointed behind her and said playfully, Hey, at least the person you like is with us. The person she was referring to was Jem. He walked behind with a determined look on his face. Rafa, having been hit where it hurt, blushed and exclaimed in embarrassment. He's not the person I like. Rune said slyly and frankly, Oh, really? Is that why you mention him every chance you get? The girl heard this and tried to defend herself. I said he's a good warrior. That doesn't mean I like or trust him. Rue shook her head, a little curious. I don't understand what you have against him. From what we've seen, his people are very disciplined and flexible. And they're pretty nice to us. Rafa still looked shy as she confided in her. You mean a little too nice? I always have a feeling that there's something wrong with him. He has the smell of an Otung elder, someone more like a merchant than a warrior. Clearly, Rune didn't understand what she meant and bluntly retorted. He's not a merchant. You've seen how he fights. Rafa then thought back. I have. But that makes even less sense. Who's good with both words and a spear? Rune casually proved her earlier words. Like I said, an obsession. Why don't you go talk to him and get to know him? Rafa blushed and avoided her gaze. I wouldn't know what to say. As soon as she finished, Rune put on a very understanding look for the situation. She placed a hand on her friend's shoulder. Rafa, have you ever told me about the time you were herding pigs back home? And there was that cute Suddenly, Rafa's eyes widened as she looked ahead. Her expression was one of great astonishment. Rune was also taken by surprise by her. What's wrong? Rafa just looked very tense. There's something ahead. Suddenly, a sound rang out from ahead, signaling the Gunhan. The Gunhan army abruptly fell into chaos and went on the defensive. It's an attack. Everyone, move forward. Rafa bravely ordered everyone. Be ready to protect our lord. In a flash, she glanced to the side and paused for a moment. Rafa asked a soldier who was frantically sniffing the air. What is it? That soldier concentrated on sniffing, then answered her. Something smells a bit wrong. He shouted in panic, recognize? Rune and Rafa stared blankly at the soldier for a moment. It seemed his reaction was a bit slow. Instantly, another person in the team was grabbed by something from above. He immediately screamed. Help me, help me. Rune pointed upwards, a bit scared. What the hell is that? Rafa looked up and saw the spider was lurking right there. She yelled out, ambush. It's an ambush. The warriors quickly got into formation. They tried their best to hold up their shields for defense. The spider, without any hesitation, rushed forward very quickly. Immediately after, it used its leg to strike Rune directly. It made her fall. She was in excruciating pain. Rafa, full of rage, rushed forward. She used her shield to restrain it and then signaled to clamp its leg. The leg is the weakest part. Without hesitating for another second, Rafa fiercely used a dagger to stab its leg. It cried out in agony, calling its kin for help. Other warriors quickly ran over. They also used their weapons to attack the leg. Rafa stood in front of its head and raised the sharp dagger. She furiously stabbed straight down. It made the spider unable to struggle anymore. Afterwards, she yelled to the people behind her. We need to go help the others. Rune, quite worried, pointed at her. You'd better wash that off before it burns you. Rafa paid no mind and said perfunctorily, it doesn't burn. I guess. But right after that, her mind suddenly became dizzy. My head is safe, Then she collapsed, causing Rune to scream in panic, Rafa. Rafa. In her hazy state, she recalled a story from the past. I really hate this armor. Rafa remembered her father. My father died in a battle during a storm. The village chief's eldest son tried to take advantage of my sister. And my father cut off his hand. Therefore, the elders in the tribe gave him a choice. Pay a fee and have his own hand cut off, or fight. Her father bravely chose to face his enemy. But Rafa hated that situation. The fool chose to fight. The price for his family was death. Or slavery. For 3 generations. The chief was fed up. Instead, he exiled us. We met a group of warriors. Jira, in the 2nd week. Too many people to fight. My uncle died trying to save us. My mother and sister were taken to the House of Desire. My 3 clans. Aizen is a blind clan. Unenlightened by the legacy of Shish. We were born ready to fight. And we trained our entire lives for battle. I thought my destiny had arrived. But fate hadn't let go of me yet. At this moment, Rafa vaguely opened her eyes to the scene before her. She was a little surprised. What is this? She struggled with all her might. I can't move. I can't feel anything. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side. I would avoid struggling. If I were you. Rafa asked doubtfully. Who's there? My vision is blurry. Another person reassured her. He's right. Conserve your strength while the paralysis wears off. Rafa, confused, looked towards the direction of the voice that had just spoken. What? Where am I? The person next to her didn't explain. He only asked her what the last thing she remembered was. Rafa frowned, trying to piece together her memories. I was fighting an insectoid race. We took one down. As she said this, loud laughter echoed around. Just one. She angrily asked in a growl. Hey, how many did you kill? Hem arrogantly boasted to Rafa. The last time the tally was checked. Gen over there killed 4. I killed 3, Vac killed 3. Then he turned to look at VG and this piece of crap here. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, VG smiled. He interrupted, also killed 3. It made Hem angry and he pretended to praise. Still as cute as ever. Gutsy, aren't you, Hem? He paid no mind, just shaking his head helplessly. Vac needs to teach his pet better manners. Hem flew into a rage and threatened. When I'm free, I'll teach you manners. Regardless of how VG and Hem were teasing each other, Rafa looked around worriedly. Is everyone here? The entire expedition? Gen calmly answered her. Not everyone. Only those who touched the spider's blood. As far as we can tell. Only then did Rafa let out a sigh of relief, thank God. He looked at her and reminded. Glad your furry boss is probably okay, right? Maybe you should be more worried about yourself. Rafa retorted unhappily. I don't care if they eat that pig. I just want my girls to be safe. Suddenly, she became a little scared. But they won't eat us, right? Gen tried to explain. Probably, but they'd have to do a lot of work. Just for a light meal. Look around, what do you see? Rafa strained her eyes to look into the dark space. I see you and the others. And instantly her eyes widened in amazement. The bee cocoons weren't in a nest, but were floating in midair. Rafa's jaw dropped for a moment. They're floating. How is that possible? Hem saw this expression of hers and smirked smugly. Yes, that's what I said. And VG also appeared anxious. I truly fear for the future of our race. And before you open your mouth again, to make us even dumber. Hem gone. The bees heard the noise and came out of their cocoons. Verg then told them the whole truth. This is the 7th level, where the laws of nature do not apply. Everyone looked astonished for a moment. That's impossible. While Verg understood everything. But it's true. After a surprisingly intelligent display, they have brought us deep into their territory. Rafa, even at this point, still found it hard to believe. There's no way they're that smart. Even Hoi tried to argue. But they're bugs. Gen said with a serious face to everyone. Instinctively, I would plan an ambush and a diversion. To capture at least half of the enemy's territory. We have seriously underestimated the insectoid race. And there's probably more to it than that. More than just being a good meal for the insectoid queen. Wen Hoi showed immense admiration. Oh. Damn, he's right. VG smiled with satisfaction. That's right, isn't it? Rafa, a bit confused, asked again, so what do we do? She only saw Virgo looking very confident. Don't worry, there's a plan. Then he looked at Gen expectantly, right, Gen? He understood his meaning and was silent for a moment. Gen calmly looked at Virgo and said, that depends. Has your paralysis worn off yet? She just saw his face contorting as he endured. It has. Gen calmly said one sentence. Then I guess you're about to feel everything they're doing to you. At this moment, everyone turned to look at him. VG was even more astonished. You mean? Gen slyly stuck out his tongue, exactly. There's no plan. Sorry about that. Hem, in his desperate situation, still smiled. We're about to share the same fate. Gen looked at that resigned appearance with some disgust. It seems so. He said optimistically to Verg, but Verg. At least you'll be able to settle. One last thing before the insectoid race comes for us. He asked curiously, one last sound? Gen didn't argue but explained. From what I've heard, I think you'd enjoy flicking Hem-gon on the head. His expression was very smug. After all, he cut ties with you for the comfort of Vac's gang. But that's not all. Hem-gon. You should have heard the things his minions said about you. Hearing these words, Hem was startled. And VG showed an extremely annoyed expression. Then he angrily yelled, VG. Hem didn't hesitate to spit in VG's face. He flew into a thundering rage and threatened. I won't need a weapon. For what I'm about to do to you. The two of them continued to bicker and curse at each other. Get lost. The spider below heard the loud noise. It immediately looked up. The swarm of spiders quickly climbed up to where they were. Taking this opportunity, Gen called out to Rafa, who was also paying attention to the other two. Rafa. Then he instructed her. I'll get us out. Keep a lookout. In case any other threats appear. Rafa was astonished, a little unexpectedly. I thought you said. Gen looked at her and explained. I needed a distraction. Instantly, he pierced through the bee's silkscreen. To Rafa's amazement, the sharp knife made one cut. The thin, fragile silk threads were torn. Gen nimbly moved over to Rafa. Then helped her escape. The two of them immediately slid straight down. Gen landed heroically and very gently, while the less experienced Rafa fell like a duck to the ground. Above, Hem and VG were surrounded by bees and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Rafa, a little embarrassed, said, Sorry, it's still hard to move. Gen reassured her, It's okay. At this time, he had already observed the surroundings and picked up a spear. Rafa, there are weapons here, do whatever you can. Gen quickly explained the plan. I'll distract them. You will increase our numbers. Rafa, a bit confused, asked back, Distract them? How? He looked at her confidently. You haven't noticed? Then in a flash, he jumped into the air. This place defies the laws of physics. Seeing Gen floating in midair, Rafa was still very confused. What is physics? But she quickly composed her thoughts. Never mind, I need to rescue the others. With that, Rafa went to rescue Rock. She threatened him. Drop your weapon and help me if you want to live. After a moment of quick persistence, cutting all the bee silk, one neat cut to another stronger one, Rafa successfully rescued the people of her tribe. She asked VG worriedly, Can you stand? He pretended to be grateful and said, I'll take command. Thank you for leaving me for last. Rafa tried to support VG. I had to wait until the insectoid race moved. He asked, slightly annoyed, Right. But couldn't you have rescued me before him? She asked frankly, If I had, would you have let him live? Hem, hearing this, was filled with anger and said in a sarcastic tone, You're insulting me. I'm nothing if not practical. He makes an excellent meat shield. Back to me, VG. VG asked Rafa with curiosity. How many of us have been rescued? She calculated for a moment then answered, I count 18. He smiled and said arrogantly, That's more than enough to fight against 3 insectoids. Unexpectedly, Hem shattered Verg's thought. But it's not 3 anymore. Look. Rock's face was ferocious. He swung the axe straight at the beast's head. Seeing the beast swarming to attack. They're coming to destroy. Rafa launched herself into the air, escaping the beast's fierce attack. A cold glance flashed from behind. From Rafa's eyes, as sharp as a sword blade. The boy was cornered against a cliff. His whole body trembled, and he screamed loudly in panic. A foot skimmed quickly across the ground, as if urged by something urgent. Raffaello shot forward like a lightning bolt, swinging her arm in a powerful slash. A flash of steel descended upon the beast. Her eyes never left the prize she had just won after so much effort. The third one. Rafa's voice, full of determination and anger, echoed across the battlefield. Help me fight it. Without thinking, the boy ran for his life as if someone was chasing him from behind. Forgive me. I have a family. Rafa's eyes were full of astonishment when she heard those words. What? It was that carelessness that caused her to be suddenly attacked by the beast. Caught off guard, Rafa tumbled to the ground, her weapon flying from her hand. She trembled all over, crawling back up. Her hand reached for the weapon that had fallen on the ground. The beast suddenly swung its pincer, clamping down on her arm. Rafa. The pain made her scream. 7 sounds echoed through the space. Rafa's eyes widened in terror as the monster began to move, preparing to strike. Helpless. Tears welled up in her sparkling eyes. No, not like this. Help. Gen rushed forward, the staff in his hand. He slammed it down, forcing the beast's head to the ground. A staff stabbed straight into the beast's eye. From the eye socket, a stream of green liquid flowed out. His eyes showed clear remorse. "Sorry I'm late." Her breathing was heavy. Rafa looked up, in her eyes. The fear had not yet faded. "Though I was stabbed deep." The monster's eye suddenly twitched abnormally. Before this scene, Gen stood frozen, unable to believe what he was witnessing. What? He pressed down hard on the staff, pushing it deeper into the monster's eye. Rafa's eyes were wide open. Her lips slightly parted, clearly showing her fear. Fear surged. She quickly brought her hands up to cover her face from the horror. In front of her, though only a blurry reflection, the savagery was haunting. Gen's face was filled with killing intent. The staff in his hand raised high. "Come on." "Why you?" Under the intense pressure, the monster's eye bulged out of its socket. "Die." Without any mercy, Gen swung the staff, aiming straight at the injured eye. His powerful swing of the staff pinned it straight into the beast's eye socket. Gen pulled out the staff and quickly ran towards her, in Hem's arms, her small body. With a slow turn, Hem left behind a provocative look. "I've got her, kid. Don't worry." Gen gently placed his hand on her head. "Is she alive?" Hem replied, "A broken arm and she's out." But hearing that, Gen sighed and smiled faintly. "I owe our crazy goddess again." He frowned, his eyes showing clear curiosity. "Are you going easy on us? You usually don't care much for goblins." Gen smirked mysteriously. "I have my reasons. You take care of her, while I help the others." As he turned to leave, a word of encouragement was spoken. "Go on." Hearing that, Rafa subconsciously paused and slowly turned her head. Her eyes sparkled with confusion. "I don't have time." Hem's face showed clear calculation. "Sorry, buddy, you lead, I'm bleeding." "That's how it is. You take her away." He carried Rafa horizontally. "All right. But if you die, don't blame me." His hand tightened on his weapon. "Don't worry, I'll be back." Hem stood looking up. The giant beast was preparing to attack. "After I go, have a little fun." The giant spider's corpse lay motionless on its back, having just gone through a battle. The spider's gaze was fixed on the group of people in front of it. It was choosing its prey. The mage's large round eyes glanced over, as if she didn't understand what was happening. Unable to hide her suspicion, she called out, "Hem gone." His face wrinkled, a mix of annoyance and a curious look. "What is it, mage? Why aren't you using your magic on that thing?" The mage was furious. Fire erupted around her as if burning her very soul. "I've been trying hard, but that crazy, cursed DK won't get out of the way." He roared in anger, while explaining and venting his fury. "I am Drug Remerson, son of Moloch, champion of the Western Hills. You will die by my hand, you creature." Hem rushed forward, whistling sharply into his hand, his eyes fierce. "You're the one in the way." He frowned, his voice commanding and annoyed. "Mage, now." His face contorted in pain. Drop held his head. "You foolish traitor. How dare you?" The mage closed her eyes, her hand raised, magical light gradually appeared. "Oh, great keeper of the sky and sea. Hear our plea. Grant us your strength, so we may defeat your enemies." The pendant emitted a dazzling green light, as if awakening a sleeping power. "Forget the magic." He charged, striking hard at the giant spider. The sound of an explosion echoed. Hem looked up, his eyes shining with hope. Did it work? The giant spider was silently hidden behind a layer of hazy dust. Only a faint outline was visible. His knuckles whitened with tension. Did it work? How big of a rock do I need to smash this thing? The axe swung high. Hem charged straight at the giant spider. Like a fierce whirlwind. His gaze sharp, locked on the spider. Ready for a precise attack. The gleaming axe was raised. Hem shouted, revealing his intention. I guess we'll do it the old-fashioned way. He couldn't hide his shock. His face suddenly became grim. Oh, damn it. The attack missed. The giant spider managed to evade the deadly slash in time. Rock's face was smug as he uttered a taunt. It missed, too bad. He knelt down, one hand on the ground. To keep from falling, then sighed. Love you too, big guy. The spider's large body faced both of them as a challenge. All attacks. Hem's eyes burned with determination. He strained and shouted like thunder. Move to the left, and I'll. Anger surged. Rock shoved him aside. I am Rock Remerson, son of Moloch, champion of. His shout echoed with frustration. What the? Get out of the way. In the midst of the argument, the spider swung its sharp pincer across both of them. Gen watched quietly. His intuition told him that something was very wrong. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out his hand, preparing to grab his weapon. Maybe I should. Gen suddenly stopped. His hand clenched as if trying to suppress something rising within him. Though his heart was burning, he still tried to hold back, waiting patiently. No, there's not much I can do to change things. I'll wait a little longer. As soon as he heard the sigh, Gen glanced over with a thoughtful look. I'll need to find someone to heal that arm. When this is over. Her arm is broken. And she has a few broken ribs and is immobilized. The easy tan mic I gave her will help her stay out of it for a while. Until we can do something about the arm. A serious look was clear on his face. Hem's voice was low and firm. Are you going easy on us? You usually don't care much for goblins. His eyes were closed shut. He tried to find some peace amid the chaos. In his mind, I wonder if she'll be a little kinder to me when this is over. I don't know if this girl has any ill intentions towards him. But behind her wide-open eyes was a heart full of visible anxiety. Though she tried to hide it, the mage ran in panic, but still looked back at the spider closely following. Behind her, what does it take to kill this thing? Why is its armor so black? His face was tense, reflecting extreme confusion. I don't know, Lady Mage. 4 of Rock's faces were drenched in sweat, streams of it rolling down. 3 of us are Rock Grimerson, son of Moloch. Unable to hold back any longer, she screamed. We know. Shut up and run. The overlapping voices echoed, what are we? Everything seemed to gain weight after this moment. When it gets close to the edge of the cliff, we'll jump to the side. Maybe the fall will kill it. The 3 of them stopped amid the chaos. The mage calmly spoke, hold your ground. The giant spider stopped, facing the 3 of them, as if challenging them. Her mind was a tangled mess. The mage blurted out a complaint, so much for that plan. The spider's roar echoed fiercely like thunder, making the air suffocating. Astonishment was clear on the faces of the mage and San, as they didn't know what was about to hit them. Hem's body was now floating in the air. He was completely unconscious, without any resistance. It seemed his body had some sensation. His eyes suddenly opened. Hem looked around and wondered. Where am I that insectoid attacked me and... While thinking about his own problem, suddenly a noise echoed. He stopped talking and glanced towards the sound. On the other side was a giant bug. Directly in front of it was a group of people standing at the edge of a cliff, hugging each other, out of fear. Seeing this, Hem fumbled around and cried out, "Where's my axe?" After searching for a while and still not finding the axe, he had to make a decision. Looks like I'll have to improvise. Hem looked up, observing the terrain, and noticed several rocks floating in the air. A few ideas naturally came to his mind. He smiled with bright eyes. The giant face of the bug was accompanied by two glaring eyes. Saliva dripped from its mouth in a long string. It targeted its prey and advanced. Its eyes lit up as it charged. The mage, terrified, covered her face with her hands. She was too scared to look directly at it. A rock came crashing down on the bug's head, flattening it on the spot. Hearing the noise, the mage curiously moved her hands away. Her eyes gradually opened to observe. Everyone was astonished. The bug's head had been crushed by the boulder. A person in armor there cried out, "The gods have saved us." The mage used her ears to listen. Then she involuntarily looked up. At that moment, she caught sight of Hem nimbly jumping on the rocks. The mage smiled with reassurance and said, "Yes. I guess they did." Drog grabbed his hammer and stood on the bug's body. As he raised his hammer, he shouted, "Gen!" Vac, carrying Rafa, walked over, looking a bit tired as he looked at him. Drog looked at him with a disdainful look, laughing as he spoke. "Look, the coward has arrived." Suddenly, a hand from behind pushed him. He let out a cry and fell forward. Hay sat smugly on the bug and warned in a growl, "Watch your mouth, you fool. He and the harem guard saved us." San also spoke up in defense. "Indeed, if it weren't for them, we would have been in those cocoons until we became food for insects. You should show some respect." "No respect for others." Rock snapped back at him. "What the hell would you know about respect? You purple-skinned sex slave. Weren't you in the eastern lands, crawling at the feet of a pink skin, without any fear?" Sandap retorted, "I don't crawl at anyone's feet. Before this, I was a gladiator, you red-skinned fool. And before that, a master sailor for Edros." He felt humiliated and angrily said, "Oh. The only master your kind knows is the invading pink skins." He saw his loss of composure and provoked further. "Yours will soon follow, if all DKs behave like you." Drog, angry, beat his chest and roared, "There is no one like me. I am Drog Remerson, son of Moloch, champion of the Western Mountains, the future chief of the Drama tribe. And you dare to challenge me?" But as soon as he opened his eyes, he asked in confusion, "What is it? Where did they go?" San worriedly ran to Rafa and asked Gen, "Will she be okay?" He gently laid her down and answered him, "I was going to splint her arm, although I don't know if it will cause a different reaction. I asked the mage for help, but she said she can't heal yet." San bent down slightly and said, "Then let me help you. I have a lot of experience caring for broken bones." Gen stood up straight and said, "Thank you, by the way. I don't know your name." He replied while wrapping the bandage, "San Kafa, son of Kafa Ramun." San. He lifted his head slightly to look at him with eyes full of trust and said, "I am very willing to serve you." Gen awkwardly replied, "Yes, just call me Lep." He suddenly remembered something and asked San in return, "You said you're a sailor? Sometimes I want to hear about your journeys." He closed his eyes and said with difficulty, "Then, when time allows, we will drink together until we both." Suddenly, a noise made San flinch slightly. He asked, "Did you hear something?" "Over there," Drop was shouting, "these lands will bow before me. I will carve my name among the gods." VG growled and yelled, "Shut your mouth, you idiot." Then he pointed and said, "Look." His finger pointed to the butterfly ahead, a giant purple butterfly. Gen looked on helplessly, then sighed and uttered, "Nonsense." The corpse of the bug was still there, slowly rotting. Suddenly, a hand emerged along with a roaring shout. Someone was fumbling, trying to climb out. It seemed they were trying to crawl out from inside the bug's body. That person looked around, fumbling, looking for something. He pushed himself up with his hands and said, "There must be something here I can use." That person reached out a hand and lightly touched the bag. The bag suddenly glowed faintly. Gen smirked slightly and exclaimed, "Bingo." Then a voice called out, "Can you never give up that habit of stealing things?" He was startled, turned around, and asked, "What? Who's there?" Gen, sitting on the bug's back, looked at him and said, "Hello there," he said cheerfully, calling him Lep. Lep breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Oh, it's you, Gen. You finally decided to wake up, huh?" He stood up, hands on his hips, and said, "You were making a lot of noise." He agreed with his opinion. "Yes, trying to keep us alive will do that." He took the glowing stone and explained, "And I wasn't stealing. I was working hard to keep us alive. Unlike some other people." Gen lowered his voice slightly and said, "You were the one who put me to sleep." He looked around and replied, "To keep you away from me. It was what I had to do." He replied softly, "I know. I share the memories." Gen suddenly turned back to look at him and asked, "If you know why I did it, why are you complaining?" He said, a little sadly, "Because of how dangerous you are." He clutched the stone in his hand and asked back, "What do you mean? Dangerous?" A question appeared in Gen's mind. "Don't you remember how we got here?" Cut to the scene when the butterfly appeared. A giant purple butterfly perched on the wall. Suddenly it cried out and its body began to tremble. At that time, Gen was bewildered, looking in the direction VG's finger was pointing. From a distance, a large swarm of bugs was running towards them. They followed each other in a line, running forward. At this moment, Gen was shouting with all his might, then used his hand to point the way for everyone. Everyone worked together, scratching and clawing at the bug that had just been killed right there. After that, everyone crawled inside one by one. Its guts, full of green blood, were spilling out. Outside, some people stayed behind, trying to push the bug's corpse down. Behind them, hundreds of small bugs were rushing forward. The remaining people were lucky enough to cling onto its body. Everyone plunged into the abyss together. Everyone tried to hold on tight to the giant corpse, trying to hold on until they fell down. After hearing the story, he laughed and said, "I remember now," and Gen continued, "They didn't even ask you. They just did it. They trusted that you knew what you were doing." He tilted his head slightly and said, "They knew I had the right solution, so they followed me. We didn't have many choices." He reaffirmed to him, "No. Lep, they followed you because they believed in you. Even VG. They know what you are capable of, and that is what makes you dangerous." Gen suddenly looked blank, his eyes narrowing slightly. Gen decided to give in and asked, "All right then. If you think I'm so dangerous, what should I do? You have access to my memories. You know what would have happened if I didn't do something. Your people would have no future if they stayed in the cave." He said helplessly, "You just need to leave them out. The other things that you are planning, can't you give that up?" He said seriously, "Listen. Your people need to stand on their own 2 feet if they want a future. Unless they find the strength to control their own destiny, they will become slaves to others." His eyes were sharp, his eyebrows furrowed. Then he exhaled sharply and said, "Maybe I wasn't born a boggy. But I'm pretty sure that I will die as a boggy. I have no intention of dying as a slave. If you don't like the way I do things, you can go back to sleep." Suddenly, someone's voice cried out. Gen took out the glowing stone and shouted loudly, "There's someone over there." After saying that, he quickly pushed everything aside and ran to investigate. After a while of searching, he saw Rafa lying motionless. Gen, from behind, asked him, "Is she injured?" He shook his head slightly and replied, "On the outside, she looks fine. She's still unconscious due to the medicine we gave her. And the insect venom has greatly affected her." Then he helped Rafa up, looked around and asked, "But why is it only her and me? What happened to the others?" A sigh was heard, along with footsteps and a voice echoing. Drop in the distance staggered forward and groaned, "Come, fire. Be one with me." In the dark night, his eyes widened along with an angry voice as he shouted, "Come." Rafa sat unconscious by the cliff wall, her bandaged hand was gently placed on top. Gen ran from a distance, holding up a bag, and said, I found some food and water from the other packs. But it's not much. There's also no sign of anyone else. Lep looked around annoyed and asked, so where did they all go? He sighed and replied, well, there are 2 ways out of here without having to go deeper into the pit. We can go this way or that way. There are paths leading away on both sides. Lep asked again in surprise, why would they have split up? He shrugged in response to his question. That's a good question. But either way, we'll have to choose a direction to go. He watched him carefully tending to Rafa and said, maybe they went to explore and plan to meet back here. We should stay where we are. Suddenly he turned and asked Gen, did you hear that? He calmly replied, I didn't. Where are you going? He hurriedly exclaimed, Maria. Maria, is that you? He asked vaguely, Lep, what are you doing? He didn't answer and hurried away. I'm coming, Maria, wait for me. Gen tried to chase after him and called out, Lep. It's a trap. You have to. But before he could finish, his silhouette grew distant. Only the clear sound of his voice remained. It must be you. Kataga in the distance laughed angrily and said, from now on, you will be known by the name Lep the Liberator. He held a torch in his hand and stood there watching the flames burn the demons. Gen just stood there watching several people holding axes and hammers, and they seemed to be holding up a head towards him. He sighed and said to Gen, I can end it right here. If I let him go, I'll be free. We'll be free. As he said this, Gen's hand slowly clenched into a fist. He ran and hugged Goza tightly, saying, Goza, I promise that no matter what happens, I will always be your brother. After saying that, Gen joyfully with everyone, cheered and distributed water to everyone. They earned it. He licked his lips and said to Kui, what I will do in the future is to make this world a better place. I promise you that, and him. But on the other side, Gen was trying to break free from his own thoughts. All he does is lie. I can't trust him. Scene change. A woman's hand firmly grasped a man's hand and pulled him along. Boggett took Lep's hand and said, come with me, Lep. But he asked dazedly, where's Brutus? She looked at him affectionately and said, he's waiting for us. We can finally be together. You don't have to fight anymore. His eyes suddenly turned sad as he asked back, no need to fight? But Boggett took his face in her hands and explained, you're done, Lep. It's over. They've given you back to us. They've given you back to us. It's time to rest. Lep stubbornly insisted, but Boggett, they need me. She looked at him with a sympathetic gaze and said, Lep. We need you. We are your family, not them. Boggett pointed behind her and said, look. Brutus is waiting for us. And Brutus from behind also spoke up. Let's go, my friend. What are you waiting for? She took Lep's hand again and pulled him along. I'm so happy, Lep. I've missed you so much. Just a little longer, and we can be together forever. Lep, gradually becoming enchanted, said, yes, together. Suddenly, Gen appeared from nowhere with eyes full of anger. He punched him straight in the face, knocking it sideways. His powerful voice shouted, wake up. Lep's eyes flew open. His gaze became empty as he looked at the two of them. Boggett, behind Gen, still urged Lep, we need you. At this moment, Lep came to his senses and shouted, they're not real. Boggett suddenly transformed back into a groaning zombie, moaning for Lep to come. Everything gradually faded into darkness, her silhouette completely disappearing. Gen glanced at him and called, let's go. He put on his gear and began to reason, I guess we know why the Hippelings don't come here. They're afraid of that thing, whatever it is. Gen stood with his hands on his hips and asked, where are we going? He immediately answered, away from that thing. Maybe we'll find VG there with the others. He asked Gen, VG? Why him? He replied while lifting Rafa onto his back. That thing uses the people closest to us to trap us. Who do you think VG cares about the most? He showed a satisfied expression, nodded and said, I see. He looked up with an inquisitive expression and said, and Gen? He showed no expression and just turned away, saying, right. Gen smiled and said, thanks. For having faith in me. He scratched his chin thoughtfully and replied, I need to do my part. He looked at Gen with bright, trusting eyes and said, from now on, if I do something wrong, tell me, okay? I need you to keep me honest. Deal? Then the two shook hands and both said, deal. Finally, Gen took Rafa with him and said, all right. Let's go find where the others went. Gen looked down at the lake's surface and said sadly, it's been hours, and still no sign of anyone. He looked up and heard a conversation. We're going the wrong way, aren't we? Or maybe they've already left. OS was sitting in a cave with a few people and said, the ancients came to a series of temples. They act as gates. And if you stand on a temple, you can be taken to a temple on another floor at will. OS wondered, then why are there expeditions? Gen remembered that bridge and explained, they can only move a few people at a time, and it takes time to reopen. Besides, the 3 highest levels were destroyed by the Jira before they realized their use. He cursed angrily, reckless bastards. He continued to explain, and the nobles kept them a secret so they could use them to escape from expeditions if things got tough. He pointed triumphantly at him and said, exactly. If you get stuck on a floor, look for a temple. It's your chance to escape. He pointed towards the glowing stone by the water basin and said, if we disappear, so does our food. As for this water, Rafa asked confusedly, Lep, where are we? Gen replied, slowly, get up. You're injured. He pointed along the green stream and said, we're on a lower floor. Somewhere we escaped to during the attack. Rafa asked curiously, is that water? I'm so thirsty. Gen hesitated and said, yes, it's water. But she still said hastily, but what? Explain. I'm not sure if it's safe to drink. Rafa sadly bowed her head and let out a regretful sound. He pointed to her arm and asked, how does your arm feel? She looked at her arm and replied softly, it's numb. Gen comforted her, that's the herb that San applied to it. It helps keep it from hurting too much. We will find someone who can heal it. Rafa's eyes welled up with tears. She turned her head to the side and said, please. Lep, you know Bun Gu won't waste money on me. If I'm lucky, I'll be thrown into the harem pit. And if not, I'd rather die here. Gen tried to explain to her, nobody has to die. I said we would find a healer. If he won't pay, I have favors I can call in. She suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, you mean that, don't you? Really? He sighed and said, I said it, didn't I? Rafa suddenly became furious. She resentfully said, if you do that, I'll do anything. Even marry you. Gen said, confused, I can't tell if that's an offer or a threat this time. Rafa angrily shouted, hey. He pursed his lips and said, I guess you're serious. She said in a warning tone, a life for a life. That is the way of my people. Gen raised an eyebrow slightly, watching her expression. He decided to go along with her. All right. I'll take your life. He lowered his voice and advised her, but I don't need a bride or a slave. I need your free mind, your knowledge, and your loyalty. Will you give it to us? Rafa became gentle again and said, you want me to become a member of your council? A war maiden? Gen made the suggestion, that's my price. Take it or. A clear teardrop suddenly fell from her eye to the ground. Rafa covered her face again and sobbed uncontrollably. Seeing this, he suddenly became bewildered and exclaimed, hey! Rafa's hand, as if with newfound strength, grabbed the water container in front of her. Then she raised it with one hand and drank fiercely. Gen shouted in panic, hey, what are you doing? That stuff could be poisonous. She threw the container to the ground with great force, wiped away her tears and declared, this is my bond to you before the gods. I swear I will serve you faithfully. If I may die, it will be in your service. Gen was shocked by her statement. His eyes for a moment narrowed as if he were plotting something. Gen suddenly picked up the water container and drank amidst Rafa's shouts. What the hell are you doing? No. He drank the container dry and contemptuously said, This is my bond to you. As your master. If we die, let it be on the same day. The two of them now sat motionless, face to face without a sound. She suddenly blushed, her thoughts running wild. Isn't this a bonding ceremony? Gen suddenly called her name, Rafa, making her jump and reflexively answer, yes? He looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, How do you feel? She quickly replied, I feel fine. Gen dusted his hands off, stood up, and said, Me too. So it's not poisonous after all. Let me get some more water. Then we'll move on. Rafa asked innocently, Where are we going? He just turned his back, walked away and said, We're going to find some thieves and get us some food. And maybe some help. He looked into the distance with eyes full of determination and said, And if that doesn't work, we'll get revenge. The two of them walked to the lake and looked down at the water. A dead blue demon was lying motionless on the ground. In its hand, it clutched a golden thread. Gen bent down to observe and said, I guess we're not alone after all. Rafa asked, puzzled, what did this to him? He glanced around and said, I don't know. But Gen's eyes suddenly caught a stone with a symbol on it. The symbol, 2 slashes with a triangle, suddenly lit up. Rafa comforted him, I think we'll find out soon. Gen didn't answer her but continued, on my signal. Jump to the side. Rafa was scared but only managed to ask quietly, It's above us, isn't it? He repeated again, on my signal. He jumped to the side and shouted, Now, jump. Where the two of them had just been standing, a giant creature lunged down. She asked him, What is it? Gen observed for a moment then said, I think it's. The monster revealed its true form. He suddenly shouted, Rock. Gen said with a voice full of regret, or what's left of him, anyway. Rock growled and cried out, We called for you and you did not come. He began to growl more intensely. We offered you perfection. Drog gradually stepped towards the two of them, inviting them. Join us. Rafa backed away a little and asked, Was he this big before? Gen also exclaimed in awe, it did something to him. She grabbed his wrist and said, Lep, run. He immediately refused her. I don't run from threats, and I don't intend to start now. She shouted in frustration, Are you crazy? Rock kept approaching and said, Come and you will know. A gourd was thrown and stuck to the spikes on his back. At this moment, he pulled her hand to run. All right. Now we run. She asked dazedly while running, What's happening? A commanding voice was heard. Ova, do it. And Drog's entire body erupted in fierce flames. He screamed in the fire that was burning around his body. No. Rafa looked at him and asked, How did you know? Gen didn't answer but stood with her looking at the fire for a long time. Then he explained, When we examined the body, I saw a demon hunting sign. It meant ambush was written next to the body. I didn't move so they could get a good shot. A person came out of the darkness and praised him, and you made excellent bait. VG pointed to his head and said, I questioned him writing that sign, but now I see the wisdom of it. He looked at the fire and continued, It's a pity they're no longer a challenge. But their weakness to fire is our advantage. Gen asked, Are there many of them? VG shook his head slightly and said, This was the last one we know of. It attacked our group right after we reached the bottom of the abyss. He said to him, We were forced to flee until we knew what we were fighting. He then said, By the way, thanks for leaving me behind. His eyes were cunning as he told him, We didn't know where you were. It was a strategic decision. He widened his eyes and said harshly, I bet it was. It's no surprise it had no effect on you. Gen pointed at the bag on Hem's shoulder and reminded him, That's my bag. He laughed and said, Sure thing, kid. Minus a few of your gourds. He took the bag and said, it served a good purpose. Hem stood watching and said, we're really glad to see you, kid. Gen raised his eyes and exclaimed, the way you say that makes me think it's not just about seeing me alive. What's going on? VG and Hem turned to look at each other, lost in thought. Suddenly Rafa shouted, these things are amazing. We found these while looking for a temple. She suddenly looked up and exclaimed, hey! That's... She stared intently at the images on the cliff face. Ova looked and exclaimed, yes, that surprised me too. Boggy and the insect race worked together to fight the goblins. How is that possible? San, standing nearby, added, art takes many forms. Perhaps it was their dream. Gen asked everyone, and have you found a temple yet? Hem shook his head slightly and replied, we don't know. Then he pointed to the cliff and said, we were hoping you could figure it out. Everyone was standing under a giant golden door. Gen turned and asked curiously, have you tried to check it? VG replied, we did. But there seems to be no mechanism to open it. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. I wonder if... Gen curiously reached out and touched the door, pushing it. Suddenly, he fell into a pitch-black void and panicked, crying out, what? Where? Suddenly, a voice echoed from a statue, Leonard Aaron Vandersteen, I have been waiting for you. The weary troop continued to walk. Everyone was starving and had gaunt faces. One of them was tilting a water bottle to drink the last drop. Another soldier shouted in frustration, hey, save some for me. Then he complained, you drank it all. That's all the water we had left. The other one teased, poor you. If you want more water, ask the commander. The other soldier said with some hesitation, it's because of the commander that we're in this situation. Every floor has a temple. Why do we have to walk all the way back up? The other one laughed and explained, if you were Bun Gu, would you return to your father empty-handed? No, he needs a lot of dim crystals. At this moment, the other soldier, whose stomach was growling loudly, replied with effort, then can he use the temples to get us some food? He made us lose most of our supplies in the attack. He only showed a look of annoyance as he glanced at Bun Gu. Lord Bun Gu also has to have money to pay his debts when he returns. Do you think he gives a damn about us? If he did, he would have brought back water and oil for us. Then the two of them looked over at the Graces. Hey, the Graces still have food, right? A few of them still do. Hey, aren't we more important than that bunch? We're mages after all. The expedition can't succeed without us. As they spoke, the two of them laughed smugly. Yeah, you're right. They owe us. We'll force them to hand over all their food. If they don't agree, we'll show them who's in charge here. Suddenly, Jack appeared from behind and grabbed them both by the neck. He growled furiously, so who's in charge here? The other two fearfully flattered him, we didn't mean it. Jack's face darkened as he threatened, you know, we need bait to hunt the insect race. And I think I found 2 volunteers. The other two turned pale with fear and screamed, no. Vaughn suddenly walked over and said, Jack, let them go. I mean, we'll be in trouble if the goblins notice. The soldier chimed in with a playful expression, yeah, if you don't let us go, it'll be a lot of trouble. Jack frowned and thought for a moment. Fine. Then he directly dropped the two of them, causing them to collapse. Vac took their bells and warned, you can't use magic without these, can you? Behave, and maybe I'll give them back. A soldier, seemingly angry, shouted, hey, give those here. Vac couldn't stand his attitude and glared at him, then turned to Vaughn and asked with a smile, so you agree to my offer? He lowered his head, his voice sad. Sorry. We can't join your army. Hearing this, Vac tried to persuade Vaughn. Even we only have a few supplies left, and the other units are nearly depleted. Now is not the time to act alone. But Voldemort remained firm in his intention. We can't join. We need to wait longer. Vac placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes full of empathy. I want Hen back too. He sacrificed himself for me, just like Lep sacrificed himself for you. Don't waste their sacrifice. Voldemort still shook his head, but Jack didn't persuade anymore. He could only remind him. Remember that VG's soldiers are also searching for supplies. Vaughn, who didn't trust Jack or OS as the ones in power, knew he wouldn't do such things. He walked away, leaving behind a single sentence. I hope you're right. Vaughn's men were a bit worried. They stood there foolishly, watching him go. On the other side, Vara led the Grace army around. Suddenly, she looked in another direction. She saw other Grace people greeting her. Vara also happily greeted them back. Then she took off her heavy helmet. She walked to a beautiful meadow. Vara gently approached Vaughn. He tenderly asked how the patrol went. Vara pursed her lips and replied to Vaughn. We encountered more traitors than the insectoids. He sighed helplessly. I wish I could run away like them. Vara looked at him with curiosity. If so, what would your Lep think? Vaughn just bowed his head sadly. He would understand me. He always told me to make a choice. A wise one. She smiled and said. He must have had his own reasons for choosing you. You have to trust him and trust yourself too. But Vaughn was still heartbroken. Jen has more experience than I do. Vara understood the deep sorrow in his heart. She could only comfort him. But the people under your command trust you. I've heard what they say about you. And they believe in you, otherwise why hasn't anyone left? Vaughn still thought it was for another reason. It's because we have supplies. When the supplies run out, they will leave too. Hearing this, Vara became a little concerned. Then only we will be left. You and me. Suddenly, Vaughn earnestly said, Vara. I'm sorry about what happened to San and the others. I didn't mean to. Vara looked at him with an affectionate gaze. Vaughn. You are who you are, don't give up. Only to regret it later. After finishing his words, he hit himself hard on the head. You're right. I'm nothing but a coward now. I'm trying to control everything. But it's really stressful, you know? And Vara, with her usual gentle demeanor, advised him. My commander always said, don't focus on what you can't control, but focus on what you can control. Vaughn understood and was impressed. Hey, that's pretty wise. Vara also laughed at his words. When he's not drunk, he's like that. But he's rarely sober. He thought for a long time. What I can control. How can that be? Vara gently plucked a flower and gave it to Vaughn. I saw you were sad, so I'm giving you this. Suddenly, Vaughn shouted out, that's right. That's it. Then he turned and hugged Vara, making her blush with embarrassment. Thank you. Then he ran off, leaving her astonished. Thank you so much. And Vara stood there shyly, clenching her fists. It's nothing. When Vaughn returned to his tribe, he immediately sat on the ground. He drew something. He held out his hand, where there were flower seeds, and said, I need everyone to help me find these. Jen, a little annoyed, crossed his arms. This young man. We are on a mission. We have to hunt insectoids. Even Gunn was a bit annoyed. He pursed his lips. He's right, Vaughn. We don't have time to find these things before we pack up camp. Vaughn was still very sure of his idea. But there must be a way. At this moment, Vara suggested. Can't you ask the other elves for help? Then she turned to the other two with a questioning look. What's this about? Jem explained with some hesitation. It's not that we don't want to ask for their help, young lady. But they won't help us if they don't get something in return. Vaughn said very casually, ask them. Jen was startled and reminded him, hey. If we do that, they'll demand our supplies as an exchange. And then we won't have much left. Vaughn also said bluntly, we don't have enough supplies to return anyway. Let's contact the other commanders and ask for their help. He shrugged, helplessly complying. It's up to you. Commander Gun started to work. He looked around. Then, while they were distracted, he used a knife to cut some seedlings. On the other side, Jem was also directing people. They stealthily stole seeds and supplies. After the mission was over, Vaughn's side started a fire in a large pan. He said seriously, "I think everything is ready. Jem, give me the salt." Ren handed a heavy bucket of salt to Vaughn and warned him. "Be careful, young man. It's heavy, Vara." Seeing him pour the whole bucket of salt into the pan, she was horrified. "Vaughn, what are you doing?" Vaughn just explained slowly. "When I was little, my mother used to save salt. Every time we added salt, my mother would save a little. My mother would take the salt we had to make a large batch. When the salt was hot, she would add the seeds and flour pieces, dry ones that she had prepared beforehand. We had salt-fried treats." Vaughn didn't hesitate to offer some to Vara. "Try it." After tasting it, she immediately exclaimed, "It's delicious." Suddenly, Gun shyly touched Vaughn's back. Calling Vaughn, he instinctively replied, "Yeah." When he turned around, Gun was a bit scared and pointed. "The hungry people are behind you. You'll probably have to fry more." Vaughn was not worried at all and smiled. "That's why I told you to get a lot of salt." Batch after batch of salt-fried treats were made. People were laughing and talking, happily gathered around the hot pans. Vaughn said affectionately to Vara, "Thank you." She asked, a little shy, "Why?" "I didn't do anything." Vaughn lowered his head and sighed. "You reminded me that I need to be more practical. I was so scared. You made me feel like I was helped a lot." Vara could also feel his sincerity. "It was my honor." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Am I interrupting you too?" Vac appeared from behind with a meaningful smile. "Congratulations. You have found a lot of food for us." Vaughn stood up and said humbly, "It's not much. But at least we can cook some seeds. And things that we can't cook. Without oil or water. I think by doing this, we can go home." Jack was impressed. With a hint of pride in his heart, he said, "Lep was right to choose you, and me too." At this, Vaughn scratched his neck and proposed, "Hey, Jack, I don't like you and I don't trust you. But today I remembered that there are some things we can't do alone." The two shook hands to cooperate. "So, do you want an alliance? Our strength combined. Until we return to the city of Gao." Just then, a gray ran up and urgently reported, "Commander." Vac, slightly angry, frowned and said, "What is it?" Unexpectedly, when the man whispered in Vac's ear, he immediately became frightened. Vaughn, a bit wary, "Huh, something's wrong." Vac turned away and said coldly, "It seems our alliance was not meant to be." Then he frowned with a serious expression. "Hamo ambushed and killed OS-1. Vaughn immediately became tense. "That means he will come for us next." Hamo, full of regret, clutched his forehead and sobbed. "It shouldn't have happened like this. I didn't mean to kill him." He collapsed beside OS's body. The blood-stained sword was also pointed at him. "Why did OS-1 attack me?" Bodebert suddenly touched Haimo's shoulder. The words of comfort that came out were as cold as ice. "Oh, come on. Why act as if it's the end of the world? He wasn't your real brother anyway." Hearing this, he turned sharply. His eyes filled with tears. The sword was picked up once more. Haimo growled. The blood-wet tip of the sword was just an inch from the man. "It's your fault, Bodebert, if you hadn't." "No." Bodebert remained calm. "No what?" "Agreed to follow your proposal." But his eyes became as sharp as steel. "It was you who approached me, Haimo, you. You set me up. You pretended to be our friend." It's just that Bodebert was too good at hiding his wolf's tail under a sheep's skin. Is kindness and decency a sin, little boy? Many of my peers would deny this. But we are all elves, and our ancestors were once human. Haimo roared in fury, a green skin dares to say that. What's more, this is the one who sold his own people to the goblins. The man continued to rationalize without shame. We just do what we have to do to survive. It doesn't mean we can't help each other. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He collapsed in sorrow, crying, "You are a fool. And I am a much bigger fool for listening to you. I'm doomed, I deserve all the consequences." Bodhibert looked down with pity, so naive. "I never thought you would give up before atoning for your mistakes." He replayed the moment Os slashed the tent and charged in like a hungry tiger. "I want to see you. And I'm glad you agreed to meet me." Hamo quickly noticed that he was carrying a sailor's knot on his hand. "However, I am also worried that your brothers will find out." Os didn't say much and rushed forward. He also managed to grab a weapon, as you can see. I was right. Hamo fought against him, stumbling with unease, and was pushed back. At that moment, he noticed on the wooden table, right behind him, was a vial of a divine potion. Os suddenly froze, watching Hamo gulp down the strange liquid. In the next second, he was enveloped in an abundant source of energy. He lost control and stabbed him in the middle of his abdomen. Hamo bit his lip. The more he spoke, the more tears flowed. "It was because of the potion you gave me. I wasn't aware of what I was doing. I just wanted him to stop attacking me." Bodhibert feigned helpless advice. "I warned you that it had side effects. But in the end, you still chose to drink it." The man turned away. "Just deny it. Anyway, what's done is done. There's no way to change it. I also want to give you time to get over this shock. But that is too much of a luxury for us. At this time, the gray elves are slaving away, pulling carts of gems as slaves. The expedition is slowly coming to an end. At this moment, we need your strength and wisdom more than ever. Bunga is always arrogant and domineering. The gray elf tribe must rise up. Only then can we have hope for the future. Bunga must never be allowed to return to the surface, and his lineage must be cut off as soon as possible." He laughed bitterly. "Do you take me for a fool?" Hamo bluntly stated, "We are ruled. It doesn't matter by which monster tribe, but your tribe. The green skins will always be on our necks." Bodhibert slowly shook his head. "That's in the past. But now things have changed. The rules are different now." A red flag with an eagle on it asserted dominance. The man explained, "The Jira people no longer hold the power to decide their own fate. They are now just pawns of the Republic of Brazilium." He didn't expect that handshake of compromise to be so fragile. "I thought the Republic only traded with other races." Bodhibert mentioned the soldiers with feather hats and golden armor. "That's how it all started. At first, they traded among themselves. Then they hired mercenaries to work for them." He recounted how the light blades easily finished off. The people of the Republic used mercenaries to commit all sorts of crimes, until those soldiers were hated more than the Republic itself. The power of Brazilium is now unbeatable. When people like Bak or DK were isolated, no one came to help them, leaving them to be oppressed and enslaved. Hamo was a bit skeptical. So the Jira people still fell into this trap? The deal between Brazilium and Bungo was to continue the slavery regime. Bodhibert replied, "And we will soon have new masters. They are people whom we can never overthrow." The man added a nonchalant comment, "Unless you act now." He was tormented by one question: why me? Why not my father or my brother? Bodhibert thought with weariness. Your father is a great man, but his thinking is limited. He is a gang leader, not a king. Both of your brothers, Ballo and Lute, are now unsuitable. Hamo turned his head to look at Os's body lying face down on the ground, and Os? The man also firmly rejected him. That one is too loyal to your father's vision and mindset. Not to mention he lacks decisiveness. He attacked you without giving you a chance to explain. What kind of leader would he be? Bodebert's voice was firm. No, only you can save us. The man began to persuade him. We can end this chaos. Haemo no longer has to suffer and be humiliated at the hands of tyrants. Haemo had not yet surrendered. So what does a green-skinned noble know about pain? Boderbert sincerely offered his hand. Pain does not discriminate by race, species, or class. Remember that, kid. This will be the last time I make this offer. Will you join me? He accepted the handshake, but with one condition. No more expeditions. We will live on the surface. We will continue to search for mist crystals. But we must have human rights, not be slaves. The man grinned with satisfaction. Deal. Boderbert bowed slightly. You have chosen correctly, Haemo, and from now on, I will do my best. You must face your own problems, regardless of the noise outside. Haemo suddenly interrupted. Wait. He frowned as he flared up. One more thing, I want Jack and Vaughn eliminated. The man was extremely pleased with this. Don't worry, my friend. Everything is already in motion. Haemo's eyes darkened as he glanced at OS1 last time. Fine, you may go. Boderbert lifted the tent flap and stepped out, where a subordinate was waiting. Your things, sir. Sir. The man grabbed a towel and wiped his hands clean. Thank you. I can't believe I shook hands with that scum. He was afraid in his heart. His brothers are very angry, sir. Are you sure he will survive? Boderbert threw the towel to his subordinate. He will live. It's fate. Now it's time to inform those damn goblins about my deal. Also, don't forget to smuggle as many mist crystals as possible. When we return, I also need to make an offering to the priestess of Zera. The man was constantly concerned about his own life and death. I hope your prediction is accurate, Kataga, otherwise Haemo will have my head. There was the sound of footsteps. Someone was running hastily in the cave. The footsteps got faster and faster, creating a lot of noise. A man with a scarf on his head, along with his comrades, was struggling to push a small cart full of gems. He was panicking. He froze when he saw a sword. A sharp one pointed right in front of him. Vara stood sternly and coldly, raising her sword to question him. State your business. The man with the scarf was scared and raised his hands in surrender. He hesitated in his reply. I am delivering a letter to the master. Rune came over and patted her shoulder lightly. He spoke persuasively. Let him pass. Vara, I recognize him. She stood watching him run away. Do you think he's an insectoid? Vara sheathed her sword and replied, I'm not sure. Someone told me that the paths without insectoids are empty. But who knows for sure? Rune cracked his knuckles, his mouth blowing out smoke. Those damn elves said. These tunnels are a shortcut to the 4th level. But we've been walking for a while, we must be close. She heard this and replied indifferently, yeah. I also hope we can leave this place soon. The man with the scarf knelt fearfully before Bun Ji and spoke respectfully. Sir, one of the ore carts has a broken axle, and they request we stop so they can fix it. He clenched his fists in annoyance and asked, how long will the repair take? The man hesitated in his reply. They have to unload the cart before they can fix it, so it might take quite a while. Bunga glanced at Boderbert. The man felt his gaze and spoke nervously. My God, it's dangerous enough in these tunnels. Can't we just leave that cart? He felt impatient and shouted angrily. Repeat that. You intend to return with so little? I should have let you all go back there and brought the cart back. Bodibus was startled and fearfully replied. With your permission, sir. Why don't we leave a group of warriors, seasoned ones, to protect the cart and continue our journey? Jack's group can stay behind and protect the cart until it can catch up with us. Bun Ji heard this and was surprised. Jack's group? But they are some of my best warriors. The man dared not look him in the eye. He nervously and cautiously offered his opinion. That's why we should leave them behind. In case they run into trouble. Sir, these tunnels might still be dangerous. Bunga heard this and gradually calmed down. Yes, I see your point. This is still a dangerous place. He looked in another direction. Vara was standing in the crowd, not paying attention. But Bunga's gaze was now focused on her. He turned to look at Bodibus. Then ordered, Bodibus, send that warrior back to support them. The man was stunned to hear this. Sir, she is the last warrior on this expedition. Bun Ji gave a sinister smile. And firmly ordered, her specifically. The fewer things she reveals to the warriors waiting on the surface, the better for us. And Vara still didn't know what was happening. She was still busy talking with Rune. Bodebert reluctantly obeyed the order. Yes, sir. The wheel was leaned against the stone wall. On another side, many people were surrounding the small cart and fixing the wheel. Tu Vaughn was standing with gun, looking in another direction. He turned his head and asked Vara, "What are you doing here?" She walked over and replied, "I was asked to come back and help everyone." Vaughn awkwardly scratched his head in confusion. "Oh, I see, it's great to have you here." Vara smiled shyly, but her head was bowed in bashfulness as she replied, "I'm also very happy to see you again." After saying that, she quickly turned her face away. He also shyly looked away. Jack and Gunn in the back looked at them and teased. He hit Vaughn hard on the back and teased him. "What's up, Vaughn? Didn't you just say you wanted to talk to her? She's right here." He got angry and grabbed Gunn's head. "You, shut up." Gun Drag heard this and asked, "You wanted to talk to me?" Vaughn gave a forced laugh and quickly denied it. "Ah, it's nothing. Don't mind him," Ghoul excitedly interjected. "It's just that Vaughn is cold and needs you to warm him up." He quickly covered Ghoul's mouth and hurriedly explained. My food. I was just saying I wished I had some of that salt-fried snack that I made before." Vara smiled brightly and replied, "Yes. I also wish we could make that again." She looked around and then asked, "You don't have many warriors here, do you? Aren't you afraid of the insectoids?" Vaughn replied casually, "Not really, they're all gone. Even the walls are dry and cracked. Which means they haven't been back in a long time. We're pretty lucky." Rem came over and said, "I don't think so. I spoke with the craftsman. And the cart was cut, not naturally broken." Jack also agreed and continued, "Think about who could have done that." Vaughn tried to guess. The workers didn't want to pull the cart anymore. He thought seriously, that's possible. Or someone wanted us to be stuck behind. He stood with his arms crossed and asked, "Hamo?" He heard this and was still skeptical, like this. "Jack, since Oscar's death, he hasn't done anything." He replied with an annoyed tone. "He is Virgil's son. He won't attack directly." Hun, seeing everyone tense, hesitated and suggested, "How about we add more people to guard the tunnels?" Vaughn immediately accepted, "Good idea, Hun. You join the rearguard team." He raised his hand to volunteer. "Okay. I'll keep an eye on him." There was a strange noise at Gunn's feet. He curiously looked down. "What's this?" Gunn picked up a strange blue stone and asked, "Why is this here?" A strong wind blew into the cave, along with strange noises echoing from afar. Jack, Vaughn, Vara, along with James and Gunn quickly looked over with high alert. Everyone had the same thought. "It's the guards." Khan, stunned, glanced at Rack and asked, "What is it?" He looked towards the direction of the scream. "Trouble." Gunn felt extremely tense. "Hey everyone. I think we have a problem." Vara heard this and was curious. "What is it?" He held up the blue stone he had picked up. The stone was wriggling continuously. Vaughn observed the stone gun was holding closely. Then made a guess. This is an insectoid communication gland. Vak's eyebrows raised, his expression became serious as he asked in a deep voice. Where did you find it, gun? He pointed in another direction. And nervously recounted. It was right by the entrance with the rubble. I think someone hid it here to attract the insectoids. Vaughn heard this and immediately realized. That means Jem also understood the problem and continued. It's a trap. Rack asked about the situation. How far is the rearguard? Gun pointed behind him and replied. About 50 kilometers at the left turn. He expressed his opinion. If we go now, we can still escape. Vara agreed with Gun's opinion and suggested, yeah. We need to leave this cart and run. Before they get here. This is the only way. Jen stood silently without responding. Vaughn and Jack heard this and stared at each other. She felt confused and asked, what's wrong? He gently rubbed his neck, awkwardly speaking. Here's the thing, lass. If we go back without the minerals, they will execute us for failing the mission. Hun heard this and said uncomfortably, whatever you plan to do, you need to do it quickly. They've caught the guards. We'll be next. Vak agreed and shouted decisively, he's right. We have to go. Those who can fight will go and stop them. If we're lucky, they might just be scouts. And we can easily face them. The rest will stay here to finish the repairs and load the cart. He ordered him, Gun. Take that thing as far away from here as possible. Then throw it down some hole. Gun, holding his nose with one hand and the rock with the other, replied. Got it, Jack, this thing stinks anyway. As everyone started to leave, Vaughn suddenly spoke up to stop them. Wait, he nervously expressed his idea, I have an idea. A cave with many tall rock formations. Dust filled the air. Gu, hiding behind a tall rock, asked doubtfully. Will this work, Vaughn? He assessed the situation and replied. If they follow the scent, they will enter this cave. Instead of going to the cart. The blue stone was placed right at the entrance. Gun looked at Vaughn and asked. So why don't we just leave this here and go? He explained the plan more clearly. After they see this, they will search the whole area. And we will have to face them. It's better to plan ahead. After saying that, Vaughn looked in another direction. Vara was hiding in the distance, waving continuously and smiling warmly at him. Vaughn blushed and smiled shyly. He raised his hand to wave back happily. Gun saw this and asked confusedly. Why don't you express your feelings to her? Vaughn pouted in disappointment and answered, she will leave as soon as we get to the surface. It's meaningless to say it. He sighed helplessly and uncomfortably said, so what's the harm in trying? Right, my friend, you have nothing to lose. Vaughn wasn't ready and reluctantly replied, yeah, let me think about it. Suddenly, many loud noises were approaching. Getting clearer and clearer, Rax focused on assessing the situation. Something is coming this way. He and Gun hid behind a tall rock formation, staring intently in the direction of the noise. He was startled when he heard those sounds. Panicked, he said, that's not the scout team. A giant monster appeared. It walked while emitting ear-splitting and horrifying sounds. The massive monster looked towards Vaughn's group. He trembled violently at its appearance. That's a warrior of the insectoid race. Gun was terrified to the extreme, losing all his initial will. Oh my God, what do we do now? Vaughn realized something was unusual. Wait, something's not right. Look, it came here alone. He observed the monster and then stated his judgment. No one is supporting it. Hearing this, Gun still didn't understand the problem. Trembling, he asked, so what? Without other units to transmit commands to them, they become more easily confused. We can take advantage of this. Voy agreed with him and said tensely, Jack is right, Hun. This is our best chance. He quickly grabbed his weapon, then moved to change his position. Voy had come up with a plan. We will attack its antennae from two sides. Jem immediately understood the idea. It will become weaker. And it will be almost defenseless without its antennae. Jack is really smart. And Vara put on her helmet and said in a low voice, "Stay behind me. I have more combat experience." He disagreed and immediately said, "We'll do it together." She glanced at Vaughn and then smiled gently. "All right, let's get this over with. Then I'll warm up whatever you want." Hearing that, he blushed. His mind continuously imagined things as he replied flusteredly, "Yeah. All right." Vaughn shouted loudly to announce, "It's here, it's huge." Vara, leading the charge, bravely rushed forward, yelling, "Let's go, Vaughn." She used the tall rock formations as springboards to jump up and move at high speed. Rax, holding an axe, rushed forward with Vara, surrounding the monster. In the blink of an eye, its horns were chopped in half. The monster was startled and roared in pain. "We did it, it's blind. Now, let's push it towards the rock spikes." Jem and Vaughn, holding sharp spears, forced it up towards the cave ceiling, so the rock spikes on the ceiling would impale the monster. He saw many large rocks falling down and became tense. The cave is about to collapse. Vaughn hurriedly shouted to warn everyone, "Get down." Suddenly, something hit him. Vaughn was knocked down and sat up dizzily, holding his head. He looked forward, his eyes wide with shock. Vaughn screamed in panic, "Vara!" No, she was crushed under the rocks, lying motionless. He rushed over, trying to remove the rocks, his mouth continuously pleading, "Don't die. Please, don't die." Gunn, from a distance, saw this and shouted a warning to Vaughn. "Get up, we don't have time for that. That thing is still alive. And more of the insectoid race are coming." Hearing this, Vaughn was extremely surprised and quickly turned his head to look behind him. This time, two giant monsters appeared. It was pitch black all around. Game was confused, not understanding the situation. "What is this? Where am I?" Farron's voice echoed. "Leonard Aaron Vandersteen, I have been waiting for you for a long time." At the location where the satellite device was placed, a fierce battle was now taking place. The soldiers in red armor were continuously attacking forward. The soldiers in blue armor were all injured and had collapsed. A system notification appeared. Neutral zone between the Eurasian technocracy and the American Empire. The 13th advance on Trench 42A of the Empire. The soldiers in blue armor lay collapsed everywhere. The system provided a specific number. The number of injured in this advance was 132. At that moment, a sergeant moved the back of his hand, then he gathered all his strength to sit up. The sergeant used his strength to raise his hand and grip his mask. He threw the mask away, creating an ear-splitting noise. Then he coughed painfully. The sergeant raised his head and breathed with great difficulty. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the silent space. The sharp sergeant immediately turned his head towards the source of the sound. A figure dressed like him was approaching from the sea of fire. The sergeant got into a defensive stance, holding his gun and asking, "Who are you? Show your Eurasian credentials quickly." The person approaching was Vaughn. He identified himself as Unit 2406. "Sorry for startling you, Sergeant." He slightly lowered his defense. 2406. "You're from the 3rd Guard Post, thank God. Where are the rest of your unit?" Vaughn, still wearing his mask, slowly approached. "I'm the only one." The sergeant continued to confirm the situation. "What about the rest of my men?" He slightly gritted his teeth and answered in a low voice, "They're all dead, Sergeant. You're the only one I found." This information horrified him. He immediately denied it. "No, there must be others. We need to find them, there are always survivors." Vaughn tried to calm the sergeant down. "We can't move around too much. It's very dangerous." However, the sergeant remained resolute. "No, we need to. Just then, a strange sound echoed. He wondered, what's that sound? Before he could understand the situation, he quickly pushed the sergeant forward. Moda. Immediately after, the area where they stood was hit by a terrifying explosion. He lay collapsed on the ground, anxiously calling out, 2406. Private, where are you? Vaughn spoke up, here. He approached to check the situation. Are you all right, Sergeant? The sergeant turned over, painfully clutching his legs. Vaughn carefully examined his wound. The shrapnel has pierced through to the femur. I'll stop the bleeding. The sergeant gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. Do it. He observed the surroundings and then said, we can't do it here. After that, they moved to a nearby tank. Inside, Vaughn examined his wound. All right, Sergeant. I need you to lie down and let me give you first aid. But the sergeant said, no painkillers. Just stop the bleeding. He confirmed again, are you sure? It's going to hurt a lot. He flopped down, confirming again, I can't afford to have my head clouded, just stop the bleeding. Vaughn accepted the sergeant's request. As you wish. Meanwhile, he checked the tracking device on his arm. Is there any way to contact the neutral zone headquarters? I think there's a problem with my McScoom system. He explained to the sergeant. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. The connection is lost, still can't get through. He sighed in frustration. What about the mission? Vaughn, while focused on removing the shrapnel, said, we didn't get close enough, Sergeant. It's still over there. The sergeant, suppressing the pain, continued the conversation. So they died for nothing. He used tweezers to pick out the largest piece of shrapnel. You're new to the neutral zone, aren't you? The sergeant squeezed his eyes shut, trying to endure. I'm a mobilized reservist in the 4th Regiment of the Defense Force, first year. Vaughn kept talking to distract him. A sergeant, I see. Are you a mobilized reservist, first rotation or second? He slightly raised his head to answer, second. What about you? He replied calmly. Never left my first unit. This is my 10th year. This answer surprised the sergeant quite a bit. 10, that's impressive. Vaughn's face was still hidden behind the mask, his expression unclear. I just do what I have to do. He said with a hint of sarcasm. Yeah, that's what I told my wife when I re-enlisted. She said I was crazy. But I can't live with limited citizenship rights. I must have all 10. Why did you enlist? He was picking out the last pieces of shrapnel. There aren't many options for an orphan, Sergeant. Especially for those who want to become citizens. The last piece of shrapnel was removed. Then Vaughn picked up a can of antiseptic spray. The sergeant looked up at him. You love this country, don't you? This question made Vaughn laugh. He didn't answer, but just sprayed the medicine on his wound. The sergeant was annoyed at being ignored. Did I say something funny? The corner of Vaughn's mouth twitched up slightly. No, Sergeant. Not really, and I'm done. Sit still for a bit and wait for the medicine to take effect. He sat up with difficulty. I thought I wouldn't be able to run anymore. Suddenly, he said again, if we wait a little longer, I think we can sneak back without having to run. This idea from Vaughn confused the sergeant. Go back? No. We can't go back, not yet. He stated his own plan. Private, that sensor needs to be destroyed. You and I will complete this mission. One way or another. Voy nodded slightly and then spoke in a deep, warm voice. Sergeant, with all due respect, you're crazy. That sensor has 4 mounted guns protecting it with dozens of soldiers. A large machine with 2 power cells in the middle, surrounded by 4 robots. We lost 3 whole fleets trying to get it. 2 people can't possibly do it. He stood opposite him and said mockingly, besides, Sergeant, you can't even stand now. And I have no intention of rushing into that meat grinder again. The helmet was taken off by Vaughn, who placed it down beside him. He looked up slightly and spoke his heart. I want to wait for a chance to return to our position. The sergeant's eyebrows raised, as if reacting to something. I could order you to, Private Vaughn. Neo squinted his eyes and retorted in an uncompromising tone. You could, Sergeant. But I'd rather be court-martialed than stand in front of those guns. His eyes showed clear annoyance, as if suppressing a burst of anger. The sergeant bowed his head and let out a heavy sigh. All right, I can't force you. I'll try my luck when the time comes. Vaughn frowned, his face showing a rising frustration. His expression changed slightly, curiosity evident in his gaze. Sergeant, do you know who owned the den that we occupied a year ago? With a weary expression, the sergeant squinted and answered, the enemy, of course. With a serious face, Vaughn recounted everything. We did it. I was the one who fought there. And a year ago, the enemy occupied that place. And a year before that, it was ours. Year after year. This war after that war. Nothing really changes, the war just drags on. This isn't a war. This is a slaughter. Both sides are eliminating their own populations. The poor, the refugees, the helpless. They say they'll give us citizenship after 15 years of fighting, but no one lasts 6 months. And everyone foolishly takes the bait. As the story ended, the sergeant's face showed unconcealed shock. We are just defending ourselves. His eyes clearly reflected his inner thoughts. I'm sure their leader says the same thing. Sergeant, everyone thinks they are the good guys, even though they are not. The sergeant gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with shock. Are you defeated? He glanced past, then calmly explained. No, I'm just telling the truth. I've seen more war than you, Sergeant. Enough to know that if you go out there and try to get that sensor, you'll die for nothing. Life goes on. The war goes on. And your wife will be alone, until the day she can't stand it anymore and moves on. The sergeant fell silent, his eyes gradually filling with confusion and contemplation. His eyes suddenly drooped, as if the weight of memories rushed back. I told her to move on. Vaughn leaned lightly against the wall behind him, his eyes gazing into the space before him. Really? His voice deepened, each word of his confession carrying an undeniable sadness. I told her to move on. I didn't want her to wait for someone who might not come back. I came here to die, 2406. I hope you can understand that. I will complete the mission. Without sadness, with his eyes open, Vaughn replied in a cold tone. Then that's up to you. Although his eyes showed clear unease, the sergeant's face expressed determination. We will complete the mission and bring. A bomb explosion rang out. Amidst the violent tremors, Vaughn tried to maintain his artillery stance. He wondered, turning his head, did they find us? Both of them tiptoed, their eyes peeking through a crack to survey the outside. Seeing the people outside, they were both secretly relieved. It's our people. They are attacking the trench again. A hand suddenly gripped the helmet. We have to go out there. We can use this distraction to attack the sensor. It's not far, maybe 150 meters. The sergeant slowly put on his helmet, his face still showing a hard-to-hide uneasiness. His reassuring words sounded warm and sincere. Sergeant, trust me, you can't do it. His face was tense, as if he was struggling with himself. But this is our chance. His eyes showed a mixture of doubt and a frown. A chance for what? The sergeant gritted his teeth, his eyes showing an unshakable resolve. To be remembered. To do something useful, so they died for a reason. The two stood opposite each other, their eyes meeting in silence. Vaughn wondered. And who died? Without hesitation, he answered decisively. My men. The ones I had to lead. The ones who trusted me to bring them back. The ones that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The giant moon hung suspended, casting a faint light down on the fluffy white clouds. The two supported each other, walking arm in arm. I wonder if we won this time. Reinforcements are coming, so that's enough of a victory. Although pain was evident on his face, the sergeant's eyes still shone with curiosity. I don't know how you do it, Private, how you can be so calm. I want to be strong, brave, but it's so hard. Upon hearing this, Vaughn immediately replied without hesitation. I have something that helps me stay on track. That's all. He glanced over and cautiously asked. Is it something that makes you want to sacrifice your life? Vaughn replied nonchalantly, let's just say that, Sergeant. The sergeant's gaze drifted, lost in confusion, as if searching for an answer. He said sternly, Eric. Call me Eric. Vaughn quickly raised his hand to signal his comrade. All right, Eric. My comrades call me Lep. He frowned slightly, his eyes sharp. And Eric, you're wrong. We don't make a difference by dying. We make a difference when we live. The dead can't change the world. Only the living can. The sergeant gripped his comrade's hand tightly. So it's not my time now. A faint smile crossed Vaughn's lips. I don't think so, but who am I to say? Vaughn's fleeting glance was full of meaning. And Eric, you're wrong. We don't make a difference by dying. We make a difference when we live. The dead can't change the world. Only the living can. Amidst a brilliant blue light, the young man's face appeared clearly. Those words are truly true. Before this scene, Farron couldn't help but exclaim. True, your past shows that you are a rather interesting creature, Leonard Aron Vandersteen. Game spoke up, his every question filled with pressure. What do you want from me? Why am I here? His eyes were bright but soulless, as if seeing through everything around him. Game's face was tense, his arms crossed as if trying to restrain his anger. He bowed his head, his voice slow and deliberate. My companion always said I was long-winded. Perhaps it's better if I show you. Game's eyes showed clear unease, as if facing something. What are you planning? A sudden snap of fingers echoed, like a signal for something to begin. Unable to react, Game was sucked into a dark void. He was gradually setting foot in a place he couldn't even name. Where is this? Game involuntarily turned his head, his eyes wary as if on guard. A flash of panic made his whole body step back. Wait, what? Losing his balance, Game fell and sat on the floor. He stood frozen, his eyes wide and mouth agape, watching the retreating back. Ha! The master stepped forward, his demeanor calm. The master's hopeful eyes watched quietly. Farron, tell me some good news. He bowed his head and knelt with a reverent expression. I bring a message from Graham, master. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes showed a flicker of surprise he couldn't hide. Has he solved the Corrigan problem yet? I'll go mad if I find out more of my mines have been destroyed. He placed his hand on his chest, every movement solemn. Do not worry, master. His army is busy fighting the threat from Tosk, and that cursed army is in the north. Laughter rang out with delight. Excellent, truly excellent. Game's eyes were deep, as if lost in silent thought. Corrigan, Toskit, wait. According to Game's memories, they were wiped out. After delivering the news, Farron just quietly turned and walked away, leaving a meaningful silence. His face was bewildered, as if he had just discovered something. At the end of the Age of Gods. This is a memory from centuries ago. Corrin suddenly stopped and spoke in a deep, warm voice. Enchart, sir. You know where to call me. I have reported everything you need to proceed to the next step. He stood there motionless, as if time had stopped right after that sentence. Enchart. That person is Enchart. What? The monster that unified the races and took over the world. What? He looks nothing like the paintings in the caves. The master spoke simply but with great weight. Thank you, Farron. I hope we can trust that Graham's words will benefit us. With a solemn demeanor, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head, showing his reverence. Do not worry, master. He has never disappointed you, and today will be no different. After Farron finished speaking, he stood straight and left. Everyone watched his retreating back. No one said another word. One by one, they quietly left the place. As the last person stepped over the threshold, the door slammed shut. Game's eyes were still filled with confusion, his mind trapped in a myriad of thoughts. But why? His face showed clear confusion, his eyes glancing back. What? Why did Graham act so late? Is he against us? No, Graham is loyal, but loyal to whom? A scream of pain echoed as Game clutched his head. Is that SH's thought? But did we go too far? No, I can't lose. I can't stop it. No, too much to do. Too much to do. The pain vanished suddenly. Game stood stunned. Back again. It's easier said than done. He clenched his fist, his eyes determined, then questioned. You serve Shush, don't you? As his advisor. Farron's voice was steady but cold. You could say that. I serve one of the guardians of Shush and the empire that he founded from its beginning to its decline. With his arms crossed, he quietly remarked, That's pretty impressive. Farron spoke, beginning to explain everything clearly. I am what you would call a forerunner. But I am not a god. There are things beyond my abilities. There is prosperity and decline. And decline then prosperity. I want to restore the empire to its golden age. And to do that, I need a worthy emperor. Game said nothing, just stood with his arms crossed, his face showing the simmering frustration within. Farron spread his arms as if in welcome. I have waited, Leonard. I have waited for you for a very long time. The other person raised an eyebrow and replied curtly, You're mistaken. I am Graben Boggy, the lowest of the low. I have nothing to offer you. The man pointed his finger at his own brain. You underestimate yourself. Your body is that of a boggy, but it resembles a Shush. The mind of an outsider has devoured the original soul within. He widened his eyes. Devoured. But Game. The other person nodded. Yes, devoured. Like a big fish eats a small fish. I see. The name of your body is Game, right? Strange. Your memories are full of internal monologues. Your behavior is also erratic. As he spoke, Farron extended his hand. I need to examine you properly. Game raised his hand to block, shouting, No, that's enough. As he finished speaking, an intense light appeared. The man's cold face became more intrigued. He stepped back a little. It seems I went too far. I almost lost myself to curiosity. I apologize. He also didn't recognize that light. What was that? The man, though praising, still spoke in a deep, steady voice. Very good, excellent. Even here, your mind has gradually adapted to the new world and begun to take control. At this point, Game couldn't help but feel annoyed. He frowned. So you're out of my head now. Let's talk. Who are you? Not what role you play, but what individual you are. The man took his mask. I am. Inside that mask was a void of cosmic space. Nothing. Game was not too surprised. You must be something. The man put the mask back on and replied, Only for now. If I don't find a descendant soon, the void will continue to expand. I live on the devotion of believers, who believe in the Master and his people, who especially worship me. Without that element, I starve, and this place will devour me. He said with his eyes half closed. So that's why you want to restore that empire. You need worshippers to prevent yourself from disappearing. Farron did not deny it. Yes, the more people who believe in my master, the more I come back to life. So come here. Let me transfer the power of Shush to you, so we can restore the world together. Game refused immediately. I refuse. The man was quite stunned. What? I've read enough history to know that such power is never free. There is always a price to pay. Not only that, you didn't even bother to tell me what's inside it. It's clearly a red flag. So, I refuse. Now, if you take me back, I will pray for you to find the next person. Farron's entire being radiated a dense, murderous aura. I could crush you like a bug. Despite the threat, he was quite calm and crossed his arms. You could, but I don't think you have enough energy left to do that. If you do, you'll need more than what it took to impress me. The man's face froze. Game smiled with satisfaction and continued. In fact, based on what I've seen, I think I can get out of here without your help. Shall we try? Game squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them wide. The arrogant brat cursed under his breath. Farron placed a hand on his forehead in a mocking gesture. Leaving is not as easy as building a fence, Leonard. Just as you said, my power is limited. And the only way I can regain my energy to send you back is for you to become my partner. Game was annoyed and disagreed. I don't like being threatened. The man tried to entice him further. A threat? Far from it. This is merely a fair exchange. I will give you the energy you need to leave this place and have a standing in society. And you will also help me with a few things. How about Brother Hoa's attitude of delaying a bit more? The help I need is to release my people, take revenge on my enemies, things that only someone like you can accomplish. My people are sealed just like me. And whether you sign a contract with me or not, sooner or later my enemies will also be your enemies. Jem asked curiously, are those the masked people standing around Elsa's throne? The other person also explained, yes, I need their submission, and so do you. Now Leonard, accept it. You have been prepared, ready for the challenge ahead. I promise, the power to free you lies within your hands, and all I need is for you to use that power to give me freedom. Come with me, I promise not to lead you astray. He immediately shoved his face close to the goblin boy, implying, come here, let's free both of us. Jem gave in completely. All right, if we do it, we do it. Hearing that, Farron clapped his hands. Excellent, you will not regret it. Then he placed his two palms on the sides of his head. All right, we must. A stream of power entered his brain. His whole body emitted smoke. What the hell was that? What did you just do? As he said that, Jem couldn't help but fall into a faint with me. The image of Farron grew increasingly blurry. It will all be clear soon, Leonard. I look forward to our cooperation. This will be wonderful. Jem's eyes flew open. Immediately after, he shot up. Where is this? Rafa was startled, her eyes widening. Lep is awake. VG smiled confidently and said, see him? Jem, he's alive, I didn't kill him at all. He asked in confusion, how long was I unconscious? The other person replied, about 2 hours. Do you know what happened to you? He answered vaguely, not really, everything is a blur. Hem was speaking with his arms crossed when a loud noise echoed. It's nothing, we have to. Everyone focused their eyes on the sound. The door full of masks revealed a crack. Look, it's open. VG asked slyly, what a coincidence, isn't it, Jem? He also replied normally, it sure is. The door gradually opened wider. Ova asked curiously, I wonder where it leads. Sandap said, there's only one way to find out. Everyone went deeper inside. Jem's hand stuck out from some branches. Rafa exclaimed in surprise. A small, old castle, more like a temple. VG reminded them with a sentence, we must be careful. There could very well be a hive nearby. The boy with squinted eyes pointed in one direction. I don't think so, look there. A stone-eating hive. If there was a hive here, this place would have been eroded long ago. Rafa praised, these buildings are so beautiful. He couldn't help but agree. Yes, whoever built them must have been an architect. Ram pointed in a direction, this thing doesn't look very old. Two statues that looked like they were made of gold appeared. How can they be so new? Perhaps there is a barrier that we can't see that has protected them. Who is this? Next to it, there was a smaller statue. She pointed her hand towards another statue. He stared at the ancient words on the statue. It says, the betrayer. She who betrayed her people for her love of a monster. That's interesting. Ann Ova was quite surprised and asked, you can read that script? VG, the other person, calmly replied. Anyone who goes to school can read Einstein script. Rasha sighed in frustration. Ah, Insadian. Is everything that falls down here some NH thing? VG corrected irritably. Rasha, it's NH, not NH. He is the most famous leader of the goblins, so many things are named after him. He waved his hand dismissively. I don't care what it's called. I only care if there's anything here to take. Jem was sitting quietly on the wall when someone came to talk to him. Lep, is something wrong? It feels like we've grown distant. The young man replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. I just made a deal with a monster. That's all, Tem. Hearing that, the other person couldn't help but be stubborn. You made another deal? What do you mean? He rubbed his chin. He said he would solve our problems. Although I'm a bit skeptical of his ability to be strong enough to help others. The boy asked worriedly, what if he takes advantage of you? The real Jem said slowly, well, that's true. He wants me to become a puppet emperor like Shush. Hearing that, the other boy became even more confused. What? Why would you agree to be criticized? Jem was a little startled. I can handle him, don't worry. The boy pouted and said, I hope you know what you're doing. Rafa approached and asked in confusion, talking to yourself? Jem replied without any evasion, sometimes I do that. Found anything yet? The girl sitting next to him said, haven't found anything, how about you? Jem held up an old gun. An old weapon that looks like a magic staff. The girl asked curiously, can we still use it? His voice was still even, if you want to commit suicide, you can. Looking at the gun, Rafa commented, it looks very rusty. VG cut off their conversation. The temple grounds are all empty. We found an exit and collected 10 weapons. Jem sat up and said, that's pretty good. When Ova returns, we'll see what's out there. Is something wrong, VG? He placed the weapon on top and answered curiously. It says, our hero. The one who washed away his father's sins from us. I wonder who that is. From a distance, someone called out, hey everyone. Ava joyfully raised her hand and waved. Look what I found hidden. VG frowned and asked, can you read it? She closed her eyes, touched the man, and said playfully. No, but you can. VG's whole body radiated anger. Why should I do that? The girl made a cute face, intending to be coquettish, because I'm adorable. But the effect was completely opposite. Then Ova smirked. And you need my magic to sew. Damn it. VG was annoyed. Damn it. Let me consider. Jem put on his hat. Everyone has returned. Let's go. We need to see if there are better options than staying in this abandoned temple for a night. Rafa asked curiously. What do you think we'll find out there? The other person wasn't very sure either. I don't know. Let's hope it's a better place than this. An old town located in the middle of a vast land, surrounded by forests and mountains. Hem, along with the others, entered the deserted old town to investigate the situation. The sun was very harsh. The houses, uninhabited for a long time, were covered in moss. Hem, where are you going? He suddenly ran forward quickly. The sorcerer shouted in annoyance. Hem, where are you going? Jem looked around blankly and then wondered. Whose city is this? He looked around for a moment then answered. Nobody's. This place is from ancient times. And it's unlike any place I've ever seen before. Rasa, that man, after hearing that, replied, I have no idea either. VG walked close to the sorceress Ova. Do you know anything about these structures? I've never seen this architectural style before. I know there are many ancient ruins scattered across different levels. But this area is very different. She pondered for a moment then answered. No, doesn't this place have a familiar scent? I can't explain it. But it's like I've been here before. He sat down and touched the ground. How interesting. I can feel a flow of energy running through this place. VG concentrated, feeling it through his fingertips. Even after all this time, I believe that something here is still alive. He looked around and spoke up. Maybe it's a border town? Could it be a mining settlement? Jem heard that and agreed. It's possible. He looked back, contemplating. It's like a historical relic from my hometown. It's as if someone tried to build a city from earth right here. Rafa spoke up in a gentle tone. Found anything you want to bring back, Hem? He pointed towards a statue. And sneered. Who would build things like this? The girl didn't feel that way. They're beautiful. They remind me of the murals I've seen. Hem annoyedly pointed in another direction. Scornfully, and those things too. What a waste. All those gold pieces carved on those stone tablets. In front of the houses, there was a tall stone tablet carved with strange and incomprehensible characters. VG went to observe the stone tablet and then spoke. How can you be sure it's a waste? Unless we know their purpose. We can't judge whether it's useful or not. Jem agreed with his opinion. VG is right. Something happened here. Look at the energy flow through this place. A light, faint white smoke was floating around the stone tablet. He made a judgment. Someone went to great lengths to build this place. And they built it near a network of crystal oil caves. The smoke must be related. Hem gave up and didn't argue anymore. He made a suggestion. All right. They're not that wasteful. But we should at least steal a few things, right? VG glanced at Hem and then replied, of course. But we must first find the source of these tremors. I want to know if this place still has a master. Everyone started moving deeper into the town. Jem walked while giving directions. They all seemed to be heading towards the city center. Rafa looked at him and wondered, what's there? Jem spoke up, expressing his hope, the answer is there. The bright sunlight shone down on the tall and massive buildings. The architecture of the houses was very carefully designed, looking very beautiful and magnificent. The stone tablets were all placed in front of each house. The sorcerer's eyes widened in admiration. VG, who was next to him, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. How incredible! In front of everyone, a giant black sphere appeared. Jem excitedly said loudly, it's so big. He was completely captivated by the beautiful black sphere. Jem raised his hand, wanting to touch the sphere, while exclaiming. It's so amazing. Rafa saw this and immediately punched him hard on the head. Jem clutched his head in pain and then gradually came to his senses. Thank you, Rafa. Hem was still captivated by the black sphere. He approached and touched the sphere. So beautiful. Hem's hand was about to touch the sphere. Jem quickly grabbed his hand, stopping him. Hem was startled and snapped back to his senses. He seriously reminded him, it's best not to touch it. Vogel also got hit on the head by San. Jem looked behind him. How interesting. It seems to only affect the gray-skinned race. Rafa felt tense. Do you think it's a trap? Jem stated his judgment. We have to touch it to know. And I don't think we should do that. The girl thought it was reasonable. That's right. Only a bird brain would touch something so suspicious. He sharply realized something from Rafa's words. You just said bird. The girl was confused and wondered, what's wrong? Jem replied in a deep voice, look around us, what's missing here? Rafa still didn't understand his words. She shrugged and guessed. I don't know, birds? Jem looked around and then suggested. Not just birds, soil, rocks, trash. This city must be hundreds of years old. But the streets are spotless. Hearing that, Rafa gradually understood the unusual thing. So who is maintaining this city? Suddenly, countless arrows flew towards them from nowhere. VG shouted a warning, enemies are coming. Jem quickly used his shield to block in time. An arrow pierced straight through his shield, making Jem extremely tense. He looked up. There was a group of people holding bows and aiming at Jem. He realized the situation. It seems we've just found our answer. Rafa looked at the enemy and then wondered. Do you think we can communicate with them? The ones above were continuously saying incomprehensible things. Suddenly, one of them was hit and fell. Rasa shouted in full fury, "Shut up!" Jem looked at him helplessly. I was about to say no. He put on a serious face, got into a ready stance, and then gave an order. "All right, everyone, get ready. We'll probably have to fight." The masked people, carrying weapons, jumped down from above. The masked monsters carrying weapons rushed to attack. Hem picked up his weapon. "I'm really tired of fighting." Jem was in a ready stance to fight. "Both of us are." VG continued, "All three of us are." The sorceress didn't give up. Her eyes showed clear determination. "We are all tired. Rafa, get behind me." Hem's team got into a ready stance. The masked monsters had approached. The two sides clashed and fought fiercely. He and the others forcefully knocked back the enemies. Many arrows were flying towards Jem. He quickly ducked down, nimbly dodging all the arrows. Jem glanced back with a sharp look. He dodged the attack aimed at his blind spot from the masked person. Jem looked at him and said sarcastically, "Good aim." He counterattacked directly at the black masked person. But it's not enough. He clutched his stomach in pain, staggering unsteadily, and continuously said something in an incomprehensible language. Jem couldn't understand anything and silently analyzed. What language are they speaking? It's not the human Ainsidian language. Nor is it a local dialect. A moment later, the black masked person collapsed to the ground. The other ones saw this and looked over worriedly. He tried to tremble and say something to his comrades. The blue masked person replied in a language that only they could understand. The black masked person's hand gradually disintegrated into dust. Jem looked tensely at everyone. Hem and Grassa were fighting extremely hard against the masked people. Virgil was highly focused, continuously shooting arrows. Many enemies were hit by his arrows. The remaining comrades continued to charge forward. The sorceress and San were in a defensive stance, ready to counterattack. Jem looked at the battle situation and made a judgment. I have to attract their attention. To give everyone some breathing room. They are small, but they can't be underestimated. The blue masked person raised his hand as a signal. He said something in a strange language. He noticed that with some surprise. All the remaining masked people gradually retreated towards the blue masked person. Jem stepped back and was on high alert. Are they surrendering? No. They probably want me to fight this dwarf. A blue masked person stepped forward alone. He rushed to attack him. Jem carefully observed the opponent's characteristics. The color of this one's mask is different. Why is that? While blocking the attack, he smiled sarcastically. You're not very good, are you? The blue masked person stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum. He uttered incomprehensible things while rushing to attack. Jem was cold. He firmly kicked the blue masked person's spear to the ground. Decisively. Which startled and frightened him. He lost patience. And kicked the blue masked person hard in the body. I don't have time to play with a training dummy like you. He clutched his chest in pain. The blue masked person sat up, pointed at Jem, and continuously shouted incomprehensible things. He held a shield in one hand, and a spear in the other, fighting seriously. Playtime is probably over. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, Lep, move. Jem was startled and turned to look with a stunned expression. Huh? Damn it. He hurriedly turned tail and ran. Looking very panicked, let me through. The masked people were bewildered, not understanding anything. They stood there frozen, watching. A giant fireball was flying towards them quickly. They were hit by the attack and were instantly burned. They could only scream in despair. One of them managed to escape quickly. He was running away when he bumped into Hem. He looked at the masked person with a fierce look. Where do you think you're going? The blue masked person saw the scene and was helpless. He knelt down on the ground. He uttered words of disbelief that no one understood. A sharp arrow was flying at a very high speed. The arrow hit the comrade who was being burned right behind him. The blue-masked person couldn't help but look over in surprise. His comrade, in an instant, turned to dust. The mask fell and rolled on the ground. Hem walked over to help Jem up. He smiled happily and said, "I've been waiting for this." The boy pouted disdainfully. "You're fine. I had to help others first." He glanced at the sorceress with a look that clearly showed his annoyance. "Next time, give a warning, okay?" She embarrassedly tapped her own head lightly. "Sorry." It exploded a little louder. The blue-masked person lay on the ground, continuously throwing a tantrum at VG's feet. Hem approached and wondered, "Who are they?" Jem stated his guess. "I think they are the apostles of Graham, one of SH's advisors." He reached down and grabbed the blue-masked person. "And this one will tell us the information we need." As soon as Jem touched him, the blue-masked person vanished, leaving only the mask and the clothes he was wearing, which made him stunned. "Ah!" VG drew his bow and shouted a warning, "Archers!" He shot an arrow towards the enemy. But the arrow hit a stone tablet and broke in half. Jem saw this and laughed, teasing. "I thought you were a marksman." VG said annoyedly, "Shut up." He turned back to look at everyone and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Rafa nervously made a suggestion. "We're fine, but some of them got away. The sun is setting. We should head back to the cave." He heard this and also agreed, "A terrible plan. We don't know what might have followed us from the abyss." Jem stepped up to resolve the situation. "How about this? We take over a house on the edge of the city and fortify it before dark." Hem felt a little uneasy. "Is that safe enough?" He couldn't guarantee it. "We have to try to know." The footsteps of two people were running in a great hurry. Rosa, along with a woman carrying Jem when he was a child, were running in a great hurry as if they were fleeing from someone. She ran while shouting, "Don't stop. We're almost there." He looked back worriedly. "Where's Dad?" The woman spoke up to reassure Rosa. "Dad is luring them away. Just keep running, child." She and he frantically ran towards a cave in front of them. Suddenly, the shadow of a monster loomed. The woman and Rosa were terrified and quickly stopped to observe. She clenched her teeth, not daring to utter a word. Her eyes showed extreme tension. The woman stared towards the cave, not daring to let her guard down for even a second. She turned her head to look back and observe. The woman noticed a small hiding place, enough to temporarily hide in the cave. She put Jem into the small crevice of the cave and then instructed Rosa. "My baby, I need you to lead your brother and crawl into the crevice as deep as possible." He panicked and reached out to hug the woman. "No, Mom," she seriously instructed Rosa and Jem. "I have to go distract them. And I need you two to stay in there and be quiet. When there's no one left here, then come out and run to the gate. Call that person for help." He was extremely worried and tense. "But Mom, The woman sternly cut Rosa off. "This is the only way. I'm sorry for making you do this on your own. But I need you and Jem to be safe. Will you help me?" He tried to explain. She wouldn't listen to anything more and firmly instructed Rosa. "I need you to take care of your brother." He closed his eyes tightly and reluctantly obeyed. The woman was relieved and then smiled gently. "That's my girl." Suddenly, a sound echoed. She panicked and looked over. "It's coming. Hurry, get inside the crevice." Rosa quickly turned and pulled Jem, urging him. "Hurry up." The woman smiled gently before leaving. "I love you both." Only Jem and Rosa were left, sitting obediently in the crevice as their mother had told them. The huge monster rushed past the cave crevice. He saw it and was so scared he burst into tears. He quickly covered Jem's mouth with his hand and signaled for him to be quiet. It was extremely quiet outside now. There was no sign of a monster running past. He gradually calmed down. Jem and Rosa were extremely tense, continuously looking outside. Suddenly, a large claw of the monster hooked into the cave crevice. Its large claw hooked onto Jem's pants, making him panic and scream. Jem was so scared he kept screaming, "Rosa, save me!" In a flash, he was pulled out by the monster. He tried to reach out and grab him but couldn't. Jem. Rosa was in a state of extreme panic. She searched and called out loudly, "Jem, where are you?" Suddenly, a creepy voice rang out. "Where is your brother, Goza?" He was startled and on guard. "Mom, Dad." The blurry figures of the two of them appeared, looking very scary. The creepy voice kept speaking. "We told you to watch him. How could you let him die?" "Mom." Rosa cried in fear and hurriedly explained. "Mom, I didn't, I tried. I really tried." The bloody footsteps approached. "You must be punished." The figures of two scary monsters lunged forward. He was scared and closed his eyes tightly, unconsciously raising his hands to shield himself. Suddenly, Rosa woke up with a start. Sweat was pouring all over her body. He tiredly sat up and said to himself, "Another nightmare." Rosa lightly touched her forehead, bowed her head, and sobbed. He combed his hair with swollen eyes and a sad mood. Rosa ate alone. As he was about to open the door to leave, a voice spoke up, stopping him. "You're pale again." Rosa was startled and looked over. "Oh, good morning, Toast." He stood leaning against the wall and asked, "Another dream?" He sadly nodded and replied, "Yes. The time when we lost our parents." Toast was concerned. "You should rest, I'll let them know." Rosa leaned against the wall and then smiled faintly. "No, I can't. There aren't enough people to run the mushroom farm as it is. Too many people have been moved to the mines. If I don't work, people won't have anything to eat." He heard that and sighed helplessly. "Okay, I understand. But don't push yourself too hard, okay?" He obediently replied, "Okay." "Any news about the expedition?" Anthost shook his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry." He waved his hands and feet, trying to explain and reassure Rosa. "But hey, they've only been gone for a few months. There's bound to be something soon. Your brother is strong, I'm sure he's fine." He felt completely disappointed. Lep is strong, but Jem. Rosa stood up straight and looked at Toast. Sighed and then tried to calm herself down. He smiled gently and spoke. "You're right, Toast, I need to be more optimistic." Rosa stood on her tiptoes. She shyly kissed Toast lightly on the cheek. "Yeah." Rosa waved her hand and smiled brightly. "Thanks for caring about me. See you tonight." He blushed completely, touched his cheek and then replied flusteredly, "Yeah. See you later." A lot of food was spread out on a large crate. Rosa stood in front of a food counter and stretched. He looked at his plate of food and muttered, "More cheese? They treat us well, don't they?" Rosa looked at the cup of water next to her and thought to herself, "Even giving us mushroom beer, it hasn't woken me up for a while." He picked up a sandwich. They must be worried. There might be another rebellion. Because there's still so much work to be done. Rosa ate while contemplating. "Whatever, it's not my business." Suddenly, the sound of chatter startled him and he turned his head. "Hey, have you heard about that attack?" Rosa wiped her mouth and unconsciously paid attention to the conversation at the next table. "Hey, have you heard about the fight? One of the 3 elf women is Lord, chattering about the gossip she just heard. A goblin tried to approach an elf girl. So the elves ganged up on him." Riza held a spoon in her mouth and glanced over. "Really? Again?" Abelikda was vaguely skeptical. "What do you mean, again?" The little girl revealed. "Hey Lore." Frowning as she recalled, she continued, "She's right. Goblins specialize in those despicable tricks." Abelarda suddenly stood up, clenching her fists. Her throat felt as if it were screaming fire. "Those filthy goblins. I want to kill them all." A green-skinned fellow heard the shout and quickly turned his head. Lore gritted her teeth and whispered, signaling, "Hey, Abelarda, keep it down. Do you want us to get caught?" Abelarda calmly pointed behind her. "Who? No one is going to report us. The only one who could hear is that strange girl over there." The gazes of all three automatically followed the direction Abelarda was pointing. The strange girl was none other than Rosa, harmlessly sitting on a boulder. She looked around bewildered. "I'm sorry." Lore quickly turned back to remind Abelarda, "You're causing trouble." Riza also frowned and grumbled, "Stop it. You're scaring the little girl." Suddenly, she showed a look of interest. "Hey, you over there. Want to join our group?" Rosa was bewildered. "Really?" Lore raised a corner of her lips slightly. "Don't worry. We don't bite," she teased, alluding to the past, but Abelarda might. Embarrassed, she had to pretend to snap back, "It was only one time. Just one time, and you all will never let me forget it." Lore pointed to introduce each person one by one. "By the way, I'm Lore. This is Riza, and that's Abelarda. She's just grumbling because she's worried about her brother." She was a bit reserved, hesitantly, "I'm Rosa. Is your brother on the expedition?" "My brother is too." Abelarda crossed her arms, thinking and frowning. That fool followed some boss of some stupid gang and went off to fight. Rosa immediately let down her guard. Her attitude was just like hers when thinking about Jem. "My brother is the same," she said in a light voice. "Abelarda is the reason we were transferred to this farm." She got so mad at her brother that she punched the foreman. Her eyes widened in disbelief, stunned for a moment. "Really?" Abelarda rolled up her sleeves, showing off bulging, sinewy muscles. "He deserved it anyway," Riza chimed in. "That's the reason no man wants to approach you. You're worse than a man." She bared her teeth in a mischievous grin. "I have boyfriends, you know. Lots of them, in fact." The little girl remembered the times the goblin boys were dragged away by Abelarda in a headlock, like pigs being taken to slaughter. They were victims, not boyfriends. Her pride wounded, she once again grabbed Riza's mouth with her two huge hands. "How dare you?" Rosa was wondering when she heard a voice, Kui, calling her from behind. "Glad to see you." She sighed. "Uncle Kui, don't make fun of me." He leaned against the wooden door, grinning. "I'm just teasing, kid. Are you lost?" Rosa closed her eyes, enjoying a moment of peaceful air. "No, I'm just taking a walk to clear my head." Kui seemed to see right through her. "Missing Jem, are you? If you feel lonely, feel free to drop by my shop. I don't get many customers here anyway. And I'd like some company." Rosa glanced into the shop, filled with wooden items and machinery. "Everyone has gone on the expedition, haven't they?" He didn't intend to hide it from her. "Either that or they're digging in the tunnels. Even so, things will change soon." Rosa asked curiously, "Did you hear some news?" Kui suddenly ducked his head worriedly. "Well, I heard that a messenger arrived this morning." She wanted to know the details. "A messenger from the expedition? What did they say?" He glanced away. "Nobody knows. The Blueskins are holding a council meeting and not letting anyone in." Rosa's expression gradually revealed her anxiety. "Do you think they're okay? What if Jem?" Kui placed a hand on her shoulder. "Rosa, don't go looking for bad news unless you really want to find it." Rosa hesitated. "You're right." He lowered his head slightly, affecting a calm demeanor. "Of course I am. Who wouldn't be worried?" She pulled a saw, cutting a large mushroom stalk in half. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Rosa." Riza rushed over in a panic. "Rosa! You need to hide." Rosa remained calm and asked, "Hide? Why?" The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead. "There's a foreman looking for you. Hugo is holding him back. But he can't stall for long." She had a feeling she knew who it was. "Why are they?" "Wait, Riza. What does he look like?" Riza rubbed her chin, recalling. The foreman? Skinny, stressed, quite handsome. Weird eyebrows. Rosa knew for sure who it was in her head. She rushed off to see. Meanwhile, Hugo had lost his cool. He was throwing a flurry of punches at Toss. I won't let you abuse the girls. He dodged but didn't fight back, only raising his hands in surrender. And I'm trying to tell you. The man didn't seem to hear a single word. You people are always trying to take them away. Toss realized the situation was getting more tense. His mind was like a string about to snap. Can you just listen to me? The next punch came. He managed to block it in his arms in time. The tables turned in the blink of an eye. In the next second, Toss successfully took Hugo down. Rosa ran over in a panic. Toss, stop. Don't hurt him. She had no choice but to step in and mediate. Thank you for looking out for me. I'm sorry, but he is my friend. Rosa strode over to him. Toss, what's wrong with you? You can't just barge into the farm like this. Toss's head drooped. Rosa. He struggled to get the whole sentence out. The expedition was ambushed, and Jem. Hearing the news, it was as if her world had just collapsed. There was no mental shield to support her. Rosa buried herself in Toss's embrace, not wanting to face the reality of that moment. A new day began. The sky outside was clear blue and filled with sunlight. In some abandoned house, Virgil stood huddled by the window frame, his eyes warily observing the outside. He turned back to see Jem and Rafa were awake. So he teased, the lovebirds are awake. The girl interrupted annoyedly, shut up, Virgil. He walked to the kitchen where Hem was cooking. I didn't know you could cook, Hem. He replied bluntly, where I'm from, you either cook for yourself or you starve. Virgil focused on the outside, not forgetting to poke fun. Starving seems more pleasant than eating his cooking. Hem retorted angrily, no one's forcing you to eat. Their noise made the sorceress rub her eyes and wake up. Hey, can you two keep it down? I couldn't sleep last night because of this old rug. He glanced at her with disdain. Shut up, you. You say you couldn't sleep, but you snore so loudly. The sorceress stood up, looking furiously at Virgil. What did you just say? He also reminded her irritably, silence is golden, little girl. Learn to be quiet, or I'll teach you myself. She wasn't scared at all and even provoked him. Just you try. While the situation was tense, Hem brought the food over. Come on, you guys. Breakfast is ready. The sorceress turned to look at him irritably. Hem, you two? Hem was full of confidence. If you're planning to burn me, go ahead. But you won't get any dessert. Her attitude changed in a flash, her face beaming with joy. Dessert? You really made it? For me? Hem was also helpless against the sorceress. You said you wanted something sweet, didn't you? Now go call Grassa and San. They're in the front hall. She immediately agreed, chirping as she went outside. Rafa looked at him curiously. So now you're making sweets for Ova too? Hem stammered in reply. Well, it's her, you know. Soon enough, everyone had gathered at the dining table. Grassa ate while praising, this is really delicious. Jem asked him curiously, but where did you find meat and vegetables? Hem thought for a moment and then answered, I caught a few animals and found some vegetable patches with broken fences at some houses. After hearing that, he immediately spat out the food he just put in his mouth. Grassa coughed violently. Jem asked with concern, Are you okay, Grassa? He broke out in a sweat and turned to look at Hem. Wait, you really don't know what a farm is? Hem crossed his arms in annoyance. What do you mean? I've seen mushroom farms before. And Virgil, sitting opposite, added, however, he doesn't know what a surface farm looks like. Grassa looked at him in surprise. Really? Virgil explained, sadly, yes. Very few elves have ever seen the surface world. And those who come up here to hunt are heavily taxed. He had an expression of disbelief. How can you people stand it? I'd go crazy if I couldn't see the sky. He looked seriously at Grassa. We won't be for much longer. Bungu's tyranny will soon lead to a riot, and then he'll try to suppress it. After that, a rebellion will break out. He showed doubt. But your leader will agree, won't he? Virgil calmly answered. In the past, maybe. But now Jira has isolated the neighboring countries, and rebellions have already broken out. It won't be long before the goblins have to spread their forces too thin. He turned to ask Jem, have you noticed the change in food prices? He immediately nodded in reply. Virgil continued, they are using slave labor for mining instead of farming. So the food supply is dwindling. Jem looked up at him, probing, and you're waiting for the right moment to act? Virgil bowed his head and smiled lightly. I don't deny it. Chaos breeds opportunity. And I intend to seize that opportunity to become the new chieftain. Everyone at the table gasped in unison. What? San turned to question Virgil. You say that so openly. Don't you know who we mercenaries work for? We would be handsomely rewarded for turning you in. He smiled mockingly. Come now, San. After how many of your men have been sacrificed, don't pretend you don't hate him as much as we do. He glanced at Grassa. He timidly avoided San's gaze. He tried to object. I don't know what you're talking about. Virgil took a pouch from his person. Of course. Just know that you'll be helping the entire elven race if you keep silent about me. He confidently tossed a small pouch onto the table. And we're all friends here, aren't we? San suspiciously opened the pouch. Inside were blue gemstones. He calmly sat down, putting the treasure into his own pouch. We are friends, aren't we? San took his share and then tossed the pouch over to Grassa. He quickly caught it. The very best of friends. The sorceress, who had been silent until now, spoke up. What about me? What do I get? Virgil rubbed his chin, thinking. As for you, you get your freedom. And the entire library of magic from the elven chieftain and his retinue. She immediately gave a thumbs up. Deal. Hem crossed his arms, unconcerned. You don't need to give me anything. I'm not taking part in this. He didn't seem surprised. Of course, Hem. I expected as much. I just need you not to interfere for the sake of our people. And Virgil turned to look at Rafa and Jem. And Rafa will follow Lep's decision. He tapped the table, calculating. I admit I'm not sure what to offer you, Lep. I suspect your goals are the same as mine. He smiled at Virgil. I think my goals are a bit higher than yours. He laughed slyly. Do you really think I only intend to take back the position of elven chieftain? That is merely a foundation for greater things. Jem guessed, a king? Virgil chuckled. An emperor. One who can stand equal with Assad himself. Hem spoke up with amusement. Great. This guy wants to become another Gioma. He crossed his arms and commented bluntly, Gioma had ambition, but lacked vision. He brought about his own failure. And I will not make that same mistake. And neither will you, right, Lep? He calmly refuted Virgil's words. No. There have been many great kingdoms and empires throughout history, Virgil. And there will be many more to come. But sooner or later, they all fall. Mine will last longer than any of them. He hesitated, speculating, so you want immortality? Jem immediately denied it. No. A legacy. A legacy that will last for eternity. The two of them looked seriously into each other's eyes, as if trying to read what the other was thinking. Virgil burst out laughing. All right, then. I suppose my offer will remain open. We'll see who reaches the summit first, shall we? Hem spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. If you two are done talking, can we continue eating before my stew gets cold, please? The sorceress also urged impatiently, hurry up, I want dessert. Suddenly, a hand was raised. Wait a minute, Hem. While everyone is gathered here, there's something important I want to discuss with everyone. Deep within countless majestic mountain ranges, an ancient, abandoned complex was overgrown with green moss. Sunlight shone through a dust-covered dome. Stones large and small were thrown hard against a wall. Grassa squatted on the ground, fiddling with something. He spoke up. "What reason is there for us to still be exploring these damned ruins?" Meanwhile, Jem, elsewhere, stood with his hands on his hips and remarked, "This building is truly special. It's different from the others." At that moment, Grassa suddenly threw a giant boulder and asked, "So what? That doesn't mean we need to risk our lives to find out what's inside. If you keep asking me like that, it's a waste of time." Beside him, someone else immediately replied, "No one's making you work your jaw either, sir." Suddenly, the sorceress, holding her staff, asked seriously, "Don't you want to go back to the other DKs?" Hearing this, Grassa, who was carrying another rock on his shoulder, remained silent. After a moment, he pressed his cheek against it and whispered softly, "No. Ban and Gojak are fine. But the rest of them could be dead in a hole for all I know." As soon as he finished, Jem immediately asked, "Isn't there anyone special you want to go back to?" Hearing that, Grassa tossed the boulder up and growled, "You had to remind me. I thought I had found one. But before we left, I went home and found her making a deal with another guy." After that, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and laugh loudly. Seeing this, Jem immediately broke into a cold sweat. "I guess this is a reaction to the pain." At that moment, Grassa spoke again. "Don't worry about it. She did me a favor. I always hated that guy. And I challenged him. I fought him one-on-one for what he did." Suddenly, the sorceress leaned forward and asked, "What happened?" Meanwhile, Grassa narrowed his eyes judgmentally. "She can have him. But she won't be able to have children with him." These words made everyone present fall silent, not knowing what to say. After a moment, the sorceress, from a distance, calmly asked, "You don't have parents?" Hearing this, Grassa lowered his head slightly and answered casually, "Probably, but somewhere out there. I was raised by a gang until I was old enough to go out on my own." As he finished, the sorceress unconsciously touched her cheek, deep in thought. "I thought life on the surface would be easier. But it seems it's not much different." At this time, San dragged a large log over and said coolly, "Depends on where you live. Some places allow for a better life. Others are not so fortunate." And Virgil, sitting on a high boulder, spoke. "It doesn't matter where you live. Your life is only what you make of it. You either control your life or someone else controls it for you." Grassa did what he had to do. Just like all of us. Grassa stared at the newcomer. He whispered, "You say some smart things for a Graben." Hearing this, Virgil scoffed, "The truth isn't smart. It just is." Down below, Rafa glanced at the man and clicked her tongue. What's not smart is staying out in the open any longer. They'll notice this whole group is missing. Underground, there were 3 very strange objects. A heavy door was slowly opened. Jem, holding a shield, walked behind and warned, "Be careful. We don't know what we'll find in here." At the same time, everyone's eyes opened wide, staring in surprise. Jem then spoke, admitting, "This is not what I was expecting." And Hem also widened his eyes in admiration. "This is spectacular. This time I agree with Rafa." Nearby, San broke into a cold sweat, curious. Who could have built a place this huge? And why is it here? Is that a throne room? But where's the throne? Then they slowly advanced deeper inside together. Jem once again looked up high and remarked, "This must be the throne spire that we saw from the outside." Ahead, a brilliant light suddenly shone. San leaned back slightly to avoid it. "It seems so. And what do you make of these strips?" The sorceress furrowed her brow, thinking. "They look like connectors on the shrines in the caves." Her long ears perked up. "These are probably lines carved to connect different runes together to perform certain functions. There should be a control rune here." While her hand was rubbing the symbol on the stone, a voice from the side rang out, "Found it." Purple smoke spread along the text in front of them. Seeing this, The sorceress was terrified and quickly denied it. It wasn't me. I just wiped it a little. I didn't use any mana on it. In the distance, the stone pillars showed the same phenomenon. At this, Rafa, and Jem also became more agitated. They're definitely activating. Lep, what should we do? Just wait and... Suddenly, a blue illusion appeared and said, "Welcome." The figure raised both arms and continued, "Welcome to the city of Paris. One of the newest frontier cities founded by the great Assad and his followers. Dedicated to Graham." Hearing this, Jem immediately showed a look of confusion. Graham, as in Graham the Wise? After hearing the figure's words, Jem asked again. "Please tell me how I may be of assistance." Dedicated to Graham. Does that mean you are not Graham? Immediately, it answered seriously, "I am the artificial administrator of this city. Manufactured at Cram K35. My mission is to keep communications active until Cram's inevitable return." As it finished speaking, Rafa raised her longsword and added, "Lep." What is that thing? However, the administrator was strangely calm, reassuring them. "Do not fear me, young one. I cannot harm beings of flesh and blood. I exist only to serve the city and my master." Jem couldn't help but break into a sweat. "I don't think it can hurt us. Not right now, anyway." Hearing this, the administrator calmly agreed. "That is correct, citizen. However, I do not know your name. Please state your name so I may enter it into my system." At this, Jem stared at the figure and replied, "Lep. My name is Lep." As he finished, the administrator immediately replied, "Thank you. Indeed, citizen Lep. I will not bring harm to you or any of your companions." Nearby, Virgil held his bow and arrow ready. "Are you the leader of this place?" The two had a short conversation. "You are citizen Virgil. If chieftain or king is defined as the leader of this city, then that is incorrect, citizen Virgil. I am merely the administrator of this city." Jem once again commented, "He seems more like a prime administrator." Immediately, the administrator got straight to the point. "That is also a reasonable analogy. Now then, citizen Lep. How may I assist you?" And Jem answered without hesitation, "We want to see your archives." The administrator immediately raised a hand. "Very well." A heavy door slowly opened. "You will find my archives at the end of the hall. Now, if you will excuse me, I will return to my duties." Suddenly, Jem had another question. "Wait. What if we need your help again?" Then, the administrator, while slowly fading away, left one last sentence. "Once you possess the administrator's key, there is very little I can do that you cannot. Citizen Lep, you should not require further assistance. Have a good day." Hearing this, Rafa looked at Jem, completely bewildered. Administrator's key? What did he mean by that, Lep? Virgil, right there, immediately added, "Yes, Lep." What did he mean? The administrator slowly vanished. "Have a good day." At this, Rafa was a bit curious. Administrator's key? Jem, after hearing this, was slightly evasive. What did he mean by that? Lep replied, "I'm not sure." Suddenly, Grassa ran out from behind, shouting, "Hey! We've got trouble. There's a bunch of masked monsters standing outside the building." As he finished speaking, in disbelief, frowned and yelled, "Nonsense! Did that K-35 guy betray us?" He looked towards the door and added, "If he did, then the path he opened for us is a trap. We should find another way." At this, San was extremely angry, gritting his teeth. "Do we have enough time for that?" But Virgil was indecisive. "No. I'm not sure." Jem also broke into a cold sweat. "Then we don't have many options." He raised the shield in his hand and commanded, "Grassa, San, push that pillar near the door to block it. That will hold them off for a bit. Follow us when you're all done." Hearing this, everyone responded in unison, "Got it." Jem looked back and called to the remaining people, "Let's go." 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, ran forward like the wind. After a while, Jem pointed to a wall with countless lines of text. Virgil. What does this mean? And Virgil quickly put a hand to his chin to think. I need some time. Meanwhile, Rafa walked up to Jem and asked, I guess this wasn't a trap. But Jem didn't want to hear anything off topic. Say that when we're all out. Suddenly, Hem ran up and reported, all right. We've blocked the door, but... Hearing this, Jem asked helplessly, but what? Hem immediately spoke up. Do you remember when Grassa said there was a group of those creatures? This made Jem a bit curious. So? And Hem, remembering the massive horde, continued, he was way off. It wasn't a group, it was an army. Like a real army. After hearing that, Jem quickly turned to the silver-haired man. So we need to get out of here, Virgil. The other man immediately nodded and replied, all right. I think I've figured it out. It seems this building is organized by floor and room number. And this is a list of those locations. On the wall above were countless lines of text arranged like a flow of historical periods. Jem stared intently at it. He said, so it's a directory for this building. I see. Does it list any exits? However, Virgil disagreed. No. But I think there's a room that could be very useful to us right now. As he finished, Jem asked without hesitation, which room? And so Virgil replied, the city armory. Hem looked to the side at the row of sharp spears, breaking out in sweat. Tell me this isn't a dream. It's all iron, right? Elsewhere, Grassa picked up a metal hammer and remarked, no. It's even better. Steel. At the same time, Jem waved his hand and coolly ordered, go check all the rooms and find suitable weapons for yourselves. We're going to need the best. He looked at the gray-haired man, VG, which made the man unable to contain his curiosity. What's wrong? Game suddenly whispered. I know you just want a weapon for yourself. But thank you for showing me this place. Hearing this, VG immediately raised his hand. You don't have to pity me. Arming everyone will only increase my own chances of survival. At this moment, Game placed his hands on his hips, his voice full of excitement. That's right. He observed the weapons laid out on the table. Game commented frankly, luxurious and impractical. It's like a weapon for a commander, I wonder. His hand reached for a longsword, but Game suddenly pulled it back. His hand tried to clench into a fist as he furrowed his brow. It doesn't suit me. Maybe I'll leave it for San. However, his gaze then stopped on another weapon. Wait a minute. Why is there no dust on it? His eyes looked further. All the other weapons seemed to be covered in dust. Sweat dripped down his face. But this one isn't. Why? Game gripped the body of the weapon in front of him. I guess there's only one way to find out why. He turned his head to the side and said, it has a good weight to it. And it's very well balanced. Not bad. At the same time, a notification appeared. New authorized user has been detected. Beginning recalibration. Instantly, a tremor appeared, making Game wonder what was happening. Huh. What's this? A moment later, the system brought more information. Synchronization has been completed. Game lowered his gaze in confusion. What's happening? Data 655 is being finalized. Physical basis has been established. A dazzling light emanated from the weapon. Beginning user optimization. Game cried out in pain. He gritted his teeth, his jaws clenched. After a moment, Game slowly opened his eyes. The pain was gone. He raised the weapon in his hand, feeling it. It's lighter than before. Then Game heard Rafa and the mage exchanging words. They said this room is a special project workshop. I'm not sure we should go in there. It could be very dangerous. But on the other side, VG also spoke up. Then you can wait outside. We will go in, Hem. When we hear them talking on the other side of the room, it's as if they are right next to us. At this moment, the system once again brought information. This has upgraded your current form for optimal combat performance. The upgrade includes enhanced senses. Suddenly, Game looked up at its tip and asked, "Wait, you can talk?" Instantly, a line of information appeared. This unit can perform many advanced functions. What can I do for you, Master? Game was extremely confused. Ha! Ah! I. At the same time, the system software issued a red alert. Alert! Alert! Enemies are coming. Heretics are approaching. Ahead, countless dark figures were rushing towards them. Hem was a bit stunned. She thought, what are these things? In another development, VG picked up a sword and remarked on the sign outside. It says this is the Armory's special project workshop. Looking at the condition and quality of these weapons, I would say this is where they developed and stored many unique items. As soon as he finished, Hem was a bit curious. What? And the mage spoke with a tremor in her voice. He thinks this is where they keep the really good stuff. But this place scares me. She closed her eyes, drifting into her subconscious. I can feel it from all of them. Someone used the mist to create new weapons by mixing it with metal. Meanwhile, Hem was sweating continuously. Can you do that? Hearing this, VG slowly explained. My friend was challenged. I must defer to our female companion. I am neither a mage nor a blacksmith. The mage also touched her chin thoughtfully. The mage totems that we use to cast spells are made from mist crystals. It's definitely possible. But who would want to make a weapon that only mages can use? We're not exactly great warriors. At this point, VG used his hand to pull out a board full of weapons and said, unless they weren't made for mages to use. But for someone else. Hearing this, Hem was very curious. You don't mean? Virgil calmly turned his head and explained. There's only one way to know. We found some finished weapons that were stored in one place. His eyebrows furrowed like this. At the same time, Game seemed to have sensed something. Rafa immediately noticed and asked, Lep, what's wrong? Game quickly got straight to the point. Where are the others? As soon as he finished speaking, Rafa and San's eyes widened in response. They were just here a minute ago. Is there a problem? Immediately, Game glanced left and right and gave an order. We need to go now. Before he could finish, a very loud sound was heard. The leader of the bird-masked group pointed at them. Seeing this, Grassa picked up the golden axe. Damn it! San, who was nearby, asked nervously. Is there any other way out? Rafa then also frowned. Only the windows, and they all have bars. In contrast, Game was extremely calm. Then I guess we have to fight. Rafa, get behind San. At that moment, one of them suddenly jumped in front of San. VG mercilessly brought his axe down on his back. Game also quickly raised his weapon to test it. Let's see how strong you are. He stabbed another one directly in the head. Are they always this slow? Or is it you? The system brought a notification. This sword will serve you, Master. Use me to strike them down. Kill them. Kill them. Then, with one slash, 3 of them fell at the same time. On the ground, only their cloaks and masks were left scattered. Game looked at the tip of the weapon and whispered, not bad. His gaze shifted to the side. Game bent down and moved away, growling, Grassa, with me. We need to close those doors before more of them arrive. After hearing that, Grassa immediately slammed the body of the masked man to the ground. Coming. The two entered a room and gently closed the door. Game didn't hesitate to order, bar it before they. Why do I suddenly feel weak? But he immediately realized something was wrong. That enhancement effect only works when I'm holding it? Meanwhile, Grassa kept urging him. Hurry up, Rayskin. There are a lot more of them outside. Game could only ask for help. All right, I'm sorry. Elsewhere, San was constantly banging on the door. Get out of the way. Countless weapons blocking the door were knocked away and scattered. San said grimly. I'm not sure it will hold for long. Hem seemed to know nothing. Damn it, did we miss something? At that moment, Game, who was standing opposite, spoke. It looks like someone just got back from a shopping trip. Immediately, Hem picked up the shining weapon and praised it. This is amazing. We found a place with a bunch of strange weapons in the back. VG also raised his sword. It seems to be a workshop. Most of the weapons were incomplete. But it seems these two were finished. Rafa, standing opposite the mage, asked, "You didn't get anything?" The mage immediately let out a sigh. "I already have my staff." Meanwhile, Game was still examining the other weapons. "It looks like steel." Hem then commented, "It's even better than steel." Ava said there are mist crystals in it. Hearing this, Game was a bit puzzled. Wouldn't that make the weapon more brittle? As he finished speaking, VG glanced at the other's weapon. It seems these weapons are designed to use mana in some way. Although I still don't know how. Hearing this, Game glanced to the side. "Sword, are these weapons like you?" The system immediately provided information. "They are the creations of the Great Master. But your companions are primitives. They cannot unlock their potential." At this point, Hem broke out in a cold sweat. "You mean we can't get out? We just need to create an exit." Then he slowly turned his head. Hem placed his hand on the wall. "All right, let's do it." He got into position to swing the weapon. An explosion immediately occurred. The thick smoke gradually cleared. An escape hole was created. Game looked up at the sky. "What are you talking about?" The system announced again. "This means they will not be able to unlock the full potential of the weapons. That is just a small fraction of what they are capable of." Ignoring Game's praise. "That's useful information. Tell me more about them later." "Great job, Hem." The other man continued to kiss his weapon. "This is my new baby." "Isn't that right, baby?" Rafa peeked out from behind the wall and said, "That's great." Hem urged again, "Let's go, everyone. Baby's got gear to smash." After they got out, Virgil sarcastically remarked, "We shouldn't have let him have that." But he was stopped by Game. "Don't be a spoilsport. It's making him happy." Hearing that, Virgil could only sigh. As if he couldn't stand it. A moment later, Game raised his weapon and asked, "Are there any enemies nearby?" The system announced, "Enemies have been attracted by the noise. But I can guide you, sir. I will lead your party to safety." Hearing this, Game quickly announced, "My weapon says more enemies are coming. We'd better get moving." This made VG a bit confused. "Your weapon can talk?" However, Game didn't care and waved his hand, saying, "I'll explain later. Let's go." Game pressed himself against a wall, observing the masked people. The other three spoke up one by one, extremely tense. "There are so many of them. What should we do now?" "That's right, they're everywhere. The best way is to flee the city as soon as possible." "Right, but which way do we run?" At this point, the system brought a notification. "Attention, a group of losers is approaching from the south. Please proceed to the nearest teleportation shrine for evacuation." Hearing this, Game was very calm. "All right. Then I guess they're coming from the south. Where is the nearest shrine?" Suddenly, the system interrupted. "Wait a moment. Searching for the city's teleportation shrine. It is to the north of our current position. Hurry and get to the gate immediately, sir. The current survival odds are not in your favor." After a moment, Game waved his hand to signal. "Let's move. Can't these people be left alone? How many do we have to kill before they get the message? Do they even care if they die?" Meanwhile, the system continued to provide information. "They are the failed experiments of the Creator. Abandoned and left to their own devices. Putting them down is an act of mercy." Game ran while exchanging information. "What about K-35? Something tells me he's more than just a manager." Immediately, the system replayed an illusion of the manager. K-35 played a crucial role as an assistant to a founder. He was the sole observer of the founder's last great experiment. As soon as it finished, Game immediately guessed. I see. And what did that great experiment entail? The system explained. Seeking to elevate citizens without using the power of the Creator. The eldest son of Shush sought to empower his servants as his father had done. At this point, Game's eyebrows furrowed. This Creator with the power to elevate others. Could that be Shush? Instantly, the system replied. I have no record of SH's presence during the final experiment. Game glanced left and right. Of course not. That would make things too easy. The system unhesitatingly judged. From your position, the nearest shrine is visible. Suddenly, Game ordered them to stop. This made VG a bit curious. What is it? As soon as he finished speaking, Game quickly replied. We can see a temple from here. Did anyone else spot it? But VG was still very confused. Why are you looking for a temple? And how did you know it could be seen from here? Hearing this, Game looked left and right. I remember seeing one before we got to the city. If it's like the ones on the lower floors, it should be able to teleport us out of here. VG also agreed. That's convenient, if it's true. Suddenly, the mage, holding her staff, pointed forward. It's over there, see? San replied with a slight tremble. It's just outside the north gate. On top of the hill is something yellow. Rafa immediately looked at Game and asked, Great, right, Lep? But he didn't seem happy. Maybe, maybe not. Then Game ordered another person, Ova. It's a teleportation shrine. How long will it take to get us out of here? Immediately, the mage put her hand to her chin. I can't say for sure. But it will take some time. As soon as he finished speaking, Game immediately tilted his head. That's what I was afraid of. Rafa was sweating bullets and asked, What is it? Game immediately explained. That hill looks quite exposed. As soon as we get up there, they'll spot us. Especially with Ova performing her spell. Hem furrowed his brow. Should we wait until nightfall? However, the mage gave the other a sarcastic slap. Idiot. It would be even worse. The ritual will create a lot of light. But VG was very calm. Perhaps we need a diversion. Game said seriously. I don't think we can get all of them. Some will run up the hill if they see something happening. As he finished, VG frowned and continued. However, it could still buy us some time. Some of us will start a fire in the south to distract them, while the others will protect the hill. Hearing this, Game could only think in silence. Suddenly, Game raised his hand and waved. All right. Who volunteers? VG furrowed his brow and whispered. I'm the fastest runner here. So I'll be the one to go. Hearing this, Game immediately agreed. Okay then. That's great, but you shouldn't go alone. Hem, you go with him. As he finished speaking, Hem was a bit angry. Me? With him? Seeing this, Game quickly intervened. You're the second fastest runner here. And you have a new axe, right? Just try not to bury it in VG. All right? Even if he might deserve it. We need him. So Hem could only sigh. Fine, all right. But you'd better wait for me before you leave. Then Game said loudly. We'll start moving as soon as we see the smoke. Get there immediately. At this moment, Hem was dragging a board with something on it. He used his hands to push everything into a high pile. This is all I could find from that house. Most of this stuff is flammable since it's rotten. Add more. I couldn't find much either. But this should be enough to get their attention. Then Hem angrily threatened, You could help, you know. VG, who was also busy, said, I am helping. This will help us get away before the fire starts, increasing our chances of survival. Hearing this, Hem immediately squinted one eye. Yeah, I know. Good thinking. A moment later, VG held up the tightly tied rope. You're feeling contrary, aren't you, to praise me? However, Hem put on an indifferent face. Yeah, whatever. As he finished, VG slightly bowed his head. I won't. I doubt I'll need to. Your kind always dies in battle too young. But Hem still questioned him. Hey, what are you trying to say? Hearing this, VG was extremely calm. To be precise, in my view, all emotion and lack of restraint. If it weren't for me, Vac, or Lep, you would have been dead a long time ago. As he finished speaking, Hem immediately reminded him. Hey, I'm not the one who keeps losing his lieutenants. Although I have to admit, Gelma has a nice axe. VG couldn't help but clench his teeth in extreme anger. And Hem was also ready for a fight. You're finally showing your true colors, aren't you? All right then. Let's fight, VG. Too loud, you idiot. Your foolishness has led them here. We're surrounded. In another development, Game and the system were conversing in his subconscious. Are there any creatures around the shrine? No. The losers are currently concentrated in the city. He closed his eyes and praised. Good. Behind him, Vet stood with her hands on her hips and said, I don't think this is a good idea. Suddenly, the system announced again. Warning, stranger detected. At the same time, Vet continued. Sorry, Game. I think this is the best way for us to get out of here. He pointed at the sharp tip of the weapon. I'm not talking about your plan. I'm talking to her. Vet was very curious. The sword is a she? Vet slowly considered. There's a girl's soul in it. But something feels wrong. You shouldn't trust her. Despite the system's warning. You're in the way. You are obstructing my master. He continued to judge. She feels distorted, broken. The system immediately retorted. Lies. This one is whole. Ready to eliminate the sin from the world. For the glory of Shish. For the glory of the Empire. Then Vet stood with her arms crossed behind him. You get my point, right? It's crazy. Lep, there's a reason it was left behind. Meanwhile, the system continuously sent out a distress signal. Master. This is distracting you. It will be purified. This one only needs your command. The two voices echoed in Game's ears. Destroy her. Purify him. He could only sit there dejectedly, doing nothing. A self-righteous fool, a brainless idiot. After a moment, he couldn't take it anymore and signaled. Shut up, both of you. No one is getting purified or left behind. End of discussion. Suddenly, Rafa pointed forward and spoke. Hey Lep, is that the signal? Countless bird-masked guards stood in the courtyard. One of them was sitting idly, staring into the distance. In the sky, a white bird suddenly flew by. He immediately picked up his bow and arrow, preparing to shoot. The sharp arrow pointed straight at the perched bird. However, something behind him caused a disturbance. The person who had just appeared whistled. Hey, birdie boy. Then, from another side, his comrades only saw his body flying through the air. San swung his sword down. Too loud, Rasa. This was supposed to be a surprise attack. That wasn't a surprise at all. Rasha also gave another one a blow. He seemed surprised. Game quickly joined the others. It doesn't matter. Finish them quickly before. Seeing this, a bird-masked man hurriedly blew a horn to signal. Game was a bit annoyed and didn't bother to speak. You've got to be kidding me. He raised his spear, preparing to throw it. It hit the opponent's body with one shot. Game had a terrifying expression on his face. Then he touched his hair. I forgot what happens when I lose connection with her. No wonder she was left behind in the storeroom. At the same time, a sneak attacker appeared from behind. However, he was kicked down by someone's foot. Rafa appeared just in time and asked, Are you okay, Lep? Hearing this, Game immediately slammed the sharp spearhead into the middle of the other's body. Just need a moment. At this point, Rafa gently reminded him. If you let your guard down for just a moment, they'll take the opportunity to kill you. Be careful. Hearing this, Game quickly replied, All right, I understand. At the same time, the mage asked, Is that all of them? Immediately, Rasa and San replied. It seems so. What about that horn? Then Game slung his weapon over his shoulder and said, what can we do about what's already happened? Our job is to move quickly. He urged everyone. Let's go. A moment later, they were all standing in a lush green meadow. Rasha pointed forward and said, there it is. In front of them was a long abandoned palace. Then everyone went inside. Game ordered, Ova, get us out of here. Everyone else, find a spot and keep watch. The mage placed one foot on a higher step and replied. I know. She looked at the giant symbol on the ground and praised. This is amazing. I've never seen one this big before. Suddenly, something made the mage freeze. All. Seeing this, Game quickly asked, is there a problem? But the mage found it extremely difficult to explain. No, it's just a little different from the others have had. As Game was about to say more. Do you need? A voice interrupted him. Lep. Rafa pointed downwards and announced, see them? Seeing this, Game calmly replied. They must have heard the horn. It's just a few of them. But it's bad enough without VG and Hem here. In the distance were some bird-masked figures. Game began to plan. We need to buy time for Ova. Rafa, stay here and watch over her. He slightly bowed his head and said in a low voice. San and Grass, with me. At this point, Rafa gently touched his injured part. This damn arm. I should be with them. Behind her, something caught her attention. Rafa looked at the girl who was trembling uncontrollably and called out. Ova. She asked with great concern, are you okay? However, the mage seemed to have no strength left. Ask me again when I can feel my fingers. This made Rafa very confused. What? Is the shrine broken? The mage immediately replied. No, the power is the problem. At this point, sweat began to form on Rafa's face. What do you mean? As she finished speaking, the mage quickly replied. I found out that I have to place my staff in one of the holes on the platform to connect with it. But I don't know which one it is. She knelt on the ground. When I put it in the wrong one, the energy backlashed and almost killed me. Hearing this, Rafa's eyes widened in speculation. But there are still 4 holes left. That means. At the same time, sweat poured down the mage's face. Yes, if I choose wrong one more time, I could die. Ova's eyes widened, sweat falling like rain. Fear swirled in her mind. If I choose wrong, I might die. Her eyes were filled with terror. She gasped for breath continuously. Ava raised her hand to cover half of her face. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She cried out in fear. I can't do it. I can't. She clutched her staff and turned her head to look at Rafa with a tremble. Her voice was urgent. Rafa, you have to tell Lep. We have to run. Rafa was startled and looked at Ova in astonishment. The girl bit her lip, her eyes showing a look of defiance. The girl calmly explained. Ova, this is their territory. If we try to escape, in just one day, we will die. The temple is the only way we can get out. Alva sobbed, her eyes filled with fear. She continuously shook her head. But I can't do it, I can't. Rafa was silent for a long time. She placed her hand on her chin, thinking. She stood up, pointing at the ancient characters at her feet. She looked at Ova and asked, Hey, can you read these writings? Ova raised her sleeve to wipe her tears, her voice choked. Just a little. A few of my master's books were written in Ainsadian. But I've only just learned to read it. Master said only the great sorcerers are allowed to touch them. Rafa smiled, encouraging Ova. But you can still read a little, right? Let's try together. Maybe we can find the location of your staff. Ova calmed down, she looked at Rafa. She lowered her head slightly, her voice reluctant, okay. Meanwhile, a goblin was lashing an opponent hard with a spear. Gen glanced in one direction. Atop the hill, countless goblins were shouting and cheering. He was startled and glanced behind him, as if he had discovered something. He exclaimed in amazement. Graza-san. Graza looked at him, her voice worried. Lep, are you all right? Are you safe? Gen pointed towards Graza and asked, I'm fine, is it deep? He glanced at the wound on his waist. His voice calm, it's just a scratch, son. San took off his hat and said, it seems they have moved. The three of them looked towards the top of the distant hill. Gen said with a bit of worry. They're probably preparing to target us again. San asked curiously, any news from the temple yet? Gen shook his head, not yet. Ava must still be handling it. San closed his eyes and sighed softly. My people have poetized a lot about men waiting for women. It seems that is our destiny. Gen took the hat off his head. He pouted, his face full of surprise. There are even songs about that. Graza frowned, his voice unhappy, our side too. San started to raise his hands and dance, he began to sing. Perhaps if we survive this, I will write a poem about this day. I will call it, Ova's Grace. I already have the first lines. Oh, Ova of the deep realm, we have waited for you with all our hope. Because we know your soul is true, you have made us wait. But we do so because we know that you are the one we have always been waiting for. After hearing this, Gen broke into a sweat and said in a low voice, if she can help us get out of this mess, then you can write as many poems as you want. San closed his eyes and tilted his chin, his expression extremely arrogant. Graza was so moved he shed tears. Such beautiful poetry, San, how is your prose so fluent? Gen looked at the two weirdos in front of him with a bored expression. San smiled confidently. Poetry is already in my blood. If we get out of this, just ask me. I will teach you how to write poetry. Gen glanced with disdain, really? He really thinks it's good? Gen rested his chin on his hand with a bored expression, thinking to himself. Ova, hurry up. Graza and San began to discuss enthusiastically without reservation. Have you heard of the poem, Ode to the Ocean Master? By Ma Hin Kao. No, never, tell me about it. A clear voice echoed in the temple. Karnat. Ova pointed to a line of text on the ground. At least, I think that's how it's pronounced. Rafa commented in a low voice, how interesting. Ova looked at her doubtfully, what is it? Rafa explained with a bit of worry, well, Karnat in the language of my region means pain or danger. So maybe the hole in this area is the dangerous one? Ava looked at Rafa in amazement, oh my. You're right, for us it has the same meaning. Rafa said calmly, all right, there are 3 such areas. And they all have the same type of marking. She pointed nervously in one direction. This is the place where I put the staff. Sunlight shone on 2 spots with ancient characters on the ground. A voice rang out. Then one of these 2 will be the right one. Rafa asked curiously, can you read the words next to them? Ova looked at her and replied, no. Rafa glanced at the 2 spots from before, her voice dejected. I guess we'll just pick one and hope for the best. The 3 men stood on the high hill looking down below. Graza looked at the ancient city before them and said, something's up. They're not resting at all. Gen replied, that's right. Gen frowned, asking with worry in his heart. Does life know what's going on? A map appeared in his mind. A voice rang out. More infidels have come to suffer your wrath, my lord. Gen frowned, speculating, they must be waiting for reinforcements. San asked in amazement, how many? Countless spear-wielding monsters advanced towards the hill. Gen's voice rang out, looks like all of them. Ova held her staff and pointed to a spot, this one. Rafa glanced at her, her voice tense, are you sure? Ova replied, not entirely. But we have to try something. She suggested nervously. Maybe we can tie a rope to the staff and pull it in. Rafa raised the staff high, her expression serious, replying. No, that won't work. Stand back, let me do it. She closed her eyes tightly, praying anxiously. Please Jom, let this be the right one. She slowly lowered the staff into a position. A hand slowly reached out. That hand grabbed her staff. Rafa's eyes widened, her expression terrified. Ova looked up, her expression amazed. Gen appeared before two monsters. A shadow fell from the sky. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh!" Hen landed on the ground, he smiled. "I told you to leave the bloodshed to me." Gen smiled casually, "It's all yours." He gave a wicked smile and growled, "You don't mind if I?" He raised the axe resting on his shoulder and said, "Do you?" VG grabbed the staff and said, "Don't do it. I don't want to die today." He looked at the two positions and explained softly, "The hole you were about to lower the staff into is named Power. The other one is labeled Control." He frowned, his voice serious. "I won't pretend to know how this temple works. But I am certain that your choice was a mistake." Ova was so happy her face flushed red, she rushed to hug him. Her voice urgent, thank you, sir, thank you." Rafa asked doubtfully, "Where have you been?" He raised his hand to pull Ova off him and explained, "On the way, that fool and I were attacked and had to fight. Fortunately, on the way here, I realized that the temple might be more complex than the others. And perhaps I could help." She exclaimed in surprise. "It wasn't because you wanted to use it to escape?" VG frowned, his expression annoyed, his voice displeased. "You're hurting my feelings. I wouldn't do that now. If we just let our Ova do her thing." Ova held the staff and seriously closed her eyes. As a blue light emanated from the staff, she said gravely, "I have connected with the temple. It will take us to a distant place." He glanced at her and instructed, "There must be a closer temple. Find it and take us there first." She opened her eyes. The blue light flashed in her large, round eyes. She stammered, "It will take time." VG raised his sword, his tone full of confidence. "Just do it, I will hold them off for you." San raised his sword, slashed, and shouted. "This is the last of the high-level group." Graza glanced at him, his voice grave. "Just in time, the rest are coming fast. And they look quite angry." The leading monster rushed forward with a cleaver. Gen raised his weapon high and yelled, "Everyone, get back to the temple." Gen turned his head and went in the opposite direction from everyone else. Hen asked doubtfully, "What are you planning to do?" He glanced at him, his voice stern. "I'll be right behind you. I will try to fight the leader one-on-one. It seems they have a problem with one-on-one fights. I will buy more time." Hen blocked Gen with his axe and said aggressively, "Hey, one-on-one fights are my job, not yours. Go and gather with the others." He didn't think it was right and retorted, "Hen, with this weapon." "I can." He interrupted him, "My new axe can." A red-skinned hand pointed, his voice urgent, "Shoot. Stop arguing and move." Hen ran into the temple, his voice doubtful. "Looks like the one-on-one fight is off, huh?" Hen shouted in frustration, "Shut up and run." Hen exclaimed in surprise, "I thought you only had one axe." Hen laughed cunningly, his voice casual. "That's right, neat, huh?" He held the axe and rubbed it against his face. With an adoring expression, he said, "I really love Saturday." Hen replied casually, "Whatever." He hid behind the temple wall, dodging a rain of incoming arrows. His face was tense, his voice urgent. "How much longer do we need to hold out?" VG turned his back to them and said, "She's almost done. Just a little longer." He stepped onto the altar and said hurriedly, "Form a circle around Ova, protect her at all costs." Everyone readied their attack stance, just waiting for the monsters to approach to strike. The monster leader entered the temple. Hen gritted his teeth, his voice determined, "I have to stop Gen." He said in horror and haste, "Wait." The leader reached his hand into the temple. A rainbow-colored light emanated from where Ova was standing. She widened her eyes, tilted her head back, and yelled, "Jump." The tribesmen were carrying supplies back. In front of them was a large rock crevice. Behind it was a door. The chief stood watching with a serious expression. Bun Ji-yu rested his chin on his hand, sitting majestically on a palanquin. Carried by the tribesmen into a pair of feet landed on the ground. The chief respectfully placed a fist on his left chest and said, "Greetings, Lord Bun Ji-yu. Welcome back to." He looked at him in surprise, "Our settlement." He ordered, "Wine. Bring me wine and fresh food, I'm starving to death." Bodebert was a little worried. Looking at the chief's annoyed expression, he said, "Chief." The chief raised an eyebrow, looked at him and said, "Bodebert, I'm glad you made it back successfully." The chief approached him and asked quietly, "Was it as bad as the letter said?" He frowned, a bit worried, and replied, "I'm afraid so. We've lost nearly 2/3 of the expedition." The chief curled his lip, his face full of contempt, and said, Yes, a few from the Grayskin clan died, a tragedy." "Did you manage to protect the treasure?" He frowned, his expression a bit tense but his tone still confident. "With such losses, it wasn't easy. But yes, we hid the collected treasure inside the ore hauler. The goblins won't find them." The chief smiled, his expression satisfied. "Good. Very good. The goblins have left. Then I will have a plan to use them." Bodebert frowned, his expression a bit serious. "Rengar, there's something you need to know." Two tribesmen stood in the distance looking at the two of them. Amy said with a stunned expression, "That elf chief?" Rune crossed her arms, her tone contemptuous. "Yeah. Don't worry about him. He's as weak as they come. He sold his own daughters to Bun Gu's brother to get this position." Amy looked at him with an angry expression. Her voice annoyed, pathetic. "What scum?" She turned her head to look at Rune, her voice doubtful. "Commander." "Where are you going?" She replied, "I'm going to check on something, keep watch for me." A tribesman with his face covered was trembling all over. His voice choked, "I'm sorry." He didn't make it. The tribesman opposite was an old man. He collapsed to the ground in grief, his whole body shaking, whispering, "No, no." She walked around, seeing the tribesmen. Some were sad and crying, some were happy, putting their arms around each other's shoulders. She passed another group of people sitting on the ground, their faces tired. Vaughn exclaimed in surprise, "Rune." She asked them how they are. He said dejectedly, "See for yourself." Vaughn touched the cart, his expression sad. He looked at her, his voice displeased. "Want to say something?" She looked at him, her voice resentful. "Vaughn, I told you she would be safer going with you," he said decisively. "I couldn't take her with me." A seriously injured girl lay unconscious on the cart. His voice rang out. "If Bun Ji-yu finds out she's still alive, she won't survive the night." He gritted his teeth, his face full of pain, and stammered, "But her condition is getting worse." She gently patted his shoulder and suggested, "You have healers, right? Ask one of them to help her." A voice called out, "Vaughn." He turned his head to look at the two people behind him. "Gun, Gem." Gun said, "Vaughn, you need to talk to those people." He replied hastily, "Yes, I'm coming right now." He looked at her doubtfully and exclaimed, "Rune." Vaughn calmed down, his voice grateful. "Thank you for helping me. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to bring her back here." Rune linked arms with her and smiled gently. "Don't be so polite. When I lost Rafa, she helped me a lot. So I owe her, that's all," he said shyly. "But, may God bless you." He waved his hand and said to the two people behind him, "You too, Grayskin, both of you." Vaughn scratched the back of his neck, his expression tense. "Gun, what should I say now?" After hearing this, Gun leaned back, a bit bewildered. Looking at him, "I don't know, just do what Lep said." He lowered his head, weakness emanating from his body, his voice trembling. But I'm not Lep. I can't talk like him. Maybe I should ask Jem to do it. Gunn frowned, comforting Vaughn. You're the leader now. You brought us together. You can do it. Vaughn straightened up, his expression unafraid of death. Right, I can. I can do it, he said, his voice trembling. So, we did everything and returned successfully. Thank you, everyone. The tribesmen below discussed with worried expressions. It's a shame that everyone couldn't return with us. Or being eaten is even worse. He frowned tensely and tried to shout, but was interrupted by someone's voice. But I am proud. He said, Hey Vaughn, when do we get paid? Vaughn's face went blank. He asked doubtfully, paid? Gunn, standing beside him, widened his eyes, looking at him with a tense expression. The man frowned, his voice annoyed, urging, Yeah. We don't care about other things. When will we receive our reward for the expedition? He said calmly. I will pay everyone as soon as I receive it from the Blueskin clan. Gunn pressed his lips together, glancing nervously at him. The people opposite immediately cheered with joy. Amidst his worried expression, All right, boys, let's go have a proper meal. He was startled, then sighed in relief. That went smoothly. Gunn replied, Yeah. Rune looked doubtfully in one direction. She was surprised, grabbed Amma's hand, pulled her back and asked, What's wrong? Why are you running? She cried out in alarm, I came here to capture you. We're going back to the surface. Bun Gu is calling for war. She widened her eyes, her expression terrified. War? War against whom? Bodebert frowned, his expression worried, and said, We were ready to go on an expedition in 3 weeks. Bun Gu has declared war on the Hypelings. He intends to destroy them. An angry man slammed his fist on the table, his voice furious. That's so foolish. We don't have enough manpower. Are they planning to send the entire goblin army? The chief frowned, his voice displeased. No more goblins or mercenaries. He wants us to handle this. Another man sitting at the table exclaimed in panic. That's insane, there will be riots. Chief, you have to help him come to his senses. Sweat poured down Bodebert's face like rain. His voice worried. That's right, talk to him. The chief crossed his arms, his expression dejected. It won't have much effect. Bun Gu bet everything on this expedition. And if he goes home now without bringing the promised treasure, his father will execute him. He's desperate. A frightened man cried out. But we can't. The chief affirmed, we must. Bodebert coughed lightly, ahem. The chief asked softly, Do you have any ideas? Bodebert frowned, worry clear on his face. Calling it an idea is a bit much, but yes. I have a few thoughts. He raised his hand and began to explain. What we need is time. I propose that we implement a general mobilization plan. At the same time, I will also try to persuade Bun Gu's advisors to change his mind. It will be quite costly. But I'm afraid we have no other choice. What do you think, Chief? The chief stroked his chin, silent for a long time. A seriously injured girl was lying on a sickbed. A man held a cup and took a drink. The person opposite said, Mushroom food. He finished drinking, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said, Can't you do anything to help her? Hello, Jock. Vaughn was worried, his voice dejected. I'm not Ova. You need to find someone who can use more than just herbs and moss. He turned his head away, waved his hand casually. But most of them died on the expedition. As I said, she's mushroom food. Vac looked at him and introduced himself. Thanks for the beer, Vac. He replied, Vaughn. He whispered with a determined voice. No, I won't give up. The man frowned and stated the obvious. We just need to find a healer, right? Yes, but as you said, most of them are dead. He replied in frustration. And the ones who are alive are all exhausted. He clenched his fist and left helplessly. Jack watched his retreating back with worry. Jack's face darkened. The unconscious girl lay on the bed. Jack looked worried. He kept reassuring himself. No, definitely not. Vaughn lost his composure and yelled. But you have healers on the surface. He frowned and hesitated. Yes, kid, we do. But Ban continued. What he means to say is, Vaughn, we are already in a dangerous situation with the goblins. Jack said, if they find out we're secretly bringing your Dark One to the camp, who knows what will happen. He persisted, continuing to speak. You can't just abandon her, Ban. We fought together. So what if I can gather enough crystals? Will you do it? You're mercenaries, right? The two of them hesitated for a long time. Well, Ban said dejectedly, sorry, Vaughn. But Jack quickly interrupted. Wait, we'll do it. He exclaimed happily, really? Ban looked at him in surprise. Jack. He frowned, his expression serious. We'll do it, but it won't be cheap. Vac was startled and looked at Vaughn. He spoke up. Vac, can I talk to you? He waved for the others to leave. Yeah, go on. He asked worriedly, is it possible, Vaughn? He yelled resentfully, I need your help. The DK group has agreed to take Vara to the surface when they leave. But they want to be paid in smoke crystals. He lowered his head dejectedly and said, and you have nothing? He replied, we'll be paid soon. I'll give you whatever you want. Vac frowned, his expression serious, and growled. Whatever I want. Good. Do you know what you're saying? He yelled, that doesn't matter. He frowned, his expression worried. Vaughn, I want to help you too. But it's not that easy. He looked at him in amazement. Why not? I thought you wanted to help her. He explained in a low voice. That's right, but unlike you, I have responsibilities. What we get paid isn't ours. It belongs to those who returned and the families of those who couldn't come back. He was shocked, stammering, families? He glanced at him. His expression one of disappointment. That's why Jem is always complaining about you, Vaughn. You know you have to contribute to the families of those who died on the expedition, right? His face fell, he lowered his head and let out an oh. He glanced at him with a stern expression and asked again, yeah. I think so. After paying up, I don't think you'll have much left. Unless you managed to bury some crystals. Did you? He shook his head vigorously, pressing his lips together. I was too busy. Vac looked at him, annoyed, his voice dejected. This is what happens when you don't think things through. Look, Vaughn, I really want to help you. But I still have personal debts. He placed a hand on Vaughn's shoulder and comforted him softly. Stay with her. Use the time you have left. The image of the girl lying on the bed appeared before the two of them. He said, she'll want someone with her when she goes. Vaughn sat dejectedly by her sickbed, his head bowed. A voice spoke from behind him, Vaughn. He said, what is it, Gun? Gun scratched his head and replied hastily, nothing. Gun waved his hand, looking at him with a bit of worry. But still comforted Vaughn. Oh, it's nothing important, I'll just tell Jem. Vaughn replied calmly, no, tell me. He raised an eyebrow, touched his head, his voice full of doubt. Well, suddenly a message was sent to Jack. They're requesting an escort for the tribute they're sending to Bun Gu on the surface. He said calmly, yeah, just let Jem know. Whoever wants to go can go. He lifted the curtain and stepped outside. His expression tense. Okay, no problem. Sorry for bothering you. Vaughn grunted in annoyance, turned his head, and yelled. Bun, wait. In the morning, in a vast forest. The Grayskin clan was escorting a cart on the road. Vaughn looked at the central area with an amused expression. Gun, do you see that? Was that a bird just now? Gun exclaimed in amazement, the sky, it's so vast. He smiled and asked Vaughn. Is this your first time outside? Vaughn replied, yeah. He answered happily. Me too, it's amazing. Thanks for asking me to come. Vaughn frowned, his expression grave, his voice worried. It's nothing, but be careful. Anything could be out there, demons in the sky, fierce wolves, or even moose. After hearing this, he turned pale and looked around nervously. Really? Moose too, are they real? A giant, aggressive moose appeared in his mind. Vaughn's voice trembled. My father said so. He said they're huge with antlers as big as the elf Gu. He cowered in fear. He said in a low voice, oh dear. I think this idea isn't actually very good. We should go back. Vaughn comforted his comrade softly, it'll be fine. Thogan is leading the way for us. He's the god of the arena, from the western tunnels. Gunn glanced at him, his expression curious. What do you think is inside there? Vaughn shook his head, his expression careless, I don't care. I only care about how many crystals they pay us. Gunn lifted the curtain slightly, his voice doubtful, oh. But aren't you curious? The curtain opened a narrow slit. A yellow eye stared at him. Gunn exclaimed, huh. He screamed in terror, there. A voice rang out. Hey, you two, the owner of the eyes spoke reassuringly. Can you two please keep it down? It's bad enough in here already. Vaughn quickly covered Gunn's mouth, apologizing sheepishly. Sorry for bothering you, miss, I'll keep him quiet. She asked doubtfully, are we there yet? Vaughn replied calmly. Sorry, I've never been outside before. She looked at the two of them with gentle eyes. I am Lena. She turned and stepped aside, revealing the girls inside. In a sad voice, she said, we were sent to serve Bungle. Ghoul's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, you are slaves? A man with a purple turban on his head, sitting in front of the carriage, turned his head back and shouted, hey, you guys. His face was angry, and his voice growled, stay away from the carriage. Vaughn's face turned pale. He quickly smiled placatingly, sorry. We didn't intend to do anything. Hun frowned with a displeased expression. They sent women to Bungle. Vaughn broke into a cold sweat and replied in a low voice, Hun, that's none of our business. All we know is that they went voluntarily. The two of them had displeased expressions and spoke in low voices, but friend, how many of our people have died because of those green skins? They remembered the scene of the little girl buried under a pile of rocks. Taug cursed in a low voice, just leave it. Vara was injured because of them. They should all just rot. Hun wanted to say something else but was cut off by Vaughn. Let's focus on the job. The group was about to pass through the large gate. Entering the gate, Hun looked around. A soldier led Vaughn's group into a room, then ordered, put down your weapons and wait here. We will bring some water and food for you. The goblins were swarming on the city walls. They discussed in low voices. Do you see how big this fortress is? There must be 100 of them here. Have you seen the armor they're wearing? I wonder if we'll get to eat real meat. Vaughn looked doubtfully at Gunn, who hadn't said a word until now. You're so quiet. Gunn turned pale, his voice anxious. Do you think they'll eat us? He shook his head. I'm pretty sure goblins don't. Rune was behind a wall, waving her hand at them. Vaughn saw this and said, I have to pee. Gunn was trembling. Because of his fear, he still hadn't noticed Rune's presence. He also demanded to go, me too. Rune asked in a panic, what are you doing here, Vangi? He looked at her and said, we are escorting tribute for Bungle. She pursed her lips, her voice trembling. Rune, tell your supervisor to get out of here right now. Vaughn asked in surprise, why, Rune? What's wrong? She frowned, her voice serious. Something strange is happening. Her eyes widened with a horrified expression as she exclaimed, assassins. Elf assassins have murdered Bungle. Gunn and Vaughn jumped. The two of them turned pale, looked at each other, and exclaimed in unison, oh my God. The scene changes to another place. Ava sat down wearily, looked up at him, and said, so what do we do now? He replied, We will follow the tracks that were left behind. It will be the fastest way through this level and will lead us to the other levels. Countless footprints stretched along the dark dirt road. Jen's voice rang out. It will take a while to get home, but at least it will be faster than exploring around here. VG frowned with a serious expression. Before we depart, Lep, there is something I need to discuss with you in private. Hem suddenly appeared, blocking his way. With a dangerous expression, he said, "What do you want to say to him?" The man's eyes were full of contempt. "Someone like you wouldn't understand." Hem looked at him with a dazed expression, which made the man's face darken. "Is that so? Let's see then." His hand lightly brushed the sword hanging at his hip. He threatened in a low voice, "You shouldn't provoke me, kid. But if you want to know, I need to make sure that Lep and his companions won't stab me in the back as soon as we regroup with the main force." Jen held Hem's hand to reassure him. "Hem, it's okay. He's smart enough to know not to kill me right now." He extended his hand in an inviting gesture. "So, can we go somewhere else to discuss now?" The two of them went to another dark place. He turned his head and said, "I think this place is fine." He glanced at the man, speculating. "It's not just about the future or factions, is it?" The man smiled faintly. "You're still as sharp as ever, aren't you?" He took a breath to gather his courage and said, "You want to know about my spear and the key that K-35 mentioned?" VG glanced at him and began to analyze. "Close enough. However, let's get straight to the point. What I'm interested in is not the key, but its true owner. What are you, Lep? I know your past, the one who once bore the name Gem." Jen frowned at him with a slightly worried expression. The man's voice continued, "So how could a weak and useless person like you suddenly change so quickly?" His eyes were sharp, his voice arrogant. "You changed your name, gathered forces, and became a deadly warrior." "I'm not stupid, Lep." He pointed at Jen, affirming, "There is only one explanation. You are the chosen one." Jen, with a weary expression, pointed to his own head and said, "Are you out of your mind or something?" VG frowned with an annoyed expression. He continued his analysis. "I'm not crazy, kid. You trained useless, timid minors into a disciplined military unit. Virginia remembered that formidable army." His voice was full of amazement. "And you used that rabble to snatch victory from the hands of one of my most fearsome subordinates." He remembered Jen interacting with Jack and Gojek. There was a friendship between them that he had never thought would happen. He said, "Not to mention your sophisticated political moves. Your power plays have surpassed anyone in my clan." VG frowned in doubt. "However, there is one thing I still cannot understand." He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is it?" VG looked at him doubtfully. "Despite the countless dangers, you have never used your special skill, even when death was imminent." Jen held out his hands and said casually, "Who knows? Maybe it's because I'm not the chosen one." VG stroked his chin with a cheerful voice. "That's true. Perhaps you are just a lost soul." Jen raised his eyebrows with an incredulous expression. "A lost soul, really? After everything you've said about me, why call me a lost soul?" He smiled brightly, his voice arrogant. "Not to brag, but you should know that the gods wouldn't let someone as outstanding as me wander freely. They would choose me immediately." VG frowned angrily. His eyes filled with hatred, and said, "You think too highly of our gods. They are just a blind, petty, and foolish bunch. This world is submerged in blood and chaos, yet they stand still, doing nothing." Jen put his shield on the ground, his voice calm. "Are you sure you want to say that? Won't you be struck down by lightning or something?" The man snorted and then laughed maniacally. VG spat on the ground. His face was like shattered glass. He challenged, "Let's see what they can do to me. In all these years, I have concluded that one should only believe in two possibilities. They don't care, or they don't exist." VG remembered the sacrificial ceremonies. He said, "I believe in the second one, that the gods are nothing more than a myth created by humans to explain the unexplainable. The image of powerful beings standing on a mountaintop of corpses appeared in his mind. He said, or the so-called chosen ones created the deities to elevate themselves above others. Jen gave a confident smile and asked, "You're really serious about this, aren't you?" VG's eyes widened with a crazed expression as he screamed, "What's the worst they can do? Hurt me? Yes. Kill me? Curse me? So what if they do? I live by my own truth, not theirs." Facing VG's eyes full of darkness, he said calmly, "Don't get me wrong. I truly agree with you. But what if your truth leads you down a path of destruction? What if your desires and emotions make you do things you'll later regret? How can you be so sure of your truth?" VG disagreed. He retorted, "I would rather grasp a truth I created with my own hands than accept one passed down by thousands of others. I will follow my own path. And if everything I think is wrong, then that's my fault for not thinking it through enough." Jen raised his hands with a calm expression. "I've said everything I need to say." VG frowned and asked, "Is that all?" Jen tilted his head, his voice surprised. "Did you think I would detail my plans for you?" The man smiled and replied, "I suppose so. But there are still two things I want to know." He clarified, "I am neither a lost soul nor a chosen one." VG laughed loudly, his voice scornful. "There it is, the kind of deception I'm used to from you, Lep. A lie that leads to the truth that you actually have memories of another life. In that life, did you also fail to achieve your goals? Did you also lose hope and give up?" Jen's lips twitched, and his face fell. He closed his eyes and replied irritably, "I didn't, and I won't." The man continued to ask, "Good answer. And it leads me to my second conclusion. What is that key, and how did you get it?" Jen exclaimed in frustration, "It's a long story. I don't want to talk about it." "Bargain then. Consider it the price for my cooperation later on." Jen was silent for a long time, his expression troubled, as if recalling a terrible memory. He let out a sigh and replied, "Fine." Jen began to tell the story of the monster that held the blade in his hand at that time. "That key is a relic from the Dead City, a place where failed experiments and creations of withered magic are buried." He said casually, "As for how I got it, that's not important." Jen turned and walked away, saying as he went, "Take this weapon as an example. It is bound to me, and only I can use it. To anyone else, it is completely useless." Jen raised the blade to his shoulder and continued, "You could say." He sliced off the head of a giant insect. He said calmly, "That I am the key." Jen rested the blade on his shoulder, his voice threatening. "So if you want to access the city and its treasures, you had better make sure nothing bad happens to me." He frowned and growled, "Is that enough for us to understand each other?" VG frowned in thought. VG smiled and bowed his head. "It seems I was wrong." Jen looked at him in surprise. "Oh." The man's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Perhaps the god of deception does exist after all." VG raised his hand, his voice resolute. "Then let's make a real truce. Threatening people only makes things worse. We need to cooperate to control the coming chaos." Jen raised his hand and shook the man's. He replied, "That's right." Sunlight shone on a rock mountain shaped like an upturned hand in midair. A straight wooden fence appeared in front of the forest. Two soldiers ran up hastily. A blade in hand was thrust hard into the ground. The soldier's face was pale with fear as he reported, "The goblins are on the move." Carrying an axe on his shoulder, he glanced in a direction. He jutted his chin and asked, "Did you hear that?" Vaughn turned his face and replied, "Yes, Jack. I heard it." Jack frowned and shouted, "Everyone, get ready. Let's show those goblins how well we elves can fight." A voice rang out, "We're lost, you insects." Hem gritted his teeth with an annoyed expression and said, "What the hell is this place?" Rasha replied anxiously, "I don't know either." He looked at the bodies, his voice angry. Dozens of bodies are scattered here. Finally, there was the corpse of a giant insect with spears in its body. Ava covered her mouth with a frightened expression, her voice trembling. What happened in this place? Did the goblins attack here? Jen turned his head to look around, his expression slightly worried, and said, maybe. But that doesn't explain why most of the dead are civilians. VG was examining a nearby body. In a concurring voice, he said, I agree with that. The nobility would never send their private guard down to the second level for people like this. He turned his head, glanced at them, and said in a low voice, interesting. This woman was killed by a spear, not a bite. Hem gritted his teeth and exclaimed in anger, a spear? What? Ava's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait. Does that mean she was killed by a guard? Why would they do that? VG stood up with a sad expression and said, I don't know either. We'll go check the others. A voice rang out, everyone, come here and look at this. Ava, holding her staff, ran over quickly. She knelt down. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared behind her. A figure holding a spear charged forward. In her terrified eyes, Ava swung her staff back and screamed. The staff hit the person's head. Frightened, she delivered another blow to his groin. She licked her lips, a wicked expression on her face, and raised her staff high, about to deliver another blow when Hem rushed forward, shouting, wait. Gun held his groin with both hands, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Sweat poured down like rain. A voice rang out, Gun? Is that you? He sat up, and seeing Jen, he respectfully exclaimed, Sir, you're alive. I can't believe it. It's truly a miracle. On the other side, Hem hurriedly stopped the raging female mage. Hey, calm down. Jen frowned, his voice full of doubt. Gun, what is happening? Why did you attack Ava? An old voice rang out, he was trying to protect us. Jen looked at the man in surprise. Sir, the healer? Bloodstains covered his robe and beard. The people behind him were just as disheveled. He explained, he thought you were one of them, or worse, an elf. Jen frowned and asked, Elves? What are elves doing here? What's going on? Gun's eyes widened with a terrified expression as he shouted, We are at war, sir. Bungle has been killed, and now the elves are attacking this settlement. VG's voice rang out, This can't be explained by the guards or the insectoids. Han looked at him in surprise, Sir VG. The man frowned, his eyes filled with anger. You, explain, boy. He remembered the hasty evacuation. Well, after the elves declared war, the nobles started forcing everyone to fight, even women and children. Vok and Vaughn knew about a place on the second level where people could hide, so they sent us down to avoid the war. The man interrupted Gun. That still doesn't explain what happened here. Vok looked at him irritably. Hey, let the kid finish. The image of the confrontation between the insects and the civilians appeared in his mind. Gun said sadly, The nobles found the place and sent guards down to capture us, so we tried to flee. Then the insectoids appeared. I thought they were following an exploration path. Jen frowned with an annoyed expression. He said in a low voice, Did the insectoids come to this settlement? No, sir. They stayed for a while, but then they turned back and left. Hem looked up thoughtfully. We didn't see any insectoids. Ava stroked her chin, speculating. They must have taken a different path. Jen, holding his hat, turned to look at them. He said calmly, I understand. Jen turned back to look at Gun and asked, What about my sister? Didn't she come with you? Gun stammered. Hun's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Sir, I. Jen's eyes widened, his face blank. He said, Hun, tell me. Hun turned his head and glanced at General with a dejected expression. He confessed in a low voice, No, sir, she didn't come with us. We tried to get her to come, but she wouldn't leave Toss. She stayed in the settlement. Hem asked in surprise. Toss? That foreman? Jen let out a sigh of relief. His worries had lessened considerably. He calmly replied, he must have confessed to her. Hem's voice rang out. What does your sister have to do with that foreman? Jen held out his hand, his voice weary. Young love, what can I say? He looked at them and commanded in a loud voice, all right. We need to get to the settlement and find out what's going on. A voice called out, Lep. San said, sorry, kid, but this is where we part ways. Rasha looked at him, her voice concurring. Yes, this is not our war. If we go forward, we'll be joining your fight. Rafa bowed her head, looking at her injured arm, her voice sad. I can't be of much use with this arm anyway, so I'll stay here and look for more survivors. Ava held Rafa's arm and said, I'll stay with her in case the insectoids come back. Jen looked at the two of them, his voice resigned, all right. We'll send someone down to let you know when it's resolved. Jen glanced at the two people behind him, Viraga and Hem. Are you two ready? Hem raised his axe high, his voice enthusiastic, ready. Viraga said casually, I have many questions that need answers. Hem waved at the people on the hilltop. Hem's eyes were filled with determination as he said, then let's go. Bodebert had an angry expression, his voice questioning, what are you doing? The chief was pointing, ordering people to work. He raised an eyebrow, his voice scornful. Can't you tell by looking? He looked at the chief suspiciously and said, it looks like you're preparing to leave. The chief smirked, glanced at him, his voice weary. Of course, I'm preparing to leave. You should do the same. He shouted angrily, but chief. The battle has just begun. The chief smirked, his smile cunning. This battle is just a delaying tactic. The goblins will crush our forces when they arrive in full strength. I have no intention of staying here when that happens. He angrily questioned the chief, Sir, it was you who led the council to call for a general mobilization instead of sacrificing our children. As chief, this entire settlement is looking to your leadership, and now you're planning to leave. He remembered the zealous eyes of the other nobles. His voice was casual. The Unbreak clan and the other nobles were determined to fight. He crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and smiled with a kind of schadenfreude. There was no way to stop them. I only agreed so that I could. Suddenly, he noticed something and shouted angrily, Don't drop that, you bastard. Bodebert frowned. He said tensely, I know exactly what you're trying to do. The chief's expression became serious again. His eyes, full of affection, looked at Bodebert. He lowered his voice to advise, if you're smart, you'll follow my lead. Bodebert, mark my words. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, this place is doomed. Bodebert stepped outside and closed the door. A voice startled him. Is the chief in there? A nobleman stood before him. He asked gently, Is that you, Gwyn? Here to report? Gwyn raised his hand in a military salute, looking at him seriously. Yes, sir. The council sent me to deliver the latest news. His expression was troubled. He replied in a low voice, I'm afraid our chief is currently unavailable. His voice rang out, but if you don't mind, you can tell me. I'll pass the message on for you. Gwyn scratched his head with a resigned expression. I understand. I guess it can't be helped. Gwyn remembered the raggedly dressed people standing in military formation, their faces grim. We have completed the general mobilization, organizing all able-bodied slaves into units to defend the settlement. Gwyn briefly described the detailed defense plan they had drawn up for him. The small entrances have been blockaded. Defensive stations have been set up at the main entrances. Bogut and his supervisors are defending the west gate, while Himo's forces hold the east gate. Jack and Vaughn, along with countless other soldiers, are on the front lines. Gwyn said, Jack's forces at the main gate have dug trenches and built fortifications before Jira's main army arrives. They are currently facing the enemy. Bodebert asked tensely, Really? What's the situation? Gwyn's lips twitched. He seemed quite pleased with the result. The goblins have launched several attacks, but Jack's forces have repelled them. He frowned and continued to ask, good. What about our messengers to the mercenary camp in the far valley? Have they returned? Gwyn remembered Gojek waving them away when his men came to ask. They have returned, sir. The mercenaries declared they would remain neutral. They said they won't fight against us unless the goblins pay them up front for this expedition. Bodebert's face lit up with joy. His voice was calm. With Bungle's death, they'll probably be waiting a long time. Gwyn looked at him with a slightly worried tone. Yes, sir. But at the same time, they also said they are still bound by their old contract, so they won't help us either. He frowned, his expression serious again. That's enough. We can't ask for more. We must be ready to defend ourselves. Are the reserves prepared? Gwyn remembered the frail women and children. He spoke for a moment, then paused. Yes, we are training them, but... Bodebert's voice rang out, but what? Gwyn remembered the people who had fled not long ago. Many families from the working and lower classes disappeared after the general mobilization order was issued. We think they fled to the lower-level caves or other hiding places. He frowned with a displeased expression. I see. Have you sent people to find them? Gwyn remembered the guards who had gone down to the deeper levels to search. The supervisors are all busy with training and defense, so we sent some guards to find the deserters. He narrowed his eyes, his face angry, and shouted, a waste of manpower. If the goblins break into the caves, a few children and old people won't change anything. Gwyn was a bit tense and quickly explained, I know, sir, but the council still wants to find them. He looked at Gwyn seriously and said, all right. Tell your father, Lord Unbreak, that the chief will be informed of this. Please send my commendations to him for his efforts in coordinating the war. Gwyn replied respectfully, I will do so, sir. Bodebert turned to leave, saying as he went, now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go to the Temple of Zira. Gwyn asked doubtfully, the Temple of Zira? Are you praying for our victory? He thought about their war with the elves, his heart filled with anxiety. He replied, no. I am praying for our survival. On the front lines, their forces and the elves were confronting each other. The elves stood outside the fence, their hands holding sharp shields and blades. An elf ran up and shouted, come on. We've broken through. They charged. A section of the fence had been destroyed as they howled madly. Die, you bastards. An elf cut down a soldier in the trench, his voice excited, look what I have for you. Some of the soldiers fled in a frenzy. An elf leader raised his blade, which was covered in fresh blood. He opened his mouth and roared, spread out and kill everyone you can find. An elf's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at something. Jack's sharp axe came down. He smirked, revealing a cruel smile. I was thinking the same thing. He turned his head to look at his soldiers, his voice dark. Only one of us will leave this battlefield alive. He roared and charged into the crowd of elves. And it certainly won't be you. At this point, the distance between them and the elves was very close. Just a few more steps, and they would be able to see each other through the thick grass. The goblins had no intention of retreating. They stubbornly hid deep in the shadows like predators, waiting for an opportunity. On this side, Jack and Vaughn's group was not idle either. They were quietly discussing a strategy. Vaughn turned, his voice tinged with worry, Jack, it seems they haven't withdrawn yet. Jack nodded and replied, I know. They are just trying to feint. A few of them tried to sneak into the distant trenches, but I put a stop to that. Hearing this, Vaughn was temporarily relieved but still asked further, thank you. How many are injured? Jack said bluntly, 3. I've sent for replacements. In any case, they suffered heavier losses. He continued, we need to reinforce the defensive line with a few more layers, in case they return. After hearing this, Vaughn seemed to go crazy because the situation was so difficult. If we had more people, things would be easier. Jack advised, don't be so stubborn. They are Lep's men, not ours. You brought more than 20 men, plus mine, that's over 60. That's enough. We don't need Jem's group. Vaughn still didn't want to give up. But we can still keep them here. Lep is the one who can make them obey. Jack sighed softly and said slowly, Lep isn't here. You are the one who decides. I'm glad to have your support. Before he could say more, a soldier rushed over, panting as he reported, Jack, the goblins have received reinforcements. The two looked at each other. No one said a word, but their eyes were filled with worry. They understood that if this situation dragged on, the defensive line would be hard to hold. At the same time, deep in a dark cellar, Bodebert was walking through a narrow and cold corridor. At the end, a person in a full cloak held out a hand to show him the way. Kataga welcomed him. Welcome, Bodebert. It's been a long time. Bodebert didn't want to beat around the bush, his voice hoarse. Kataga, I came to talk. She nodded. I know. It's about Ringard, isn't it? He nodded slightly. You truly have eyes and ears everywhere. Kataga said, I just had a vision. Do you want to hear it? Bodebert was a little surprised. A vision? Meaning you saw an omen. I hope it's good news. Kataga gently closed her eyes, her voice deepening. I have seen the future of our people, a place where we all live under the sun, walking in the light that Jera blesses. Don't worry. But after hearing it, Bodebert's heart grew heavier. Actually, hearing that makes me even more worried. Kataga looked up. Why? He replied, because as long as Ringard is the leader, we will remain in chains. He has no vision, nor the courage to lead our people further. Kataga was silent for a moment, then said, then let me suggest something. When the father becomes unreasonable, perhaps it is time to talk to the son. Bodebert frowned slightly. His son died last year. Kataga gently shook her head. Not that one. The other one. Outside, the goblins were preparing their weapons. Each arrow was knocked on a bowstring. Each footstep tiptoed through the shadows of the trees. From a distance, Jack and Vaughn were still observing them, exchanging words in low voices. Vaughn said, What the hell is that? Jack replied, It looks a bit like a bow and arrow. It might be a magical type. Rosa overheard and stepped forward, her voice eager. Let me see. Vaughn was startled. Hey, what are you planning to do? Rosa smiled. I just want a closer look. Don't worry, they can't shoot us from this far away. Jack still intended to stop him, but Rosa didn't listen, taking a few more steps forward. Just a moment later, the wind whistled. An arrow shot forward as fast as lightning, piercing straight through Rosa. Vaughn shouted, No. He rushed to catch the falling body. Jack yelled, Everyone, get down. Arrows flew, embedding themselves everywhere, sending dirt and rocks flying. Vaughn held Rosa, shouting, We have to get him to a healer, now. Jack gritted his teeth and tried to give an order. Hold the line. Don't expose yourselves. At this point, Vaughn looked into the distance, his face bewildered. They're just standing there. Why aren't they attacking further? Jack replied, I don't understand either. Maybe they're waiting for something. Vaughn said helplessly, if they wanted to advance their troops, they would have done it already. Holding this position just makes the arrows lose their effect. Jack sighed. This is meaningless. They are not advancing, and we can't move either. Suddenly, Vaughn squinted, looking ahead towards the goblins. His voice became urgent. Wait, I see something. Jack immediately asked, Where? Vaughn pointed. They are holding a small jar, pouring out something strange. Vaughn urgently pointed to the distance where the goblins were acting strangely. Over there, near those rocks. And over there too. He squinted to get a better look, seeing them crawling on the ground, and wondered, why are they moving so close to the ground? The more he observed, the more Vaughn's uneasy feeling grew. Could there be another troop with them? But Jack didn't see anyone. Seeing the goblins getting closer and closer, he immediately went on the defensive, his voice low and firm. They must be up to something. If they dare to sneak closer, my rock-throwing team will send them to the sky. Suddenly, Vaughn screamed, "No, no, no." The scream tore through the air, startling everyone. He trembled, biting his hand, his eyes filled with panic. What do we do now? Turning back, Jack saw his distressed state and was confused. Vaughn, what's wrong? What's the matter with you? He remembered the horrifying scene when the goblins prepared to throw oil bombs into the trench. Not only that, they had another plan. If he interfered, they would use crossbows to shoot down all of them. They wanted to burn everything, to turn the trench into a sea of fire. Hearing this, Jack's face paled, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "We can't let that happen." Vaughn didn't wait any longer, urgently pressing, "We have to fall back to the rear trench. Reinforce the defense line. Quick, tell everyone." But Jack shouted, "There's no time." He was still flustered and about to say more, but seeing Jack's reaction made him even more confused. "Tell everyone? What are you doing?" He stood up and said decisively, "Doing what I do best." Before Vaughn could react, Jack had already leapt away, leaving him to just call out, "Jack." He rushed up and hid behind a rock to observe. Rosa ran over, and seeing the scene, asked worriedly, "What is he doing?" And Vaughn also shook his head. "I don't know." On the other side, Jack's eyes were still glued, scanning the enemy's every move like a beast stalking its prey. Suddenly, he shouted, "Got you!" Like a hunter lunging forward, Jack burst out from his hiding place. Arrows whizzed by, but all were blocked by his shield. He used all his strength to charge straight ahead. Seeing this, Vaughn shouted worriedly, "He's going to die." But as soon as he finished speaking, Jack roared, "Attack with all your might." When he found his target, he leapt high like a monster, catching the goblin before it could react. Without a single wasted word, Jack struck down, finishing his prey with a decisive slash. The remaining ones witnessed this scene in terror, screaming and fleeing in disarray. But Jack did not let them go, continuing the pursuit as fast as lightning. Another goblin screamed, "Get him! You bastards! Shoot him down now!" The remaining ones trembled, pointing at Jack, who was exuding a murderous aura and charging like a storm. They tried to run but were hit by arrows before they could get far. One was lifted up by Jack and thrown into the air. He spun around, powerfully throwing his heavy shield forward. The shield flew like a thunderbolt, hitting a goblin straight on, causing it to scream horribly. The rest panicked and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat, quick!" Seeing this, the leader was unwilling to accept defeat, grabbing his soldiers by the collar and roaring in despair. Meanwhile, Vaughn joyfully shouted, "He did it! They're retreating!" He ran over, his voice excited. "Jack, that's incredible!" Jack himself couldn't believe it, letting out a proud laugh. "That's right. Someday I'll tell this story to my grandchildren." He paused for a moment, then stood up and said seriously, "No thanks needed. But we're not safe yet. Look." The leader on the other side did not accept defeat. His eyes flashed with resentment. Unexpectedly, right after that, a cunning smile appeared on his face, as if he had just thought of something. He gently waved his hand, signaling to someone. Immediately, another army appeared from behind. They had a completely different aura and demeanor. Vaughn trembled and stepped back. "Impossible." Seeing this, Jack spoke urgently, "You, get back to the cave. Let them know. We need everyone who can fight. Right now." He assigned him a task. "Vaughn, gather the troops. We have to hold them off for as long as possible." Vaughn asked worriedly, "But Jack, how can we fight that? They are too many. We can't win." He cut him off, his voice disappointed but firm. "Vaughn, is that what I taught you? To give up before a fight?" Hearing those words, Vaughn froze. Then he saw everyone returning. "I can't believe it. Sir, you're still alive." Vaughn was so happy he could cry. "Sir, I'm all right." Game stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, his voice deep and warm. "Vaughn, I'm very happy to see you again too. But let's save the reunion for later." He pointed behind him where a few people had just arrived. "I found some warriors who can help us." Jem and Vaughn looked at each other, their eyes full of inquiry, each holding their own thoughts. But then Vaughn smiled and extended his hand. "Thank you for coming back." Game took it and patted his shoulder. "I heard Game separated from you all, but we'll talk about that later. For now," he took out a small object and gave it to Vaughn. "I brought this for you. Maybe it will bring you luck." Vaughn took it and put it on immediately. "Yes, sir." Right after that, Game's voice became serious. "Tell me everything. We must win this battle." Vaughn quickly showed it to Game. "This is a map of the battlefield, Master." Seeing that he was a bit different, he asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Game thought for a moment and then said, "Thank you, Life. I'm planning our strategy, Vaughn." After thinking everything through, he stood up and announced his plan. "All right, everyone listen up. We will act as follows." Without hesitation, he instructed, Mon, led a group to collect all the oil. Then set fires here and here. That will help us concentrate our defensive line. At the same time, the smoke and fire will limit the archer's vision. Mon, having heard, complied. Understood. After assigning the tasks, he continued with the others. We will divide into 3 attack prongs. Each of you will command one flank. It won't be easy, but I need you to hold out for as long as possible. Everyone there understood the plan and replied, "Yes, sir." Understood. However, there was a slight question. "So while we are fighting, what will you two be doing?" The two of them smiled slyly, making Vaughn, who was sitting in the middle, unable to swallow his saliva. Driving the enemy crazy. After that, they rushed forward to fight each other, using every special move. This fighting scene was extremely chaotic between the two sides. Champion stood and watched this scene and asked, "Are these the ones who blocked your path?" This man cut in and said, "Don't underestimate them, Champion. They are well trained and disciplined." After hearing this, he found it a bit interesting and asked, "Is that what you will report to General Bara when you have to explain why you needed reinforcements to defeat this rabble?" He didn't want to hear it and waved it away. "We shouldn't have needed reinforcements if those mercenaries had done their job." Champion also didn't want to argue and said wearily, "Yes, just blame the mercenaries. You switched the contract and refused to pay them. What do you expect them to do?" He still said what he felt was right. "I only said I would pay them after they dealt with the rebels. I even promised an extra reward." He heard this and corrected him. The Goblin Rebellion, which they had to fight alongside for many months during the expedition. "You truly are a fool." No, worse than a fool, a spineless one. Being criticized made him angry and he asked back, "You dare speak to me like that? Do you know who my father is?" But Champion was no pushover either, approaching to threaten him. "I am here under the general's orders to clean up your mess. Watch your mouth, if you don't want to become a bloody mess on that battlefield out there." Understood? Being told off, he didn't dare say anything back and complied. Yes. On the other side, Vaughn was still commanding the soldiers. "Aim for their heads." Seeing that, they raised their shields, making the soldiers worried. "It's no use." He remained steadfast and replied, "I know, but we have to keep going. Use spears when they get close." But they still didn't believe him and asked, "Sir, can we really do this?" The question made him unsure how to answer properly. He remembered Vaughn once asking Game, "Sir, how can you always stay so calm before every battle we have? Every time I see the insectoids, my body just tenses up." He calmly replied, "It has to be this way, Vaughn. If the commander shows fear, how can the soldiers trust him?" Game also explained this issue. Victory or defeat is always clear even before we start the battle. And morale is the strongest weapon we have. And he also had some words of advice for him. A commander has two duties. The first is to light the flame of hope, to make the soldiers believe in victory. After thinking, Vaughn took a deep breath to prepare himself to speak. He smiled and said to everyone, "Of course we can. We've defeated insectoid warriors before." Everyone was a bit surprised to the point of astonishment and replied, "Right. That's right." Vaughn didn't stop and asked further, "Are these guys as big as the insects? As tough as the beetles?" The soldiers regained their spirit and shouted, "No. They're tiny." Then everyone seemed to have gained more strength and confidently said, "Exactly, we will crush them. Come on, let them come. Charge." Vaughn was still tense and worried, but after seeing that everything had been resolved, he whispered, "Thank you, sir." A soldier approached and nervously shouted, "They're coming." The two sides clashed again, continuing to fight each other once more. Champion on the other side saw this scene and commented, "They fight very well." The other leader was very confident when praised. "See? I told you so. They are not some disorganized miners. The expedition has forged them into warriors." Unexpectedly, he said, "Even so, they will still lose. My soldiers will take care of that." That man didn't believe it and asked, "If it's that easy, why don't you go to the front lines with your soldiers?" Champion angrily approached and asked, "Are you suggesting I'm a coward?" As he was about to do something happened. "I will." Around this place, there were many soldiers on guard for something. Remembering that time, Vaughn had asked Game, "Sir, you said a commander has two duties. What is the second duty?" He charged forward powerfully as those words echoed in his head. "Vaughn, the second duty is to turn belief into victory." At this moment, in the main chamber, a subordinate was reporting to his superior. "Chief Bara, you summoned me." He sat there and gave an order. "Champion, lead your troops to the Sinner's Abyss and assist in putting down the Goblin Rebellion." Champion's face showed a hint of panic. He quickly reported, "Chief, my soldiers have just returned from a raid on the border against the Corps. They need rest." Bara seemed not to care much. He continued, "My goblin brother was murdered by that scum. And his advisors can only wail like helpless children, unable to do anything." Bara pointed at the kneeling person. "You earned the title of champion through your talent on the battlefield. Now, I summon you to serve the tribe once again." Champion had no choice but to agree with his superior. "Yes, understood, sir. We will march out tonight. We will crush them, leaving no one standing." The very next day, at the enemy's gathering point, Game and Hem slowly walked into the enemy camp. Game looked at the person beside him, unable to help but wonder, "Do you not understand the meaning of raid, Hem?" He pouted. "He ambushed me." Suddenly, a soldier among them pointed at them and shouted, "Who are you? State your names." Champion then stood in front of the soldier and said, "Don't you recognize them? They came for you, you fool." Game then spoke up, "We came to challenge your strongest warriors." Champion stood there, dropping his defensive posture, then burst out laughing. "You dare to face me, whelp?" He approached him. "If you dare, I am ready." Hem seemed excited and was about to step forward. "This is great. Let's go." But was stopped by Game. "Wait, Hem." Hem was a bit disappointed. "But Lep." Game's eyes were wary as he looked at the opponent. "This fight is not just a duel. Besides, I have my blade. I'll be fine." Hem's voice was a bit hurt. "I don't like this." Game turned to him and comforted him a little. "Just protect my back." Then he took a step forward. "I will do it." The smile on Champion's face grew wider. His eyes looked at him like prey. "You too. Both of your heads will soon be on pikes before the day is over." Game quickly stepped back a few paces and took a stance. "I have only one request. No one is to interfere, all right?" Champion seemed not to care much. He quickly drew a small dagger, preparing to throw it at his opponent. I don't need anyone. Then the dagger spun in the air, moving straight towards him. His blade suddenly warned its master, he has initiated an attack. Preparing to counter. Game's eyes suddenly sharpened. No need. Let me handle this personally. The blade then replied, as you command, master. After that, he used his own formidable strength to knock the dagger far away. Champion then rushed towards Game like an arrow. His steps were powerful, closing the distance with his opponent. He was like a demon holding a large sword, leaping up and hurtling towards him. At this moment, Game nimbly jumped off the ground, successfully dodging the blow. After that, the two clashed again like two warriors. Game, due to his weaker arm strength, was kicked in the abdomen by his opponent. He was thrown several tens of meters away, then rolled a few times before getting up on one hand. Game's eyes shone with a sky-high killing intent. Then Champion once again slashed down powerfully, forcing Game to retreat unconsciously. The soldiers on the other side suddenly shouted, "Lead the way, sir." Himo looked at the scene before him, a bit stunned. In front of them was the scene of two people fighting, and Game seemed to be at a disadvantage. He was tightly gripping his blade, retreating continuously, seemingly gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Himo suddenly shouted to rally them. He is fighting for us. Don't let him down. Then the soldiers started to charge at the opponent. He's right. Everyone, the Liberator is on our side. Himo was a bit worried for Game. You can do it, sir. I believe in you. Over here, Champion was trying to brainwash his opponent. Surrender. I'll make it quick. Game suddenly showed a strange smile. That's enough. Then a light flashed from his blade, forcing the opponent to retreat a distance. He then fell to the ground in pain, his face filled with surprise. Game's eyes looked at his opponent, full of killing intent. He moved closer to him, then continuously slashed down with his blade. Sorry, I was just putting on a little show to boost the soldiers' morale. His voice was full of confidence. And now, it's time for the grand finale. Champion was being slashed relentlessly, completely surprised. How? How did he do that? He then retreated a few steps, clutching his wound. The enemy soldiers seemed to be panicking. Their commander ordered his subordinate, "You there. Tell the others, if the champion falls, attack immediately." That person hesitated, pointing at his commander. "I." At that moment, he turned and met Hem's murderous gaze, and flinched back. That soldier quickly ducked and hid behind his subordinate. At this moment, on this side, Game's blade shone with a soft aura. He pointed his weapon at the opponent and said, "Surrender." A large flame lit up the entire night. Game's eyes were extremely determined. Suddenly, a strange sound made him turn his head. People started approaching from a distance. Game. Seeing his allies, he spoke up, "Welcome back." He quickly asked Jack, "What about the goblins?" He stood tall and said, "The ones still alive won't be back anytime soon." Game heard this and sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. Thanks, Jack." He looked around and observed. "What's the situation here?" Game spoke up. After the main group was annihilated, the goblins harassing the other entrances also dispersed. "I've sent people to hunt them down, but for now, they are no longer a threat." Jack bowed, looking relieved. "So, is it over?" He said, "The siege?" "Yes. I interrogated the goblin commander. We destroyed the only reinforcement unit they could send. The next army won't arrive for several weeks, so we'll have time to prepare." Jack continued the conversation. "Then the bluecoats must be very happy." Game's expression was somewhat indifferent. "We'll have to see. I'm about to have a meeting with the council." Jack was a bit curious and asked, "They summoned you?" "I should have guessed." Game suddenly said, "I requested the meeting myself." Jack's voice was surprised. "Are you kidding?" Game said it as if it were obvious. "I hate wasting time. In fact, I should go now. I know you're tired, But can you watch over the pyre? Jack looked over at the large fire beside them. The pyre? I thought this was a signal fire for us to find our way back. Game said matter-of-factly, that's right. We have to burn the bodies anyway, so I thought we could kill two birds with one stone. Jack was a bit puzzled and asked him, you know the goblins consider cremation an insult to their gods, right? Game turned his head and waved at him, saying, angering gods is my specialty. Game then led the group to a large door. Vaughn was a bit restless and uneasy. Sir, are you sure this is a good idea? We should have brought more people. Jem, who was beside him, also tried to dissuade him. The kid is right, Lep. Game seemed not to care much. It's fine. Jem continued, that's Gwen Unbreak, kid. A mage. His father is one of the council elders. Game quickly cut him off. Thanks, Jem. Opposite them, a person suddenly stepped forward and asked, you are Lep, the liberator, correct? Game stood there, a bit surprised, but he answered in a serious tone, that's me. Is the council ready to see me? The other person then replied, yes. Suddenly, he looked at the person next to him. Hey, you, are you the one who brought my sister back? Yes. Vaughn did not hesitate to report. Yes, sir. How is she? The man said with some joy, she's fine, thanks to you. It's good to see you're well. Game suddenly leaned close to his ear and asked, anything you want to explain, Vaughn? Vaughn was a bit embarrassed and replied, I'll tell you later, sir. After that, the man said loudly, if you would follow me, Lep. However, your people and your weapons must remain outside. The other two were extremely dissatisfied and shouted, hey, you can't do that. Game wasn't bothered. He handed his weapon back to Vaughn and said, it's all right. Hey, take care of her for me, will you? Vaughn stood there stunned, muttering, her? Game was also a bit tired at this point, so he sat down with the person next to him to wait for Game inside. I guess we'll just, Vaughn said with a bit of sarcasm, so now you're willing to wait for him, huh? Jen cleared his throat, look, someone's overreacting. We all thought he was dead, Vaughn said, extremely annoyed at this point. You people didn't even give him a chance to come back. Jen, sitting beside him, explained, they call that a miracle, kid. Being kidnapped by the hip links and coming back alive is rare. Usually, you can't even find the bones. And before you spout some empty words about loyalty or faith, let me remind you, those things don't help me put food on the table. They also haven't kept my family alive until now. Vaughn was a bit surprised. You have a family? Jen pointed a finger straight at his face and said, see? That's why I left. What do you know about your own people, Vaughn? You're Lep's second in command, aren't you? Yet you don't even know the most basic things about the people under you. Vaughn pouted slightly, I know their names. Well, Jem continued, Vaughn, if you're going to lead troops into battle, you have to know more than just their names. You have to know who they are and what drives them. I know the boss sees us as cannon fodder for his plans, and I accept that. But a second in command has to manage his people. Vaughn, slightly angered, turned and shouted, Lep doesn't see us like that. Jem's voice became softer, calm down, kid. I'm not insulting your hero. He is what he is, and we both know it. Vaughn, a bit confused, asked back, if you think that, then why did you come back? Jem continued, I served under Daga, and I served under Jack. They were both good commanders, but no one compares to Lep. That guy has something special. I don't know exactly what it is, but he has the luck of the gods behind him. He's the one who always survives, and he's on his way to great things. I know if I follow him, I'll get there too. And that's why I should be his right-hand man. He needs someone with experience as a commander to back him up. Vaughn asked again, you think that person should be you? Jem nodded slightly and said confidently, who else? There's no shame in admitting someone else is better than you, kid. Step back and learn. Maybe one day you'll be ready. Vaughn, now very determined, said, I won't give up. Lep is counting on me. Gem, while cleaning his dagger, said, all right. You'll realize it eventually. And when you do, I'll be ready to step up. After that, the two fell silent for a while. Vaughn nervously glanced at the door in front of them. Inside, Gem was facing those who would give him difficult challenges. Lep, the Liberator. Today you are summoned here for an audience. Gem, a bit annoyed, said, you're mistaken, Mr. Chieftain. It should be I who invited you. The person opposite him immediately got angry and shouted, pointing a finger straight at his face, you're insolent. The person next to him spoke up, calm down, Sir Unbreak. He said with an impatient tone, but Borderbird, this brat, how dare he act like this with us? Borderbird spoke in a placating tone, Sir Unbreak, let's hear what he has to say. What's the harm? Then he turned to another person and asked, isn't that right, Chieftain? The chieftain crossed his arms and said, let's hear him out. Please. Gem replied with a confident air, thank you, Chieftain. First, I want to make it clear that I have no intention of overthrowing you. Sir Unbreak, a bit impatient, slammed his hand on the table. What? You think you can overthrow us? A gray-skinned person like you? Gem explained, it was you who sent your most elite guards down to the dungeon, only to have them all killed while hunting down a bunch of deserting grunts. My brother held his hand back firmly. If not for your orders, those men would have fought back. But I myself have the support of an entire army behind me, from commoners to the very gods in the high heavens. Are you still so confident? Unbreakable grew more impatient. He shouted, guards! Sir Gwyn, kill him! A group of soldiers started to rush in towards him. His eyes held a hint of killing intent. Sorry, I can't disobey a direct order. Gem seemed to sympathize with him a little. I understand. At that moment, the chieftain spoke up, wait. Unbreak seemed a bit confused by this action. Chieftain, but this kid. Bodebert also spoke up, this kid defeated an entire goblin army. Are you sure you could do the same, Sir Unbreak? Hearing this, he didn't know how to rebut. Unbreak clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept it. Then he sat down in his chair and waved his hand. Gwyn, for now, stand down. The chieftain then cleared his throat. Liberator, if you have no intention of overthrowing us, then what do you want? Gem began to present his case. In another time, when the empire was in peril, they would grant full power to the great emperor, a theocratic government. Then, that person could use all available resources to drive out the enemy. His eyes glinted with depth. People understood clearly that only the command of the strongest could bring victory to the entire kingdom. Then Gem made a proposal. I want the council to appoint me as commander-in-chief. With power in my hands, I will protect this place. Instead of interfering, we will support each other. The chieftain was a bit surprised. Is that all? Gem continued. I want the right to do everything according to my calculations. The right to recruit citizens, to use all resources to achieve my goals. The chieftain became a bit angry. Do you see us as puppets? Gem shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. Outside of military warfare, you still hold all the power. This is the most optimal solution. Hearing this explanation, the chieftain seemed to agree. That makes sense. But we could also choose Jack or Verg. Like you, Verg has just returned from the dead. He also has an army behind him. Gem gave a sarcastic smile. Zack works with me. As for Verger, are you planning to appoint the man who killed his own parents to hold military authority? Are you sure? The eyes of the three people opposite him showed unease at his words. Gem's murderous gaze appeared once again. All right, smart move. He said confidently, so, what is your decision? Outside, Vaughn was asking if Gem had children. He replied, yes. He then asked, how many? Gem seemed impatient, does it matter? Vaughn asked again, yes, it does. Why do you go to battle without regard for yourself? Don't you love your children? Jem's eyes flashed sharply as he looked over. He asked back, Vaughn, your family makes pottery, right? Vaughn, a bit flustered, replied, that's right. Jem then said directly to his face, let me give you a life skill. Never ask someone that question, especially those with families. People like that aren't lucky enough to earn a living peacefully like you. Vaughn became a bit panicked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that at all. Jem, not blaming him, turned his head away. It's fine. I'm just saying. But if you keep this up, you'll make enemies everywhere. You're a good kid. I don't want to be hard on you. Don't think that I or the others don't want to survive or take care of our families. Those words made Vaughn shut his mouth tightly, not daring to utter a sound. Then he waved his hands. No, it's really not like that. Jen suddenly cut in. All right, the commander has been gone for a while, hasn't he? And Vaughn turned to look at the door on the other side again. Has something happened to him? A glint appeared in Jem's eyes. You two go get a few more people. The door suddenly opened at that moment. Sir! Vaughn's voice echoed from a distance as he saw him step out of the door. He asked rapidly, how did it go, sir? Jem, beside him, also asked, is everything all right, Commander? Gem walked quickly. It's all fine. The council has accepted me as their commander-in-chief. I am now responsible for protecting this place. Vaughn was a bit surprised and happy. That's great. Jem was a bit curious. They changed their minds that quickly? Gem turned to him and said, they hoped I would die on the battlefield fighting the goblins. But now they realize I'm the most ideal person. Jem's eyes again showed a hint of caution. We will protect you from assassins. They won't let this go. He spoke with determination. They might try, but it will be difficult for them. Besides, I told them I know where a treasure is buried. Their greed is greater than their desire to see me dead. And speaking of that treasure, I need your help, Vaughn. He pointed to himself in confusion. Me, sir? I don't know anything about that treasure. Gem explained. I need to meet the person in charge of crafting the blades for us. You mentioned him once, right? The mysterious, anonymous craftsman. Vaughn seemed to remember that figure. It's him. Gem continued. It's time for him to reveal himself. I have a plan that needs his help. At that moment, Loser suddenly ran in from outside. He shouted loudly at Bolo, it's father. Father has returned. At that moment, at the main table, VG was sitting there. Hello, Loser, my son. He was overjoyed that his father had returned. Father, out on the streets, people are rumoring that. Virgil cut in, yes, it seems I was recognized on my way back. Loser was a bit puzzled. Father, how did you survive? Where have you been all this time? Virgil found it a bit difficult to speak, that story. I'll recount it in detail when I have the chance. But Bolo has told me about all the events that happened in my absence. This startled Loser. He stammered, Hamo. Oswan. They. Virgil's gaze was fixed on the two people in front of him, saying nothing. Then he left his chair. The fault lies with me, not you, my sons. I should have prepared you more thoroughly before I left, especially when going off to war. You two did your best, and I cannot blame you. But one thing is very clear. Hamo must take responsibility for many things. Elsewhere, at the East Gate, one of the entrances to the Boggy settlement. Hamo approached the other two and asked, what have you heard? Jun said with a certain tone, the rumors are true, Hamo. Lep has returned, defeated Jira's army outside the main gate. He's now lecturing the council. Hamo looked surprised. What? How could that happen? Jen continued, I'm not sure, Commander. It's just what my subordinates reported. Hamo was now furious. Unbelievable. A former prisoner of the insectoids managed to survive and return? Jem said as if it were obvious, he is blessed by Jira, so anything is possible. By the way, shouldn't we be happy? The goblins are besieging the gate. This will probably help prevent our own blood from being spilled. Heimo reconsidered. His voice was quieter than before. Yes, that makes sense. Suddenly, someone ran up to report, "Sir, the messenger has arrived." Jem stood there watching them whisper to each other. He was a bit curious. What's going on? Vaughn's eyes seemed lifeless. Father has also returned. Jem was a bit startled. VG is still alive? He turned to the person beside him. Heimo, Oswan's matter is not your fault. Go see him and beg. Heimo was a bit confused. For forgiveness? He was terrified. Belga, I am the one who killed Oswan. I laid a hand on the son he loved most. Do you think he will spare us? Jem was a bit confused. Us? But Heimo's eyes were filled with desperation. Yes, us. You, me, and everyone who stood with me since Oswan's death. He will return to take everything, including our lives. Heimo quickly ducked his head. Bangras, he is the Rat King. Do you really think we won't share the same fate as Gioma and his followers? Heimo became even more panicked. By Maga's grace, what should we do? Heimo was now looking for any way to escape this disaster. At that moment, VG led a whole formidable procession over. They got closer and closer, and with them, more and more people. They marched straight inside. No one dared to block his way. Loser, at this point, was a bit smug. Everyone is here, Commander. Hearing that father had returned, they immediately came. The person next to him followed suit. Yes, but Heimo must have guessed we were coming. VG suddenly spoke up. He's known for a long time. He ordered the person behind him, look around, Willyban. Don't you see? He was a bit confused. What do you mean, Commander? The eyes of the people around them seemed a bit off. Their eyes clearly showed caution. He said, Heimo is my best student. He knew I would land at the East Gate and has gathered the locals to respond. He has surely convinced them that I will massacre everyone after the battle. Loser was a bit flustered. What should we do now? The person next to his father asked, will he ambush us? VG continued, that possibility can't be ruled out. Give the order for the troops to be on high alert. But I don't think they are angry enough, nor paid well enough, to dare to face us directly. They're probably just blocking my escape route in case of failure. That's what I would do in his position. Loser asked again, Father, shouldn't we wait for the messengers sent to Zack and Lep to reply before we act? If they are with us, Heimo will surely retreat. He immediately rejected that idea. No. The more we hesitate, the harder it will be to turn things around. We've lost the element of surprise, so we must act quickly. Besides, I don't want to make my son wait any longer. Ahead, Heimo stood with a formidable army. He said with a sigh, I'm sure he has prepared a warm welcome for us. The two imposing groups faced off, looking like a major battle was about to break out. On the other side, Heimo cautiously looked towards his father. On this side, VG was a bit angry. He couldn't believe Heimo would do this. The person behind him suddenly whispered, they see the boss has returned. What are those 50 people doing? Loser bit his lip and said, Heimo must have told them that if they don't follow him, father will punish them. And Verg immediately interjected, and he probably also promised to pay them a hefty reward if they fought for him. The person behind him was a bit puzzled, but he doesn't have that kind of money, does he? Verg stepped forward, his tone firm. The dead don't need to be paid. After that, Heimo and Verg met in the middle of the arena. Heimo's voice was a bit sarcastic, welcome back, father. I see even the hiplinks couldn't stand you. VG spoke softly, Heimo, end this foolishness. I have 3 times your number of troops, and you are at a disadvantage. Heimo then gave a slight smile, is that so? Then he raised a bag. A whistle suddenly echoed throughout the cave. Loser on this side was a bit confused. What the hell is he talking about? The person next to him shouted, hey, look at the gate. On the other side, the large gate suddenly opened. VG's eyes were now filled with killing intent. What have you done? Hamo spoke with a confident tone. The Boggy have no future, father. Even though Lep won, the Jira will come and crush us. So I did what was necessary to ensure a future for our people. They will help me sweep away the rot in our settlement. A line of soldiers armed with weapons entered from the gate. He continued, and in exchange, the Boggy will once again walk under the sun. VG gritted his teeth and said, as slaves. Hamo suddenly roared, as free people under the sky. He pointed a finger straight at his father, growling, something you promised, but all you ever did was talk. I will fulfill my promise. I will free our people from the greenskins, the blueskins, and from you. I will do what is necessary to become the true leader our people need. VG's expression grew darker and darker. Hamo, with an excited look, said, so now I will accept your surrender. Don't worry, unlike you, I will be merciful. I won't make you suffer like Gelma did. His eyes showed an ambition that was burning him from within. What do you say, father? VG now had no more words for Hamo. Disappointed, he turned away decisively. On this side, his son was furious. That bastard. I can't believe he allied with those goblins. Hamo's subordinate seemed a bit uneasy. Sir, I thought we were keeping the goblins as a last resort. Now that they're involved, who knows what will happen? Hamo was quite pleased with his choice. Don't worry, the goblins need us. Lep defeated their main force, and this bunch can't return empty-handed. Besides, my father is no fool. He looked at his father's back. He knows what he's up against, and he knows when he's lost. We just have to wait for him to accept his defeat and swallow his pride. That subordinate was a bit worried. Well, you know him better than I do. Hamo quickly pointed in that direction and said confidently, look at his men. They're ready to run at any moment. With that grim look on their faces, if just one falls, the whole lot will scatter like carrion eaters. And he can't do anything to stop it. On this side, Bolo seemed confused, not knowing what his father would do next. Father, what should we do? All they saw was VG raising his bow high. Then he shouted with a powerful momentum, everyone, listen to me. Today we came here to demand justice, but now we stand here to fight for our survival. Hamo has brought the Jira into our home, and we are the only ones standing between them and our loved ones. You did not think that today you would have to defend our people, but the gods have called your names for you to stand up and protect your friends, family, and home from these invaders. Think of them when you fight today, and know that if we fall to the Jira, there will be nowhere left to run. If we unite, we can win. But that requires all of us to stand together. Loser was extremely excited. Tell them, father. VG's voice became even more powerful. Who will stand with me today? Will you fight by my side? Everyone now seemed to have awakened. Everyone enthusiastically shouted in unison, we will crush them. Charge! I'm with you, boss. On this side, Hamo and his subordinate were carefully observing the enemy. Oh my God! And on this side, VG had taken the lead. Everyone began to charge forward and attack. The chaotic battle was unfolding fiercely, without mercy. The two opposing sides attacked relentlessly, every move a killing blow aimed at taking the opponent's life instantly. VG powerfully drew his bow and shot an arrow right between the enemy's eyes. He quickly turned his head cautiously. Behind him, on the other side, a crossbow was raised, preparing to take him out. At that moment, a volley of arrows flew towards VG. A dark figure lunged from a distance. Bolo used his shield to block the incoming arrows and then shouted, "Found you, father." VG, while attacking, calmly asked, "How is the battle on the rear line?" He reported, "The goblins are better equipped, but our forces are larger and are holding on." At that moment, while drawing his bow, he asked, "And loser?" He also quickly replied, "He's hunting down Hamo." At this time, on another side, the tall man said, "My brother is also heading this way." A fierce battle began anew. Hamo spoke nervously, "This is an even match. We have to finish it before their reinforcements arrive. He put his hand into the pouch at his waist and took out a vial of liquid. Then he told the man to take it. Take him out. The man gritted his teeth, took the vial, and reminded him, remember your promise to reward me. He drank the entire vial. At this moment, Loser was using his spear to sweep through enemies everywhere. But he was hit by a man who moved like a ghost, punching him in the body. Unexpectedly, the punch sent him flying into a wall. His chest, right where he was punched, seemed to cave in. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the center of the battle. A cloud of dust billowed out, obscuring everything. No one could see what was happening, causing everyone to exclaim in confusion, "What was that?" After drinking the vial, the man's whole body emitted a green light, and he roared as if he had gone mad. Then he attacked relentlessly with a strength that no one could withstand. Winnieban shouted an order, "Get him! Protect Loser!" Everyone surrounded him to attack. Winnieban hurriedly knelt down to check on Loser. "Wake up! Are you still alive?" But Loser only let out a groan. He turned his head to see the scene unfolding. The man had thrown off all those who were surrounding him. He fought desperately. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good thing I at least got to kiss my wife goodbye this morning." The two sides rushed at each other. The other man swung his sword down. Williban quickly raised his weapon to block. He shouted, "Die, you lowly scum!" At that moment, the man grabbed his shoulder. The sound of cracking bones was heard as the other man's blade was near his neck. The other man laughed triumphantly, preparing to strike. Then suddenly, his eyes went white, losing focus. He screamed in pain as Loser pierced his heart with a spear. The man gradually lost focus and fell. Loser panted heavily, that was exhausting. He turned to ask, "Are you all right?" Williban waved his hand, "Let me lie here and breathe for a bit." He asked, "I wish I could do the same." "What's happening over there?" Hamo complained, "Your troops have disappointed me greatly. We must end things here." The man beside him laughed, "It's all right, my main force has arrived." There they are. The city gate opened, and an army began to enter. Bolo and Virgil also froze. Williban and Loser also watched in silence. Hamo shouted with joy, "This is the end, Father. From today, a new order will be established." A voice rang out. Hen walked in and said, "Why is the city gate open? And why are there so many goblins here?" A surprised exclamation was heard, "Hem!" He spoke coldly, "Good thing Zack told me to come help you." VG breathed a sigh of relief, Hemgan, of course. The others were overjoyed to see the arrival of this army. On the enemy side, they were confused, "What is this? Where are all my men?" Hamo scolded, "They've all been wiped out, you fool." He shouted, "Tell your men to focus their efforts on my father. If we can kill him, the rest will." The other side looked at him and said, "That's our man. Ignore the other guys, go eliminate that archer." Bolo turned back to look at VG. "Father, you don't seem to be very well liked, huh?" At this time, they moved into an empty room with an arrow stuck right in his leg. As soon as they entered the room, Bolo cried out in pain and plopped down. VG hurriedly spoke, "Bolo, I'm sorry." He managed to reply, "Father, it's okay." The man said, "I'm out of arrows, let's rest for a bit." Finishing his words, he put down his bow. Then he drew his sword, launching a dangerous attack, causing quite a few enemy soldiers to die. Nearby, Hem was also fighting bravely and skillfully, taking down enemies. The battle raged fiercely. Around the battlefield, people fell in droves. Hamo shouted to stop them, "Wait, stop." The one next to him also shouted, cursing, "Useless fools. Your men have fled, gray skin." That person said to Hamo, "Our deal ends here. Unless you have a way to atone for that recent farce." He immediately stammered in reply, I can." He tightly gripped the red potion vial in his hand, trembling as he affirmed, "I will be able to do it." He furtively glanced ahead. A loud shout echoed, "Hamo, you bastard!" He looked in alarm toward the shout. At this moment, Hem and Loser were rushing toward him. He quickly drank the potion. His eyes gradually lost focus as Hamo screamed in pain. Just as Hem and Loser were about to land a fatal blow, he took off his helmet. Two streams of energy, like two red rays of light, shot out from his two black pupils. The energy in his body seemed to explode, sending both Hem and Loser flying far away. At that moment, Verg lunged toward them. Hamo laughed with delight. "There you are, father." Energy shot out from his hand toward the man. Verg quickly raised his sword to block. He was horrified to realize that the sword in his hand was absorbing the energy that Hamo was emitting. The boy exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" The man said in a stern voice, "Stop it now," while thinking to himself, "The sword has already absorbed part of the magic power." "Interesting." The boy shouted, "I can't stop, father. You were the one who taught me to live true to myself to the very end." Finally, he yelled with all his might, "And I will never disappoint you." VG also rushed toward him. "I never taught you to betray your family." Hamo questioned, "Really? Then why did you let Gelma die? Why did you join hands with his killer?" VG gritted his teeth, parrying the attack, and replied, "He betrayed us, and I punished him." The boy put all his strength into his attack, shouting back at the same time, "You sent him to his death. You let that bastard destroy him and did nothing." The man replied while dodging the blows, "I did what was best for everyone." Hamo, angered by his words, did not stop attacking. "Everyone? Or just what's best for you? We revered you, called you father. Yet you only saw us as pawns." The man raised his sword, trying to fend off Hamo's continuous dangerous strikes. The boy poured out his heart through his accusations, "You never loved us. You never loved me. The only person you love is yourself." And VG replied with difficulty, "Not true. I always wanted the best for you. I wanted you to survive in this harsh world, to stand by my side." Hamo laughed sinisterly. "Well then, father, your wish has come true. There will be one survivor too." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed strange cracks appearing on his body. He screamed in horror, "What is this?" He clutched his head, screaming incessantly in pain. The man, slightly worried, called out, "Hamo." A goblin from a distance spoke up, "It's about to explode. The wild magic will kill us all." NG gritted his teeth. Then he leapt up, stabbing him forcefully in the chest and uttered, "Goodbye, my son." The boy only called out, "Father," and then spoke with difficulty, word by word, "I'm sorry, I didn't." The man held him and said softly, "I know. Rest in peace, my son." In front of the wooden house, two guards stood solemnly with spears, maintaining order and safety for everyone. Everyone in the village was chatting and laughing together. The atmosphere was very cheerful and warm. Abelikta, it seemed she was looking for someone, holding a bag of items in her hand. She stopped at a bed. It turned out she had come to wake Goza. "Hey, Goza, wake up quickly. There's food." She called out so loudly that Goza's ears hurt as she sat up. Goza wondered, "Abelikta, I thought you were with Lord." She held out the bag and replied, "I was. She sent me back with some things before she went to check on something." Chuckling at the answer, Goza smiled and looked away. "That little thief." Abelikta sat down next to Goza. She began to open the bag and talk. "That little thief is helping us eat our fill. Jack's men are keeping us safe, but food is scarce now, with the blues and the greens hoarding it. If it weren't for her skills, we'd all have starved by now." In the bag, there were only 3 items in very small quantities: bread, cheese, and rice. Hearing this, Goza silently agreed with a slight nod. Other children were crying, wailing for their mothers to soothe them. Seeing the faces of those children, Goza suddenly asked, "Shouldn't we share?" Abelikta immediately said, "Don't worry. I've already brought food for the others too." This is just our portion. Everyone was happy because everyone had their share. With a long sigh, Goza realized she had worried too much. That's good. Changing the subject, Goza thought for a moment and then asked, "Where's Reza?" "She can eat with us." Suddenly, she appeared right behind them, saying, "Right here." Reza's sudden appearance startled Goza out of her wits. Reza quickly took a piece of food and put it in her mouth, savoring it deliciously while saying, "I just dealt with a few brats. This piece of cheese looks good. The food's a bit dry, isn't it?" Abelikta, holding a piece of cheese, replied, "If you don't want it, then give me your share. I didn't bring back food for complainers." Reza refused, "No, it's fine." Noticing Goza was quieter than usual, Reza and Abelikta both turned to look at her. Abelikta took the initiative. "Goza, what's wrong?" As if her thoughts had been exposed, Goza startled and turned away in confusion. "Sorry, it's nothing." It seemed Abelikta had guessed. "She's thinking about her brother again." Reza gently tapped her on the back as a reminder. "Of course, she's thinking about him. Can you give her some space?" Holding a small piece of food, Goza sadly confided, "I'm sorry. It's just that when I heard about Vanka's recent fight, it made me think of game." Reza crossed her arms and agreed, "Goza, it's okay. We understand. We've all lost someone. I lost my cousin, and Abelikta lost her husband." Hearing this information from Reza, Goza was shocked and immediately turned to ask Abelikta in surprise, "You were married?" Startled, Abelikta nodded. "Yes." She just shrugged and recounted, "He went on an expedition before this one and never came back." Feeling the story was too simple, Goza frowned. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea." Abelikta was completely unfazed. "That's old news. We all have to move on, right?" Reza leaned in with a smile. "But more importantly, we all understand how you feel. You don't have to be alone." Touched by the encouragement, Goza hugged them both. "You guys are the best." Abelikta shouted, "Watch out, you're getting food all over me." Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere, "Goza. Is Goza here?" Goza raised her hand and replied in the direction of the call. "Toss, over here." Reza chuckled teasingly, "Oh, look, the love boy is here." Goza, annoyed, frowned and grumbled, "Shut up." Toss ran excitedly towards Goza. He seemed to be in a big hurry. "Goza, I have news. It's Game. He's back." Surprised and a little disbelieving, Goza shot to her feet and asked again, "What? Really?" Toast said enthusiastically, "Yeah, hurry up, I'll take you to him." So the two of them left together. Abelikta and Reza waved and wished them, "Have fun, you too." "Yeah, go do what I would do." Abelikta then reminded her, "You and Lorena owe me a beer, you know. And it has to be the real stuff, not from straw mushrooms like last time." Reza found this annoying. She put on a pouting face. "Oh, come on. That was just a joke. Who would bet on whether their friend's brother was dead or not?" This time, Abelikta's voice was stern. "Stick to the deal. Go, or I'll tell everyone what you and Lori did with Google in the back room of the mushroom farm." Reza said under her breath, "You know what? You have a pretty nasty mouth and a gambling addiction. You'll regret it one day." Not caring what Reza said about her, Abelikta laughed loudly. "Wanna bet how long until that happens?" Replying with a dismissive tone, "No. No way am I ever betting with you again." This was enough to slightly annoy Abelikta. "Hey!" Elsewhere, Game was walking towards the village with his comrades. While pointing the way, he suddenly noticed Goza had been standing there for who knows how long. Her eyes were wide with surprise. He just smiled happily at his sister. Goza ran quickly into Game's welcoming, outstretched arms. The siblings hugged each other tightly in a truly happy moment. Goza looked at her brother with teary eyes. Before the emotional moment could last long, she suddenly grabbed Game's mouth, brought her face close to his, and glared at him with a menacing tone. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Not stopping there, Goza continued to scold Game. Everyone around them burst into laughter. I'll take Game to see the village. The man pointed, this way, Sir Game. Looking around, your mysterious craftsman friend lives in a pretty interesting place, huh? Awkward at Jem's comment, Vaughn replied hesitantly, well, he's not exactly my friend, sir. It's just that my father helped him out a few times. They were about to enter the door when Jem asked, do you know why he lives all the way out here? If he's as good as his work is. Vaughn turned his head. Well, sir, Before he could finish, someone yelled at the top of their lungs, Vaughn. The man had long hair and his voice was full of anger as he shouted, you know what? I think I'll do it. To hell with you, you damned old man. Seeing the person, Vaughn happily raised his hand in greeting. Oh, hey Bo, how are you? But the man just walked past angrily without a word. When his greeting went unanswered, Vaughn turned his head in embarrassment. Game's father was also confused. Nice fellow. Do you know him? Scratching his head, he replied, yeah. Bo is Goran's lead apprentice, the man we've come to see. I think something must have happened. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. Game and Vaughn turned their attention towards the sound. Is that you, Vaughn? Vaughn was surprised by the person he saw. He cheerfully introduced him to Game. Sir, this is Go. He's one of Goran's apprentices. Game immediately shook hands to get acquainted with him. Nice to meet you, Go. Go replied cheerfully, you too. After that, Vaughn turned to ask Go, what's going on? Is something wrong with Bo? It's hard to say. Go just explained. He and the old man had another fight. Gen added, I've heard that fathers and sons often do that. I've heard fathers and sons often do that, he added. It doesn't seem to be the case. Go shook his head wearily. The old man is not our father. He just raised us. Understanding the situation completely, Vaughn explained to Jem, it's like this, sir. After Goran got into trouble with the nobles, he went out to the suburbs to be alone. But Bo, Go, and the others just kept following him. As he spoke, he added cheerfully, we used to come out here when we were young and mess with the old man, throwing rocks, trying to knock him over, trying to scare him. Recalling the memory of the three of them being scolded by their father, he gave Po something, wanting him to fix things like that. One day, we were being pretty stupid, and the master caught us red-handed. We accidentally destroyed his cart. He made us repair the damage we caused, and father used his forging skills to fix it. The three of them had shining eyes. That was the first time any of us had seen a forge. Being so fascinated by it, Bo was the first one to go back to that place, alone with the forge. Bo came back the next day and begged to become an apprentice. But Bo kept coming back, and eventually, the old man accepted him. We joined a while later. But lately, it seems all they do is argue with each other. The story seemed quite complicated. Gen rested his hand on his chin and asked, know why? Go shrugged, not giving a clear answer. However, this started happening after Vaughn returned from his expedition. Suddenly being mentioned for no reason, Vaughn startled and pointed at himself, retorting, me? What did I do? Go began to explain. Remember when you came to get more bolts, just for the crossbows to fight the goblins? Everyone was talking about how great it was that you were helping us fight back. Bo even said he wanted to join you. Go frowned. He and the old man had a huge fight about that, and they've been like that ever since. Gen interjected, Dad, while this is quite interesting, we came here to see your master. Is he here? Rubbing the back of his neck, Go looked uncomfortable. Sorry, but you'll have to come back another time. He's in the back room. Game turned to ask Vaughn, so what does that imply? Vaughn replied, it means he's drinking, sir. His room door was closed. That's probably why he doesn't have many friends. He's not very friendly when he's drunk. Recalling the image of him being dead drunk, Sometimes he stays in there for weeks. The worst part is, the longer he's in there, the less we know when he'll come out. Unyielding, Game said awkwardly, the problem is, we need him right now. Helpless against the request, Go shook his head. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Vaughn suggested, maybe we should go somewhere else, sir. We could ask Kui, the caretaker. He has a shop. But hearing that suggestion, it seemed that wasn't an option either. No, Kui is more of a carpenter. Gordon is the one we need to talk to. Vaughn was out of options too. So what do we do now? A tune was bouncing on the river. Someone was skipping stones. It turned out to be Bo. He was sitting there with a sulky, pouting face. A voice called out, Brother Bo. Gen and Vaughn had come to see him. We need to talk. Still upset about what happened earlier, Bo threw a stone hard. Go away, not interested. Turning to Vaughn, Gen said, show it to him. Vaughn was stunned and surprised by the object. Bo hesitated, this is. Gen immediately replied, you want to impress your master, right? Help us with this, and I'm sure he'll be impressed. Noticing the hesitation and contemplation in Bo, Game proactively held out his hand. So, are you in? Without hesitation, Bo had not yet made a decision, but his heart was beginning to waver. Yet, Bo shook hands firmly with Game. They officially partnered up. Surprised by what he saw, both Bo and Father said, what is this? Even the Gila people don't have this. It was a blueprint covered in tangled drawings and descriptions. This is a blueprint for an advanced crossbow, with the advantages of being lighter, reloading faster, and having increased draw strength. Game pointed seriously. And I want you to build it for me. Confused by the difficult request, the man rubbed his head, his hands sweaty. I've never seen a blueprint like this since I worked for the mercenaries. Where did you get this? Did you steal it? Without a shred of concern, Gen replied, no, I made it myself. Unbelievable. The man's eyes widened as he looked at the blueprint. You. I didn't think a demon with such talent existed. How? Shaking his head, Game replied, that's not important. What I need to know now is, can you build it? Faced with this difficult request, the man hesitated, stroking his beard and stammering, I can, but he still agreed decisively, no. I won't help you. Then someone else interjected, all right then. I'll do it myself. Shocked that those words came from Bo, the man whipped around. What? Bo looked at Game resolutely with a serious expression. Let me try, Bo said. I fixed the last one, so I can build this. The man yelled frantically, that design is too advanced for you. There are so many complex parts. Gen agreed, perhaps. Bo turned to the man and said, but isn't that up to the master? If the master taught us well, we'll find a way. Bo might not be ready, but with Go and Sam helping, we'll get pretty far. Hearing this, Gen asked, that's what families do for each other, right? Game's face was unmoving, making the old man wary. Supporting each other through life's difficult aspects. Because Game's words were so accurate, the man could only look away in confusion. So they began the forging process. Bo and the others heated it up. Bo discussed back and forth with Go about how to arrange things. Their hands meticulously molded the parts. Bo had to be completely focused on this. He frowned seriously. Halfway through, Bo said awkwardly, if I keep doing this, it's going to break. I don't know what to do. Game replied, it seems we've hit a snag. You were probably right from the start. Then Bond turned to ask, sir? But the man just turned away, uninterested. Knowing this would happen, Gen reminded him, just ignore him. Bond Gen looked at the man's retreating back and thought to himself, he's getting what he wants. The old man's face seemed to be in deep thought, contemplating something. His eyes were distant. Over here, Go said wearily, if it breaks, let's start over. Maybe a different piece will work better. Bo replied irritably, it's not the wood. It's just that my skill isn't good enough. He hung his head, annoyed to admit the old man was right. Suddenly, the man slammed his toolkit down and shouted, "This is how you repay me for teaching you? You give up so easily?" He picked up a tool, a serious expression on his face and an encouraging tone in his voice. "Use this. You won't get far with that slow tool." Vaughn exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, those are your own sharpening tools." Gen smiled with satisfaction. "I know, Vaughn. I can see that." The three of them were moved by the action. Everyone's eyes were welling up. He was passing his tools to Bo. Bo swallowed his emotional tears at the gesture. "Thank you, Master." The man shyly turned away. "Stop whining. We have a customer watching." Encouraged, Bo was eager to show what he could do. He picked up the tool and smiled confidently. "Yes, sir." Gen walked over and said, "You did the right thing." The man replied, "We'll see." The three of them focused on their work. They were toiling away every second, every minute, with all their effort. 2 bolts were shot straight at the target. Thwack! Both bolts went straight through. Vaughn ran out to see and shouted in surprise, "It went right through." Game clapped him on the shoulder proudly. "Good job, Bo." Bo pointed behind him. "It wasn't me, it was everyone's effort." He also pointed to the old man, saying, including the master, "This is even harder than fixing a wagon wheel. I still have a lot to learn." The man put his arm around Po, happy and proud. "Yes, you just keep calling me master, and I'll keep teaching you, you little bastard." Then his voice dropped. "So how many are you planning to make? You can't just be making one, right?" Gen smiled with satisfaction. "You get the idea. We'll need as many as possible, and armor too." Hearing this, the man was extremely surprised. He had to ask again to confirm, "Armor? Do you know how long that takes to make?" He began to explain, "We're not going to be making it from scratch." Understanding his point, Gen just smiled and replied, "We'll be modifying the armor that the goblins have donated to us to fit our people. We'll need 45 sets as soon as possible." The man shouted, unable to believe his ears. 45? And the crossbows too? Impossible. Gen added, "Of course it's possible, if we get help from the other shops." Feeling the request was too unreasonable, the man asked again, "Even so, it would take us months to finish them." Gen patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, Goran. Let me tell you about a man named Henry Ford who lived in a very faraway place called Detroit. Since Farah lost consciousness and collapsed, now in the white tents among the tribe, a voice suddenly called out, 'Hey, Vaughn.' He was standing there talking. Hearing the sudden call, he turned his head. Vaughn smiled brightly and innocently wondered, 'Run, you're still alive?' And the other person immediately replied, 'We escaped after Bun Gu was killed. Those damn tribe leaders were going to throw us to the wolves.' Then, putting that aside, he pointed his hand back towards the tent, proactively suggesting, 'Do you want to visit Vara? She's resting inside.' With his comrade injured, Run clenched his fists, unable to accept it. 'Seriously? Has Lep returned? Is Rafa with him?' Being bombarded with questions as soon as he arrived, the boy was a bit dazed and pale. Yes, he's back. They said she's helping look after the refugees in the lower levels." Without another word, Vaughn waved his hand and pulled back the curtain. "Hey, sorry, but I have to go. Talk to you later." Receiving the good news, the three of them exclaimed, "Oh, she's still alive. Get ready, we have to go to her." After seeing the other group off, he stepped inside. Coincidentally, at that moment, Vara gently held her head and sat up, asking, "Vaughn, what happened?" Worried for her, he yelled so loudly that his eyes went wide, "Hey, don't move. Why did you get out of bed? You could have been killed." Seeing he still had the strength to yell, Vara smiled reassuringly. "You're not dead." Hearing this made Vaughn blush with embarrassment and stammer, "No, that's not." Then, not knowing how to react, he turned his back and ran his hands through his hair. When he had calmed down, Vaughn peeked at Vara, who was happily holding a small leather pouch, and said, "Thank you for helping me, and for this too." Vaughn sat with his legs crossed on her mattress and expressed, "I wanted to cheer you up, to make you feel better." He held the pouch tightly in his fist. Vara was very grateful. "I will always cherish what connects the two of us." Seeing her expression, he also smiled. "I hope it helps." Her eyes shone brightly as she uttered, "This is the most exquisite engagement gift." "Really?" Vaughn's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Engagement?" And before he could correct himself, Hem from outside hurriedly jumped in. Gon Lep was confronting the mercenaries, making them astonished. To be clear, Vaughn had told Hem to go help him. Since it was an emergency, Vara seriously replied that he would go right now. Vaughn still wouldn't give up, lingering, "But I need to talk to you." "No buts," Vara urged, not joking. "This is your mission, so go." His face fell, full of gloom. He pouted with great regret, but for the greater good, Vaughn stood up and exhaled a heavy breath. "All right, I'll be back as fast as I can." Seeing him obey, Vara felt both pity and amusement. The two of them rushed off like they were flying. He hurriedly asked where he was, and the answer was at the mess tent. Just as he arrived, Vaughn's face grimaced. It was because Jock was really challenging them. "You think you can defeat us?" Not afraid of anyone," Jack stubbornly replied, "of course." That answer was enough to make Drusk's eyebrows knit together. He stood with his arms crossed, not making a move, just warning, "You're done for, kid." Vaughn approached him, questioning, "Sir, I thought you said we weren't supposed to cause trouble." "Well, it's not like that." Jack laughed. "I haven't done anything, haven't touched anything to cause trouble. I'm not fighting them, Vaughn. It's just a simple drinking contest. I bet that I could defeat both of them." "That's tough, bro," Vaughn reacted, not daring to believe it. "You?" Since he was strong, Jack was still very confident. "Don't worry about that, Vaughn. I've done this many times before." Not believing his own eyes, Vaughn asked again, "You've done it before?" And Jack fully confirmed, "That's right. You can't create power if you can't drink." Immediately, he raised an eyebrow, questioning Lep. "You know, the only time I drank was when I drank the grape wine Kui left behind." As if by telepathy, just as Jack had the thought, "Doesn't mushroom beer count?" Vaughn immediately stuck out his tongue in disgust. "No, that stuff tastes horrible." The spear behind him suddenly spoke up, "Don't worry, master. I will expel that filth from your body, just like Shish purges the lands of heretics." This made Jack even more smug. "See, Jen? There's nothing to worry about." A commotion made the old man part the curtain and look inside. "What's going on?" Meeting the right person, Vaughn quickly tattled, "Sir Ban, Lep is about to have a drinking contest with those guys. They're all big, burly guys. They could probably drink a whole barrel." The old man was also quite hesitant, giving Jack a chance to back out. "With these guys? Are you sure?" Lep, like a reckless young colt, wasn't afraid and laughed with delight. "I'll be fine. Let's start now. I hope I'm lucky enough." The fun wasn't over. The old man suddenly put a hand on Jack's shoulder. "Wait a minute, gray skin kid." Ban pointed directly at the sword, demanding, "You have to leave that weapon with your most trusted guard. No weapons at the table, that's the rule." Hearing that made him freeze up, and Vet was also helpless, only able to facepalm. Three burly guys were waiting and shouted loudly, "Hey, Goblin! Are you ready?" The spear saw the situation wasn't good and wailed desperately, "No, master. You need me." But Jack was stubborn and ready to play, telling them, "Take care of her." Vaughn said, "Good luck, sir." Using Jack's body seemed a bit draining, so Vet had to appear as a spirit and plead, "Try not to destroy that body, okay?" But who knows, Jack just laughed and said, "Sorry, "General, I can't make a promise I can't keep." Everyone was carrying out their duties very diligently. One side was suppressing the enemy, while the other was busy carrying and moving things. In a corner nearby, Hem and Willibad stood with their arms crossed, talking to each other. Hem sighed and spoke, "This is really a mess." "So, Virgil told you to take responsibility for this mess and left, huh?" Willibad nodded and replied, He was very distraught over Himo's situation. Even though he didn't show it, I know he was very sad inside. Hearing that, Hem clicked his tongue and said, "That's why I always tell you to go to Jack's side." He continued sullenly, "That bastard VG is no good. I realized that since I left his group years ago." Willibad hurriedly used hand signals to stop Hem from continuing this topic. He frowned and reminded him, "Hey, Hem. Watch your mouth." He glanced around, then spoke cautiously, "There are a lot of people here who worship Veer, especially since he came back from the dead, Hem." Hearing Willibad's warning, he became more careful with his words. He anxiously observed from the side, then slowly turned to look at Willibad. He clicked his tongue and said, "I came back from the dead too, so they can worship me if they like." Willibad raised an eyebrow and continued, "If I were to leave, my wife would kill me. She thinks VG will become the clan chief one day and wants me on the winning side." Hem couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard that. He said disdainfully, "VG is clan chief?" In his dreams. Hem smirked and continued, "Don't let your wife walk all over you anymore. Our friend Lep is already the combat commander. Sooner or later, he'll become the clan chief." Willibad shook his head and replied glumly, "Happy wife, happy life. You don't have to see her every day." Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to the two men, urgently reporting, "Commander, there are goblins." Willibad frowned and asked, "Goblins? Right now?" Hem clicked his tongue and said, "Looks like I came at the right time." Willibad and Hem quickly ran to the location where the goblins were. The lead goblin saw the two arrive and pointed at them. He quickly asked, "Hey, you're the commander, right? Let us pass." Hem, carrying his sword on his shoulder, spoke up in surprise, "What is this? Bungo's personal guards?" Willibad ignored Hem's words, looked at the other goblin, and asked, "What's the matter? What do you want?" The goblin girl replied, "Please let us in. I want to go to the lower levels to save my friend." Hearing this, Willibad shook his head and replied, "Sorry, but..." Suddenly, Hem, standing beside him, looked intently at the girl. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait! You said you have a friend on the lower level? Is it Rafa?" Willibad looked at Hem, confused, and whispered, "What is it?" Hem observed the happy expressions on the goblins' faces, which was enough for him to understand. He then told Willibad to let them pass. Willibad frowned and spoke seriously, "Hem, I can't let goblins in." Hem snapped his fingers and said cheerfully, "It's not your decision, it's mine. You owe me one, just as I owe her friend." Willibad sighed and waved his hand, allowing the goblins to enter. He clicked his tongue and said, "Then I'll pay my debt." Hem nodded, signaling for the goblins to follow him. He smiled brightly and said, "Let me show you the way. Just follow me, I'm Hem." The leading goblin girl replied politely, "And I'm Ran." She continued, "I met you while exploring with Jack, but we never talked." Hem crossed his arms, and upon hearing that, he nodded and replied, "No wonder you look familiar. How do you know Rafa is down here?" Ran smiled brightly and said, "I met Vaughn on the way to the camp. He said Rafa chose to stay on the lower level. We've come to bring her back." Hem nodded and said, "Rafa, Rasa, and San stayed behind to help Ova and my friend Gun protect the refugees from the swarm. Meanwhile, Lep, Verg, and I came to help fight the other goblins. Because of the trouble with those greenskins, it's safer for them to stay down there." Hearing that, Ran was startled. She frowned and retorted, "Safer to leave them with the swarm? Are you crazy?" Hem anxiously scratched his face, clicked his tongue, and said, the swarm is dead. And it wasn't my decision. Don't blame me. Ran, hearing him, retorted, all the swarm are dead? Are you sure? Hem shrugged and replied, pretty sure. Over on the other side, Rafa stared at the children playing in front of her. She asked San worriedly, is it wise to let them play like this? San calmly replied, the pheromone sacs have been discarded and they're depleted. There's no harm. Rafa pouted and continued, I hope so. Are there any other signs of life? San shook his head and replied, I've explored the surrounding caves. There are no signs of the swarm on this level. Rafa sighed in relief and said, that's good. Did the guard say anything? Not hearing a reply, Rafa frowned and called out, Gun. After seeing that Gun was in a half-awake, half-dreaming state, she sighed, clicked her tongue, and said, did he eat something weird again? San raised an eyebrow and replied, no, Miss Rafa. It's more like something ate him. Rafa asked, bewildered, ate him? Suddenly, she remembered something, her eyes widened, and she asked again, Ova? You mean her? San gently rubbed his neck, shrugged, and replied, I'm afraid so. The other night, he even came to me asking how to write a letter to woo her. Hearing that, Rafa didn't know what else to say. She just sighed and asked, really? So did you help? San proudly puffed out his chest and declared, why not? Men have to help each other conquer the one they love. Rafa was speechless, clicked her tongue, and continued, so many past memories have faded. When you first arrived, you guys were even planning to kill us. San quickly defended himself, that's in the past. Love can overcome barriers. Rafa shook her head and retorted, San, that was just a few weeks ago. I don't think she's forgotten. San mumbled in agreement, yeah. That's why the letter was less effective than we thought. Rafa looked at San's slow reaction and immediately understood the problem. She asked scornfully, she tried to kill him, didn't she? San sighed and said honestly, luckily, Grassa and I arrived in time to stop her. Rafa, annoyed, turned around and kicked Gun in the back. The young man, having been kicked, said irritably, what was that for? Rafa frowned angrily and said, stop daydreaming and get to work. If I see you slacking off again, I'll put you on kitchen duty. Gun pouted and replied, hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Besides, there's no one down here but us. So what's there to worry about? Gun quickly ran out of the forest. He furtively glanced around. He remembered the other goblin's words from earlier. His story kept exciting him. At that time, he had exclaimed enthusiastically, are you serious? Is it real? The other goblin, while grilling meat, nodded and replied, of course. Just one piece of moss root, and she'll be head over heels for you. She won't be able to live without you. Gun clicked his tongue, half believing, and continued, you're just tricking me. That can't be real. The other goblin smirked, then pointed to his own face. He sneered and said, you think I got a wife and 2 mistresses just by being handsome? Gun just fell silent and sighed, saying nothing more. Remembering the conversation from earlier, he pursed his lips and muttered, 60 points. I hope it's worth it. Gun knelt on one knee, quietly observing the situation ahead. He smiled and whispered, into level 3. Easy as pie. With that, Gun continued his journey. He quickly moved forward, reminding himself as he went, he said it's a red flower with blue leaves. Just need to find it and get out. Suddenly, a hoarse sound came from nearby. Help. Someone, help me. Gun stopped and looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. He muttered, confused, is someone here? Gun quickly shouted, hey, where are you? Keep shouting, and I'll find you. The other person heard his voice as if grasping a lifeline. The person hurriedly screamed, help. I'm over here. Gun followed the sound of the person's voice, quickly running forward. As he got closer to the source of the sound, he slowed down. He frowned, staring at the large pit ahead. He thought to himself, it's a hippling pit. Gun leaned close to the edge of the pit and shouted inside, "Hey, is anyone down there?" A voice echoed back from inside the pit. "I fell down here. Can you help me? Please." Gun quickly replied, "Wait a second, let me find a vine." Gun scrambled to find a vine long and strong enough to pull the person up. He finally found one. He hurriedly threw the vine down and said, "Here. Grab on, I'll pull you up." The person below quickly grabbed it and climbed up. Gun was a bit startled when he saw the person. He was so shocked he let go of the vine, but luckily the person managed to hold on to the edge of the pit. He almost fell back down again. The person, panting heavily, slowly climbed out of the pit, exhausted. He said, "Oh my. Thank you. I never thought I'd get out of that pit." Gun swallowed nervously and stammered, "It's nothing." "Are you also a member of the expedition?" The person quickly denied it. "Expedition? No. I'm a doctor, not a soldier. And please, call me CA." Gun shook his head and replied, "You shouldn't be here. How did you get down?" CA quickly answered, "There are many ways down here if you're determined enough. I came down to find a rare medicinal herb, but I fell into that damn pit. Luckily, you showed up." Gun was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook hands with CA. He smiled brightly and said, "My name is Gun. I'm glad I could help you. Hey, do you have any moss root?" CA frowned and slowly repeated, "Moss root?" He remembered something, and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Moss root. Are you in love?" Gun shyly replied, "Well, yes. Can you help me? I can pay you." CA said cheerfully, "Oh, no need, young man. No need to pay anything. I'm always happy to help young people find love. And you're the one who saved my life." He continued enthusiastically, "I don't have any with me, but I'm sure we can find some on this level. I wonder where the nearest swamp is." With that, he pulled Gun along with him. He walked and smiled brightly, saying, "This way, young man. We'll find it at the edge of the swamp. That girl must be very special to make you risk coming down here all alone." Gun's face turned completely red as he mumbled in reply, "Yeah. She's very cute." CA laughed loudly and said enthusiastically, "Wonderful, very wonderful. I must say, I'm very happy to meet one of the inhabitants of these caves. It will give me a chance to hear about how this settlement has developed over the years. Are your people still being enslaved by the Jira goblins?" Gun shook his head and replied, "Not anymore. I heard from a food smuggler that Lep drove them away. I guess we're free now." Hearing this, CA was a bit surprised and quickly said, "Really? Wonderful, very wonderful. You must have suffered a lot living under the rule of those savage goblins." The man asked curiously, "So, this friend of yours named Lep is your new leader? What do the people think of him?" Gun answered honestly, "They love him. He united the gangs, defeated the goblins, and even the gods are on his side. I mean, he came back from the dead." CA replied seriously, "That's formidable. Coming back to life is never an easy thing. It seems he will bring a real change for your people after you've suffered in darkness for so long. You're lucky to have him." Gun agreed, nodding, "I think so too. But I don't think the Blues like him very much. They made him a general, but I bet they'd stab him in the back as soon as they get the chance." CA led Gun to a nearby riverbank. He looked around while speaking, yes. Nothing scares leaders more than a young, charismatic general who is popular with the people. Your Lep will surely face many hardships ahead." "That's right," he chuckled and continued. "But they won't win. Lep has many friends. They will protect him." At that moment, CA pointed in a direction and told Gun, "Let's try looking over there. Remember, the leaves must be blue. If the leaves are still yellow, it's not ripe yet." After waiting for Gun to go to the spot he indicated, he then asked, "So if Lep takes power, what do you think he will do?" Gun was focused on finding the route he wanted, but he still remembered to answer CA. I think he will get rid of the blues and make the greens listen. CA immediately replied, that sounds harsh. Are the people afraid of him? Gunn shook his head and said, not really. Actually, he's pretty cool. Sometimes he's difficult, but he always listens to Vaughn and cares about his brothers. CA stood still with his arms crossed, clicked his tongue, and said, so he knows how to balance being tough and being gentle. Just as expected from someone chosen by Farron. Gunn picked up a nearby root, held it up towards CA, and asked loudly, is this it? CA gestured to him and said, no, keep looking, young man. Blue leaves, not purple. CA then asked again, so what do you think your people will do next, once you've defeated the goblins? Will you just settle down and stay put? Gunn, tired, sat down on the forest floor, mumbling in agreement. He replied to CA, yeah. What else can we do? We can't go to war or anything. Maybe we'll start trading mist or something. After a few minutes, he finally found a root that matched Saw's description. Gunn quickly pulled it out and brought it to ask CA, hey, is this what we're looking for? CA observed it for a moment, then exclaimed, that's it, young man. You found it, and the root is intact. Good job. Now rest for a bit and then wash it clean. Hearing that, Gunn quickly went to the riverbank and washed the root. He heard CA asking him, so even if Lep wants to push your people forward, they won't leave the settlement? Gunn shook his head and replied, no, I don't think so. This is our home now. CA clicked his tongue and continued, what a pity. Your people have great potential, yet you keep hiding yourselves away like this. Gunn said honestly, we're not going anywhere, unless the Hiplings drive us away. Hearing this, CA was silent for a moment, then told him, you should consider it. The world outside is vast and beautiful. And your people need a new perspective. Hearing him say that, Gunn quickly said, I'd like that too. He turned to look at him and saw a strange creature standing nearby. He jumped in surprise and exclaimed, what the hell is that? CA asked, confused, what's wrong, Gunn? Gunn, trembling, pointed and stammered, Hipling. Right behind you. In contrast, CA showed no fear at all. He smiled gently at the creature and said softly, ah yes, you mean this little one? She's here because of you. The creature slowly approached where Gunn was sitting, scaring him to death. Gunn clasped his hands together, trembling, and pleaded, please, don't hurt me. I'll give you everything. Suddenly, the creature handed him a paper packet. Gunn tilted his head, confused, and asked, what the? CA, from the front, explained to him, use that to dry and wrap the moss root. Bake it until it's cooked, then sneak it into her food. She will welcome you like the morning sun. Gunn felt his head spinning. He asked hesitantly, but, a Hipling? CA understood what he meant and replied with a bright smile, Nebo is my pet. She won't harm you, I promise. I sent her to get that piece of cloth for you. You helped me, so I want to keep my promise. Hearing this, Gunn was endlessly curious. He quickly wrapped the moss root and ran to Saw's side. He asked in wonder, you have a Hipling as a pet? CA nodded and replied, that's right. They are actually very affectionate, as long as you understand them. Gunn took his prize, looked at CA, and said with a smile, all right, thank you. I have to go now. With that, he ran straight off, leaving the place. CA frowned and called out, Gunn. Are you going to? The creature standing next to CA kept making noises that only CA could understand. He gently reassured his pet, speaking in a soft voice, he's fine, he's all right. Just let him go. He stared at Gunn's receding back, smiled brightly, and said, the little one has other things to do. Many things that were buried need to be dug up again. While the group of elves was sound asleep in their soft beds and pillows, Gunn peeked out from behind a large rock, observing something. He tiptoed past, his eyes wary and observant. After passing the spot where the sorceress and her daughter were sleeping, he managed that hurdle. Gun officially bent down and tiptoed away. In the middle of the clearing, surrounded by the cold campfire, he squatted down and opened the cloth wrapping a certain plant. In his mind, he recalled the words, "Bake it and stuff it into her food, and she will welcome you as if you were the morning sun." A sense of hesitation filled his body. Gun knew his actions were terrible, so he grimaced with apprehension. He just didn't expect Rafa to appear there too, shouting, "Gun!" which made him jump. He quickly hid the bundle in his pocket and pretended to ask, "What? What is this?" And Rafa quickly said, "Light the fires. Make them as big as you can. Throw everything in." Hearing that, Gun looked quite confused. "What? Why?" So she explained, "The cave centipedes are heading this way. We need to create as much smoke as possible." Hearing about that species, his face turned pale with horror. Cave centipedes? Those things are huge. With the impending danger, Rafa held out her hand and urged, "Do it. The guards said they hate smoke. We will get everyone out of here." He was trying to do his own thing, but now he was dragged into this, which annoyed Gun. Everyone? What about me? But despite saying that, he still had a human heart. He lit all the campfires, and then said, "All right, it's big enough. It's time to get out of here." Just as he was told to leave, he heard another voice, just like Gun's. The sorceress appeared, shocking him. Ova then asked him, "Are you done here?" Her face was tense, but in Gun's eyes, it looked like, "She's worried about me." Thank God. Because of that, he answered nonsensically, "Yes, I have some pretty hot stuff. We're pretty good here." Taking the lead, the sorceress commanded him, "Good. Follow me now." And when his crush called, Gun eagerly ran after her. "Yes, of course. Anytime you need me." Exiting the cave mouth, Ova planted her staff on the ground and felt, "This will be better." "Hey, aren't we leaving with the others?" "It's all part of the strategy," she explained. "Not yet. The fire pits will keep them from coming up on that side. But we still have to keep them from coming up this way." But Ova knew her responsibility was great. She frowned and laid out her plan, earning an admiring look from Gun. "I will use my magic to hold them back while everyone escapes. You watch my back." To show off, he twirled his spear, feeling proud. "Oh yes, no problem. I'm your man." Out on the street, everyone respects Gun. He swung his weapon around, aiming it towards his own comrades. The sorceress saw this and warned, "Yes, just point your staff at someone other than me, okay?" Each perched on a rock, Gun sat opposite her and said, "Over there. Those centipedes are certainly taking their time." He fidgeted again, which slightly annoyed her. She told him, "Stop complaining. It will take a long time to get everyone out, especially the elderly and children." Tense. Not understanding why Gun proactively asked, "So, are you interested in anyone?" "It has nothing to do with anything." Her eyes clearly showed annoyance and confusion. "Why are you asking me that question?" Not daring to tell the truth, Gun pretended to deny it. It's nothing. Just making conversation." It was late, she couldn't sleep, and now she had to deal with him. The tired sorcerer pleaded, "Good, now please be quiet. I don't want to hear any more of your conversation. Or your poetry. This is why I don't want to work with you." But San said I have to. A true best friend. He joyfully patted his chest, celebrating inwardly, "San, I love you." Sitting with her legs propped up, watching what he was doing, Ova was also very confused. "What are you smiling about? You're so strange." Resting her chin on her hand, she glanced away and spoke casually, "Anyway, they will send people to join us once the refugees are safe. So we just need to sit still and observe." In his opinion, he leaned back and asked, "Do you think the refugees will be safe when we return to the settlement?" Looking up, the sorcerer thought idly, "Maybe. I don't think Lep will recruit them to fight. I heard we'll be back soon." Then Gun also voiced his thoughts, "Oh, that's good. I guess life will go back to normal after that." And she simply replied, "Yes." Continuing their story, he then asked, "Hey, Ova. What do you want to do after the goblins are gone?" Raising her hand high, the sorcerer was very determined. "I will go study magic. VG promised me that I could access the city's shamanic archives when all this is over. Not all of them are in our language, so it will take some time. But it's worth it. Finding the other person's goal a bit boring, so you're just going to study?" However, not at all. Ava raised 2 fingers to indicate, "Oh no. I won't just read books. I'll also travel. Once we are free, we can do anything. Right? I told Rafa and she said she would take me to some places she has been to after the goblins are gone." Letting Gun tell his story, he grinned and recounted, "I've been outside too. When I went with Vaughn to give tribute to Busu. That was perfect." Ova jerked her hand in celebration. "Oh. That's just near the settlement. The world is actually much bigger. And I will see it all." All this talk was just so he could steer towards this intention. "So you don't want to have children or find, a guy, for example?" "Haven't thought about that yet," Ova thoughtfully revealed. "I don't know, maybe one day. But right now, I have too much to do." But then, a noise appeared from a distance. Pointing her finger, she told Gun to be quiet. "But if you don't find a guy soon, then..." "Shush. Did you hear that?" They both stood up upon hearing a chirping sound. Hissing, an entire swarm of reddish centipedes, their mouths full of constantly bared fangs, appeared. The video ends here. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to press like to support Gao. Thank you and goodbye everyone.